sharpen the blade. Let me listen to this though. Hold on, listen, Bacon. Just to make sure that you're on our team again. What was said was we're talking about how if you view the star, they converge and diverge. This is just perspective due to the camera or whatever. This is just an effect of the camera. And Jeremy was saying, he insisted, well, that's possible. That could be an effect of the camera. Perspective could be at play, or that could be actually a description of what's happening, and you have no way of discerning between one or the other. Which is why I said what I said about the latitudes. Because if you bring it back to what it was originally about, which is about the latitudes, we know that the latitudes, if you stack them, they're circles they're the parallel planes, right? They're circles that are on top of circles, parallel. So
not converging. Not converging.
Yeah, that's my point. They're not converging or diverging. We know that it's just a optical effect, and we know that these lines, if you were to view them, in a different way, like straight on, like if you're looking at the Earth and all the latitudes straight on, you would see that those lines are actually parallel. They wouldn't look like converging and diverging lines. So you know this because those star trails match the latitudes. And those latitudes are equidistant from the North Pole. And because of that, if you're at the 39th parallel and you're at the 50th parallel, that means every point on the 50th parallel is equidistant from the 39th parallel in the same distance. Right? So there's no converging or diverging. That's the proof right there.
And your latitude lines, yes. However, in these star trails, we see them converging and diverging.
Yes, but the latitude lines are the latitude lines in the star trails are reflections of one another. The star trails are reflections of the latitude lines. That's
meaning
the
they're
point,
converging
bro.
and diverging.
No.
Oh.
Go ahead, Bacon. Go ahead, man.
I don't know why.
But now we agree, Bacon, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why you would want to use that picture of star trails when we can get a picture of star trails converging and diverging, and the latitude lines are not doing that.
Okay, Arma, is that thing you're using there a texture file?
Yeah,
black
this
and white
is
line.
well,
You
actually,
send
no,
me
hold
that?
on. Hold on. I lied. Actually, that's not a texture. I just realized that's actually generated. My bad. I'm sorry.
You acknowledge what I said to you,
Can you-
Bacon?
Remember
Well,
the Star
I'm not
Trail
sure.
debates we had for like a week before? Hold on, real quick. We had these Star Trail debates for a week, and there was one side saying it was perspective, and other side was saying it was because of the flat CCD lens in the camera or something. Remember that?
I was on your team. I was on your team for that, man.
But we all agree now that that is actually what you would see, though, the stars in those positions. I'm glad we got over that little hump.
Anyways, just go ahead, Bacon. I'm not going to talk for a little bit. You're not looking at stars, by the way, Jim.
So hard every time.
That's not a real thing.
Well,
So we're getting a concession from Bacon when he says there's no perspective in the stars.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to talk about Bacon. I hope the next thing that you say is in response to what I said to you, dude. Because what the hell, man? And then I don't have to say nothing after that because you're going to do that. But you're shutting me. It's kind of offensive what you're doing.
I'm not. I barely spoke since I got here. You're all
Yeah,
triggered
okay,
already.
man.
Come on.
very accurate pattern that you do have.
Is she trying to say something, or is she home? It's
really funny.
She's agreeing with me, dude. She's saying like be a fucking. She's saying, dude, do the right thing, man.
It's like the writing of a song. Verse, the chorus, the verse, the chorus, the C part, and then it's like it's really fun. Pretty funny how
So, what part is Bacon? Bacon's like the guitar solo, or
Hey,
what,
Arma,
Jeremy? Or is it happening?
What's up?
On to the next topic, yeah.
You send me an image with black and white lines horizontally.
Oh, I mean, this isn't like a texture. I would have to actually make that manually because this was actually a.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, do that manually.
Armator? Okay. Is it Armator?
I mean, if it's
whatever.
24/7. Did you get kicked out?
Oh, it's 24/7.
Yeah, that's where I saw you first because I remembered your.
I got kicked out like 2-3 years
And I just
ago.
didn't know. Oh,
Yeah.
I just when I saw you there like 6. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all
Yeah,
got kicked out of there. Bacon's the only one who's still allowed in there because he, he
I'm
tells
sure
them that we're
right.
wrong. And,
You're
No,
like a walking
I'm not doing that there.
bacon. They love you, I'm sure.
they love
Yes.
bacon, yeah.
I doubt it.
I'm just glad you're a real person. Normally they just do like the robots that they make of, and so the fact that you're a real person to argue with is the best part. That gives me hope for them.
Mike, come on, dude.
I'm still laughing at what Bacon
Bacon.
said. He said, "She's trying to say something."
No, I understand exactly what she's saying, man, and that's what I hate. Dude, I can do the same thing Bacon does, man. I can just come in here and just say, "Yeah, listen, Armor's wrong, and Bacon's wrong, and NASA scientist is wrong, Xanix's wrong, and guess what, Flat Earthers? Here's the real answer. You're wrong too. I'm giving you the right answer."
Yep.
And then like, "Oh wow, Bacon, he goes against all the other Globers," but it's like, dude, that's his game, dude.
Strategy. I mean, I just thought that it's funny. It's funny to me. I'm glad that.
Lines. Here you go, Bacon. I'm gonna send you the striped lines I made in GIMP.
Thank you. I only asked you because I think it would be faster than me doing it.
I mean,
is it disrespectful for me to laugh every time I hear the word GIMP, even though it's just like not what I think it is?
What do you think it is?
She knows what it is,
I have
man.
a leg because my right leg is hella shorter than my left one, but nobody notices. I just get pain from it, so I'm kind of a GIMP.
A GIMP.
I think maybe she doesn't. Maybe she doesn't know.
GIMP.
Most people, when they think of GIMP, they think of that guy from Pulp Fiction who was wearing that like all leather outfit.
Oh, yeah. I hate that movie. I hate that
Which
film.
guy?
It's garbage.
I mean, you hate that film. That's a great film.
It's a great film, yeah. But remember, he says, "Bring get out the GIMP."
The Goonies, the big ass GIMP. That's what I think of. Yeah. Because that guy.
I know
was
what
awesome.
you mean, though. Like a GIMP leg. Like I had a friend, he also had a leg like that, and he would describe it. He said, GIMP leg, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, I stopped wearing the little like things you have to put in the bottom of every right shoe because it was just getting too fucking expensive. I'm like, I'll just go to see a chiropractor on occasion. But yeah, it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Only I noticed.
Oh, someone's.
Well, guess what? The real dudes don't use the GIMP program anyways, dude. I don't know why Bacon's using that. I use paint.net. You don't use paint.net.
I use that as well. I'm not using
paint.net. What's paint.net? What's paint.net? I want to see this paint.net shit.
This is better than GIMP. It's easier and better to use.
It's paint.js, I think.
No, it's paint.net. That's it.
Are you sure though? Because does it have like does it have let me see. Does it have like okay, hold on, give me a second. Does it have like
Armin, you're talking over this girl. You're talking over
I'm sorry. No, she's going
Your mansplaining.
I was just trying to insert a little bit of happy nostalgia to all of us, like Napster and Morpheus and LimeWire back when shit was cool,
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Nah, I didn't use Napster, but I used LimeWire.
LimeWire was shit, man. I was selling CDs for $2-3 a pop back in 5th, 6th grade. Like the first System of a Down shit. That's when they were cool too. Man, good times.
Yeah, and then would give you the wrong artist. You were like, please, you download a song and it tells you the wrong artist. Like,
oh yeah.
Song's by this person. You're like, no, it's not, you idiot. I'm like, oh, okay.
No, it's not.
You fucking
Let's give Bacon the spotlight again because I know Bacon's going to redeem himself. He's going to redeem me, and he's going to redeem this argument. We're all going to be on the same page about it.
Wow, look at that! Look at that circle. I mean, look at that sphere. Look at that.
And then happily.
I don't remember why I'm doing this.
It's the Star Trails or something.
Oh, okay, yeah. So this is a sphere, right? Yeah. Okay, this is a sphere. That's clearly just the texture of the sphere, right? You following?
Yep.
The bigger, right? Okay, let's build a projection that sphere. So let's see what's an azimuthal projection that sphere looks like.
Yes.
It looks like that. What about a Mercator projection?
Let's see this.
It
Ooh.
looks like that, right? That's a projection. It's not the actual
Bacon, you have
sphere.
to explain what you're doing, man. There's a lot of people watching this that don't know what the hell what you're doing.
Doesn't matter.
They don't get it.
Jeremy's not watching.
Doesn't
Jeremy's not
matter.
watching, so that
Yeah,
doesn't
but it's
matter.
just you and Armor laughing about this shit. No one, like, you explain it, dude.
Enough. Okay.
Right here.
Okay. So
No,
I'll
I want to
I'll,
get.
I'll describe for Jeremy then. Okay. So there's a globe in my screen, which you can't see because you're not in the live stream. And there are circles all around this globe, like line of latitude. They're all parallel to each other. They're not converging or diverging. They're just like concentric circles.
Mhm.
And that's just how the sphere looks. It has these circles drawn on it. And I can create a projection of those circles. Like I can create an A map of that sphere like this. But I can like change where the center is, for example, and all those lines get distorted and all that kind of stuff. That's just a projection. That's still a valid map. Like this is a completely valid map of that sphere. So all those lines are mapped here, and they're all distorted. They don't look at all like the original ones because it's just a 2D projection of that.
Yeah.
And
Where's
it's the same.
Australia?
I don't know. Okay, let me use a picture of Earth. I'm gonna second.
Do a picture of Earth.
I'll do a picture of Earth. It's gonna have a totality path on it because it doesn't matter why. It'll be there. Okay, so let
Ask a
me.
question real quick, Bacon. Would it be safe to say there's distortions going on? There's small circles and big circles on the picture that was just there. Would it be safe to say that the straightest line on that image was the biggest circle, and the small circles are obviously smaller? Is that safe to say?
Understood what you said. Yes.
Yeah, all right, Bacon. All right.
Okay. So yeah, this is a projection of this sphere here, right? That's the original sphere. That's the Earth.
Yes.
That's how the Earth looks like, right?
Pretty cool. Yep.
Okay, so I have this line here. It's like the totality path of a solar eclipse.
Yes.
Or the last one, to be more precise. And what happens here is I can project in a different way. So I can create it like a. Let me see it.
Kind of like the Pepsi.
Yeah, like let's do an azimuthal projection. That's not where I should do it. Okay, that's an azimuthal projection, right?
Oh, okay.
This line is different now. It's a different curve, right?
Right.
But it's still the actual path. Like you can't say that's not the actual path. It's showing a different path. No, it's showing the same path. There's nothing this map is showing that is, let's say, not what's happening on the globe. It's the same. It's the same thing, right? It's just a projection.
Same points, like latitude, longitude, or whatever. It's just.
Yeah. Exactly. So I mean, saying that this map is showing something that is not happening, it's just a misinterpretation of the map. It's not what the map. Like the map doesn't say the Earth is this flat disk. It tells you that this flat disk is a projection of that sphere.
Right.
To be
And
clear,
the same thing goes for star trails. Like
yeah.
when you take a picture of star trails, that picture is a projection, just like this azimuthal projection is. You can't say, well, they're diverging on the star trail, so the picture is saying the star trails are diverging. No, the picture is not saying that. The picture is a projection of what you're seeing, and in what you're seeing, there's no convergence and divergence. Even if the projection has convergence and divergence, doesn't mean the projection is telling you that there's convergence and divergence. You have to take into account how the projection happens. If you take into account how the projection happens, you can work out if those star trails are actually getting further and closer to each other, and it turns out they're not. Even if you use that projection, where they appear to be, as long as you take into account what the projection is doing, star trails are not going to be converging, diverging. I hope I didn't make it more complicated than it was before.
Bravo, dude.
Probably did, right?
Well, I think I think I said a slightly similar thing. Granted, vague, but I said something similar to that earlier to Jeremy because I was explaining that you actually did a thing for this with star trails and whatnot or whatever. Like I think you did like this. Didn't you do like a weird thing like in like Blender or something where you actually like took a sphere and then you like took the picture?
It was in this website. Yeah. Let me see if I can find it. I'm not sure I still have it.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Dude. Yeah, that is really cool, man. That's really cool. But do you not realize like, that was a cool picture? We're looking at the picture, and then you're like, and this is exactly how distortions happen. And it's not like you didn't have to show a thing to describe that, man. What I said earlier about the drag racing was sufficient, dude. The drag racers. If you're the girl who's waving the flag at the drag race, and really, dude, and the cars start in front of you, and then they go behind you, and they go.
And they go,
They diverge as they come up towards you, and then they converge as they go off into the quarter-mile distance.
Yeah, they go,
And that's just this is how images work, dude. And like if you're looking at one of the tires it's a circular tire, but as you're viewing it go, it's going to be an oval shape. It's not really actually going in an oval shape.
It's gonna get all squashed, or whatever. It's gonna go like that.
I mean, it's not common. That's why Jeremy's not talking, dude. Is because he realized he's like, oh shit. When Kosho said that, oh damn, and he gave up.
Yeah, we tore Jeremy a new one. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bacon shows up and he says that, that's not relevant. What you said, Kosho. This awesome animation is relevant.
Bacon.
So I gotta go to work. I gotta get to work.
Oh, okay. Later, Kosho, man.
I'll be listening and I'll be judging y'all's, arguments.
Kosho, are you really Jeremy? I don't know. I still get y'all confused a lot. I'm just kidding. Kosho.
Well, I have news for you. You're not gonna make much sense. But my name is Jeremy.
Oh, nice.
That's actually that's actually my name.
Well, I am a licensed psychic with 3 different credentials, but I don't ever use it. Don't tell anybody. But
really?
Yeah, I am. Well, I have 3
won't
different
tell
credentials in not just holistic energy healing, but also using the intuitive part with it. So kind of a weird title, but yeah.
No, that's impressive.
I'm also a licensed EKG technician, so I could save your life in the event. So I got a little bit of going on.
Wait, hold on. You said you're psychic?
Licensed, yeah.
She's a licensed psychic.
So what's Kosho's actual name then? Is it actually Jeremy?
That's not the type of psychic she is, man.
Oh.
And she did actually say, "You're actually Jeremy, aren't you?" And that was correct.
Well, that makes sense then for a lot of different reasons. Now the voices will sound different in accordance. So thank you. Awesome.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Wait, so hold on. What kind of psychic are you? I only know of the one.
Mostly with like parasitic attachments and traumas. I specialize in trauma.
Okay.
And forms like that. But I mean, yes, the dead people that's just kind of a weird overlay thing. So we can talk about it if you want to, but I don't really like to.
Okay.
No, that's actually cool shit, man. We got to talk about this again later.
This is why the globe is such a dumbass thing to be focused on. Like, it's definitely not a globe, but in the macro scale, yeah, the spiritual shit is definitely real, and it is an overlay here. Just like we're kind of overlaid on top of melted brick buildings everywhere that are now mountains, and below our feet everywhere from a fucking meltdown of some sort. So yeah, I mean, all of that goes hand in hand.
Hold on.
But really, it's like
Merlin.
And emotional contracts that people make spiritually, they have no effing idea what the hell they're doing to their own toroidal field of our bodies that we are. So that's really what I see, and I see that where to heal basically, and how I like physically see somebody if I tap into it. It's very interesting, but I mean, my chakras still get out of whack too, like everybody else's. But there's lots of reasons 100%. For lots of things. Yeah,
100% believe you. Wait, what's up, Bacon?
Yeah, I got the senior armor.
I have a lot to say about Bacon, but I have not asked permission to enter his space, nor would I do that right here.
Bacon's trying to bring something else up real quick. I don't know why.
Hold on, Bacon. Before you do your thing, though, I have hold on. I got a big question. Hold on, wait. So, what, Sydney? Is that your name? Sydney? Yeah, I could read, right? Okay, so Sydney. Okay, so you're psychic, right? You're psychic, right? So.
Yes.
So is there? So hold on. No, this is a big one, right? So is the Earth round or flat?
I mean, us are if we haven't sold our soul, but yeah.
She said it's not a globe.
Hold on.
So she's already said it's not a globe, man.
Arma, bro, wake up.
No, but hold on. But did she actually do like a? Hold on. But did she do like an actual like like reading on that though? Like, can you read like the Earth shape? Like, yeah, I want like an actual definitive reading on that.
Called
Right?
astral
Dude.
projection.
Well, can
Does
he
it
actually?
You're being
I'm
silly,
asking-
Arma.
That's very real too. Yeah.
Does it come from
I
your
mean,
psychic powers, or does
honestly,
it come
like
from your
all
misunderstanding
things,
of physics?
the shape of the Earth is not our main focus. It's really to survive the deception of Satan all around us here, honestly.
Okay,
And my
Now
dreams
that's how I know you're a real psychic, because
Yeah.
actually Merlin Beauregard, he's a semi-flat earther Australian guy. He was saying to me the same thing earlier today. He would, like,
Really?
people were arguing with him about the flat earth. It was like,
Yeah.
listen,
It
guys, he
almost
says this all the time.
comparable
He
to
says the flat earth argument is not important. It's not even like, we need to move past that, because
Yeah.
the important thing is like this other stuff. So I get what you're saying about like the conversation is elsewhere. Yeah.
okay,
I've actually never worded it in that way ever. So that was just a not coincidence, kind of meant to be, I think, answer. Then that's exactly right. It's so micro. It's not even on the measurement scale. It's such a minutia. So for me now this past year, I've gotten a little bit of an upgrade, if you will, more so than ever, because I cut out a stupid drug that I never needed to be doing. Point is, now that that's gone, yeah, there's a lot more things that I see in the forefront that I want to help people not stress about the other stuff that can get so distracting from the real things going on, really.
Right.
So,
Okay. So, but
How did you cut out the drug? 'Cause I suffer from.
I met the man of my dreams, and love was the motivator instantly. I just flushed it down the toilet and never did it again.
So I gotta meet the man of my dreams,
or the lady, whatever.
You already did. You just don't know it.
Yeah,
okay, Bacon. Let you guys
Yeah.
go ahead. Sydney, we'll talk about this more later, because I got a lot to talk to you about. But
Have a good shift, Jeremy.
thank you.
All right, Bacon, what's up? Okay, what's the picture?
Arterials. So this is the
Ooh.
picture. That's how the original picture looks like.
Right.
And yeah, if we like, this is a 360 picture, right? So
Right.
it has the image of your entire field of view around you,
Right.
around a certain point, which forms a sphere, right? Regardless on the don't get confused with Earth being a sphere. That has nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
And if we build that sphere back, this is how that sphere look like. So if you're inside of that
Ooh.
sphere, that's how you see shit. So this is like that's probably Polaris right there. This thing here is probably Polaris.
It might be, yeah.
And yeah, and
To listen to this guy, that's probably Polaris. So.
I mean, it's very close to the center of this rotation of the stars, right? So it must be.
It's probably Sigma Octantis, or
oh, fuck
it's
off.
probably.
Oh shit! It's definitely not Sigma Octantis. Sigma Octantis is too dim even for like even in the brightest. I mean the darkest nights.
The darkest of nights.
Without light pollution. Yeah, even without light pollution in a very dark night, no full moon, you still can see Sigma Octantis with like with a human eye. So you definitely won't see it on this picture here.
I know I told you I would leave, but I'm gonna give Bacon a pop quiz before I go. Pop quiz to Bacon, because I know he's not gonna know the answer.
Oh, just one second. See this star trails here? Do they look like they're converging?
Nope. I mean, sometimes they do because you tilted it a little bit, but other than that, they don't. If you have the right angle.
Yeah, if you're inside of this sphere, you're gonna see they're not converging and diverging. Now, if you show this sphere like the original picture showed.
Oh, I thought we were inside the sphere. We're on the outside of the sphere. That's weird.
It doesn't matter. I mean, same. You can just imagine someone. Oh, I can show it what we call it, a stereographic projection. I think this kind of looks like the inside of the sphere a little bit more, like this.
That's kind of cool. Look at that. Yeah, that's kind of like that's a little bit like what is it? A stellarium a little bit. It has like a sort of similar kind of at least visual effect. I don't know if it's the same thing, but it's.
Yeah, I made star trails in stellarium, dude. For the past 10 days, I've been doing that. And listen, Bacon, pop quiz, okay? Polaris is the closest star to the celestial pole, and we all know, I know this, you know this, that in 13,000 years, supposedly Vega is going to be the north celestial star.
Wait, that's not a question.
You ever heard that? That's not the question.
I think he's
You're right.
building up the question.
Thank you, Bacon's. You're ahead of the game, or at least ahead of Arma in the game.
Oh,
listen,
it's not that hard.
I know.
Well,
here's the thing. The question is, in 13,000 years, when Vega is the North Celestial Pole, it'll be 90 degrees. What is the current declination, do you think, of Vega? The star that will be the Northern Celestial, pole. Where do you think it is right now?
Oh, I have no idea.
Because I told that its latitude is consistent. Like, it's going to go the same latitude all year, every day. So, what latitude do you think that is?
Oh, I have no idea.
Would I have to know? Let me think about it.
I'll give you a clue.
How long?
I'll give you one clue.
Take?
How long does it take?
Yeah,
I'll tell you how long it
I
takes.
was gonna ask how long it takes for a full precession of the equinox.
26,000 years.
Oh shit!
Is that relevant information?
No, I mean, I don't know. Honestly, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, if I was to, I wouldn't figure it out this way. But I'll tell you this much. You remember whenever Witsit and all of us were going over that 900-page document about the surveying thing? It was a big surveying 900-page document. You know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
What? They measured, these huge triangles, spherical triangles, 100 years ago. 900-page document. Yes, you don't remember the 900-page document that we were all viewing for
I do,
a month?
yeah. Oh, you
Okay,
didn't say it was about
that's your clue.
I thought it was about stars.
That's your clue, though. That's your clue.
How's that gonna help me?
What was the name of that document?
I don't remember.
God damn it! It was measuring the arc of the 39th parallel.
Is the answer 39?
Yes, man. For God's sake.
I don't know why the answer is 39.
Oh shit!
Just a coincidence, man. That's it. They measured the 39th parallel. Vega happens to go around on the 39th parallel. That's it, dude.
Wow.
I gotta go to work.
How am I
you don't gotta pretend to be impressed, man.
No, I mean, I'm trying to connect the dots. Is there a way I could get to that conclusion?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's no
obviously, dude. I told you it had to do with that document.
Oh, but that's. Well, you also told me it's a coincidence that it's the same as the number in the title of the document.
Dude, I'm just gonna go.
Is that the whole?
Okay.
Is that the full connection? That they're both 39?
Bacon, man. We used to be such good friends, man. And I just feel like you just like.
Did we?
When I'm in the room with you, dude, I can't be right about anything. And even I'm showing you that you didn't know something, you're like, somehow I'm wrong about it. It's upsetting me, man. I'm not kidding, dude.
No. I mean, if there's a connection there, I'm just not seeing, and that's on me. But I mean, is there a connection there? I mean, is it something?
No, it's a coincidence. It's a coincidence. That's why I gave you the hint, because really you wouldn't have been able to guess it. And it is hard. It's hard to.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe my knowing the time it takes for the full precession of the equinox, I think they could try to use that to find out even how long.
Well, that kind of tells you.
Think about it. You have the.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. No, I was going to say what you're saying. That it doesn't tell you. You can't figure it out without knowing it. But now that you know it, you can tell how much the precession of the equinox, like what that precession, how wide it is, right? It goes all the way down to Vega, all the way up to Polaris. It's a huge circle, right?
So the axis is rotating around another axis. That's the I think that's the axis would be perpendicular to the orbit of the Earth around the Sun, right? Perpendicular to the ecliptic, right? That's where the axis of rotation of the Earth is precessing around, right?
No, dude.
So, no? How no?
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Because, dude, if it changes all the time, so it changes to Vega, that means, yeah, dude. If it changes to Vega, then that means the place that's at the equator. Yeah, I know, but where the equator is right now is going to be, it's going to be tilted, obviously, right? Listen, I gotta get to work. Listen, dude.
You're not making sense.
We're still buddies. We're still buddies, okay, man? But we'll talk about it later, okay? Yeah, we'll talk about it later.
No, but seriously, I think like you should be like, because the x is tilted by 23 degrees. That's 22 degrees off of the vertical of the ecliptic. So if it takes,
Got nothing to do with anything.
It does. If you know how long that takes, you know how long it will take for Vega to be the North Star. You know how
Dude.
much the X is going to be rotating. If you do that,
What does it
in
23
reverse,
degrees have to do with anything?
oh, because that's how much the like you're gonna have to use the value to know how much lower than the North Pole Vega would be. Because that like if the axis was not tilted by 23.4 degrees, if it was, let's say,
It's never
5 degrees,
sorry.
it would not be Vega.
She's
It
trying
would
to
be
say
something
something.
else.
So let Sydney get in. Let Sydney get in because let her get in.
Obviously, it
I'm
does
not
matter.
the I roll my eyes and be like, let's sigh. Just okay, the
Exactly.
thing that's never been proven on the orbit that's never been proven on the tilted space ball that's never been proven that has
doesn't
no
even
drop
matter.
over distance that's never been proven, gravity that's never been proven, that's not relevant to this argument, that's also never been proven because it's anything that's like whatever.
Hold
sorry.
on.
Hang
I heard
on,
the word.
hang on.
No, she's good.
I'll
She
just
hit it
stop.
on, dude. She hit it on the head, Bacon.
Well, hold
No,
on.
thanks.
Whoa,
That's-
no. I asked her if she could, like, what was it, like,
Any-
the out of body experience? Was that
is
called
no-
projection? I asked you
There
if
you
you could
go.
project to see if the Earth is round or flat. You didn't.
I don't know.
She's
But
still
yeah.
trying to say
Arma.
something, right?
Yeah, Arma,
Let her-
don't.
let her
That's
try to
already
say
been
something.
addressed, man. Yeah, that's already been addressed. Let her make her point because
Wait, so can she do it or not?
she's already said that, though, dude. She's already answered that
Wait, she
before
did.
you even
point.
asked. Yeah.
Wait, so
Maybe
she
my
did.
Yeah,
research-
What she's saying.
For that,
What she's saying is correct,
no.
man.
There you go.
It's not like, well, I mean, hang on. a
Not
second.
relevant to this topic. I can't discuss it any further, so we can move on. There we go.
It is because we're talking about like if you're talking about where the next star is going to be, you have to have some way of telling
You have to have
how.
a
Oh,
plane
let me finish.
and point of observation.
Wait, let me continue.
Mm.
If we want to figure out what's going to be the next North Star, we have to have some mechanism to predict how the celestial bodies are going to change over time. To know like where the next star is going to be. And
I hear
even
your
if it's not the
like,
correct
really-
model, even if the
Go on.
okay, are you do you speak or I speak? Oh, we gotta choose one, right? We can't speak at the same time. It doesn't work.
I apologize. That is poor etiquette. I'm in trying to mute
No, it's
myself.
not your
but
fault.
Yeah.
It's not your fault, man.
I mean,
Bacon's a little over eager.
Yeah, I'm being a little bit of a dick now. But it's just because I want to get this point
Are you
across.
a college student again?
No, I think he graduated already. You got like a master's or some shit, Bacon?
No, not a master. I was
He
gonna
dropped
start a
out,
master
man.
this year, but I gave up.
Good
I'm
for
gonna
you.
try
Yeah,
next
exactly.
year.
Wait, so what, we have
He
more than a
dropped out,
bachelor's,
man.
right?
He couldn't cut it. He dropped
Yeah.
out.
Wait, what was?
I have a
What's
bachelor's in
wait, you got a bachelor's?
bachelor's
Okay, you got
computer science. Yeah,
okay,
computer science.
okay, nice.
But anyway. Yeah. So even if that's not the right model, if the Earth is not going around the sun and blah 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 blah, blah if that at least can be used to describe the mechanism, like where the star is going to be in how many thousands of years, then we can use that to tell what star is going to be there after how many thousands of years. Whether or not that model is the correct description of what's going on doesn't matter. What matters is if it fits the data, so we can use it. At least for this conversation.
Like, I'm so sorry. I know that that is a valid point, but it's like the data that that's accurate is nothing to do with the spinning ball. So I just like, well, we gotta just reframe it, make it work another way, like the way that they've always done it, which is flat and stationary and observation and whatever. That's
like this?
accurate in the past. I'm sorry, but
well, I'm
I'm gonna
not
be
sure
straight up,
they always.
Bacon. I like you. I like your perspectives, Bacon. But I like this girl, man. I like what she's saying, and what she's saying makes a lot more sense than what the hell you're saying, dude. I'm just being straight up because she's right, dude. This stuff can be explained in a very simple way, and we're doing all these gymnastics to make it like, you know,
And the people that created this gymnastics, we have to remember, the only reason they created these globe gymnastics for us to oh my God, the only reason they did it is to get us God and not to unlock our potential. Hello. So, I mean, there's nothing else to be said.
Oh my God, they're hiding God.
Well, that's why they have to step in and pretend to be one or make us feel insignificant and dumb and powerless and not like a toroidal field of perfection that we really are, individually, bodies, all of it. It's like, dude. Okay, we can sum it up to the freaking expanding on the name that's Italian that I can never remember, the something ratio guy. Anyway, the 72-degree triangle. We can just sum it up to that. And that's absolute perfection.
Oh, you talk about the golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah. I mean, that's all. I don't know
Arma,
God.
why are you giggling like a schoolgirl, Arma?
I don't know anymore.
Hey guys, come on, guys.
Sorry, I'm having fun.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Arma's giggling like a girl in the crowd. I'm trying to hear what you're saying.
It's a serious place, guys.
Yeah, this is rough.
Hey.
Arma's giggling, Kosho's trolling poorly. It's just
I'm not trolling,
right
dude. Oh, Gio, I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling, Gio. You know me, dude.
You're still
you know me, dude.
Dude, it's such a transparent troll. It's absurd.
Dude, it's not a troll, dude. Here's the thing. I get what Bacon's saying. I agree with Bacon most of the time. I agree with what she's saying, though, dude. That's not a troll.
My most favorite Jew.
Yeah. I'm also, yeah, same here.
Oh, what?
Okay, but
let's get back to business though, because Bacon, I agree with you. I agree with her, but let's get back to how this makes sense, like with the star trips. Like, how is that? Yeah. How is that for sure? What's happening? What we're seeing? We do know. Here's one thing: we do know that those stars, they do make circles that correspond to a specific latitude. So that is something that we can attest to. We don't have to come up with theories or anything. We know that Vega is always going to be at the GP of Vega is always going to be on the 39th parallel.
Like all day, every day. The North Star.
What? Yeah, in the future, yeah, dude. God damn, this is what I'm talking.
Well, you just made it too easy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Bacon. I don't mean in a million. I mean today and tomorrow and this year, dude. I don't mean in 13,000 years.
Oh, I mean, you did make it very easy for me to respond it.
Listen, you just go ahead. I need you to know I'm not trolling. I should do. Respect everything that's being said right now, and I'm actually going against what you're saying now, Bacon. So.
Oh wow. That's your character.
Not even saying anything. I was just poking. It's provoking you.
Wow.
It's working better than I wanted to. Anyway.
And I think we can all agree. We all need to have more laughter, and it's nice to have laughter in here. That's all I gotta say. I'm leaving now. Yeah.
Absolutely. No, that's absolutely. Bacon doesn't know how to laugh, so it's appreciated.
That's not true. He can laugh. I mean, he doesn't often per se. But...
I do, but like I have something called noise suppression, and the noise suppression doesn't recognize my laugh as voice. So there are many times where I laugh and it just won't turn on my microphone.
Yeah, dude, you're like Scott Veach. Scott Veach. Every time I made a joke, no one laughs, and Scott Veach, he would open his mic like 5 seconds later, like, "Hey, I was laughing, but I didn't press push or talk." I was like, "Okay, Scott." So you and your fucking noise suppression, dude. Just listen, Bacon. Just get back into the topic. Have laugh a little bit about it. Don't be so serious about it.
I'm not being serious. I think you're being more serious than everyone here in this topic.
That's a good point, Kosho. Scott, you there?
Kosho.
It's not a fucking good point, Arma. The fuck?
As you said,
Jace is here. Yeah, Jace is here now. Please make my point about the star trails and the latitude. Okay, I can't talk anymore.
I'll make it.
Make my point.
I'll make it. So the latitudes are pretty much the tilt of the celestial equator, right? So if the celestial equator is overhead, that's 0. If it's tilted 20 degrees away from north, that's 20 degrees north, and so on, right? That's pretty much what latitude is.
Right.
So if a star, if the angular distance between stars is fixed,
Mhm.
and that means that if a star or someone at the equator, if that star only gets as high as, let's say, 70 degrees, and if you go in a certain direction and then the equator tilts by 10 degrees, that's going to add up to that star. So if your equator tilts by 10 degrees and that star, instead of getting only to 70, you'll be able to get to 80 now, right? I'm not sure if it's that easy to follow, but
Maybe.
maybe no one's following it. In that case, I'll just step back.
Yeah, I'm sort of like
How do you know
multitasking
your
right now.
latitude? How do you know what latitude the star is without being there?
That was a good point, Bacon.
That was a question.
Use a sextant. Point one
Okay,
side of the sextant.
how?
I'm not done. One side of the
Sorry.
sextant to.
Go ahead.
And then track
You're breaking up.
that angle. You're right here.
Yeah.
You're
Is he trying to say
breaking up really
something?
hard.
Are you serious right now?
I am serious. You are breaking up, yeah. Maybe it's your microphone's not picking up your words because you're laughing while you're saying.
Can you hear me?
I heard it. Can you hear?
He is kind of breaking up. Yeah, Coach. I don't know if it's like like your location or something. Like maybe you're not getting like I don't know. Maybe your connection is doing a weird thing though. But you are breaking up though.
Latitudes are the tudes of the celestial equator? No, I didn't say that. The tilt of the celestial equator. So if you like, let's say your latitude is like 40, and take star trails of the celestial equator, that's going to be tilted by 40 degrees from vertical. It's only going to get as high as 50 degrees. That's your latitude.
Yep. I think I followed that. I think.
Nice.
Because
So how do
like
you
I said,
tell what's the latitude? Go ahead.
I was gonna say because I'm multitasking though, so it's kind of I only have about like 10% brain left, so I don't know if I'm like quite following because I'm like doing something else. But what were you gonna say though?
Can you Bacon?
I think Kosho's trying to say something to me.
What's up, Kosho? Kosho?
Can you hear me at all, Bacon?
I heard that full sentence.
You heard the full sentence. Okay, listen. Jerk off. Listen. This is what you do. You get a sextant. You point one side of the sextant. Okay. And you point the other side of the sextant. And you subtract that angle 90. And that will give you.
You're roboting it.
Yeah, Kosho, you are cutting out.
Just do whatever.
Sorry, but yeah, I know it's frustrating.
Like, we're not even trolling. Like, you really are cutting out though. Like, we do want to listen, but you said point this accent to like one direction, and then another point to another direction.
I could still hear what he was saying though, for the most part.
Well,
so they're trolling me then.
No. I mean, I heard you, but I don't know.
It's choppy, but I still could tell what you were saying.
No, but here's my thing. I don't know.
We missed some important words there. Like you said, point one side of the sextant to, and then we didn't hear to what. And said the other side, and we also didn't hear to like where you're pointing the two sides. Then we heard, like you said, subtract the angle and you cut again. I mean, there's a lot of important piece of information missing there.
Yeah. A bunch of information that I'm not comfortable with not knowing.
Yeah.
I think I said that right. I don't know.
Here's the thing: if the stars, like if you place the stars on a dome, just like the the dome of a, like let's say there's a ceiling,
Mhm.
and stars are just hanging off the ceiling, and they form this dome. No weird perspective, no refraction, no light bending, just the way we usually see things,
Yep.
like locally. Then you wouldn't be able to use the same mechanism to tell your latitude.
Right. I think, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean,
First
yeah.
of all, I don't even think you'd have the celestial equator overhead.
Well,
Like
yeah,
you wouldn't
yeah.
have the celestial equator making a straight line in the sky if that's the case.
Yeah, you know what? That's the thing. I don't think it's a dome. I think they say it's at the very least they say it's like a sort of like spinning above you. It's like maybe it's a disc. We don't on the flat Earth model they don't really say for sure what it is, but I've heard it might be a disc that's spinning
I
above
mean,
you.
again, I always still wouldn't give you this.
Yeah, you still wouldn't get straight though. But I mean, I think the
Yeah.
argument is that you're seeing such a small maybe you're seeing like such a small like segment, like a small section,
Oh, you see half of it.
half of it.
Yeah, you always see half the celestial equator. From east to west, you see half of the celestial equator.
Right.
At any given moment during the night.
Right, but
Can
but
be
I'm
just a
saying,
small piece of it.
but I'm saying like in terms of like the equatorial, like the what are they called? The celestial, like the what are they called
Equator?
again? The like the stars, the stars that are above the the equator. What are those called again? Like
That's the celestial equator.
celestial equator. There you go. So the celestial equator stars, right? Celestial. I think the idea is that those maybe appear straight when you're at the equator because I think the idea is that the circle that's being made, which doesn't really make any sense, but let's go with it though. I think the idea is that the circle is maybe one so big, but two, the limit of our vision cuts it off, to where we're only seeing like a small. I don't know actually. I don't really.
That's the thing I'm saying. That doesn't make sense because you don't see just a small piece of that. You see half of that. And you don't even have to be at the equator.
I think they're saying that you don't see half, but that like maybe that's I don't know.
It just count the stars. I mean,
that's a good point. Actually, I didn't even think about it. Hold on. Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, we could just count the stars, couldn't we?
Yeah, I mean, we know the stars are close to the celestial equator, and there's this full circle of the celestial equator, and you're only seeing half that circle.
You can test it because at the equinox you see the sun for 12 hours, so it's half of its path.
Yeah, hold on. Can we ask someone here? Yeah, someone on the flat Earth side. Yeah, how come the stars above the celestial equator, or whatever, or above the equator? How come those are straight? Because like Bacon, made a really good point. You could you're seeing half of that of those stars, whatever. So why is that? Why is it that they're straight? That's a really good point.
Because of the azimuthal grid of toroidal field of vision.
Oh, now it makes sense.
Well, no, hold on. No, but excluding that, I want to hear another. Because I mean, I don't buy that argument. But for the sake of being what's the word like giving it a chance, whatever, the flat Earth a chance, right? I want to know another argument besides that, like the vision dome thing. I want to know what would be the reason why those stars are appearing straight above the equator. Because it can't be like a cross section of the circle, because Bacon literally just made the point that we could literally tell how many stars, like you could literally just see how many stars are actually visible, whatever, and you would see that that's literally half the sky or half the whatever. So does any other like flat earther have another argument besides dome vision, like the dome of vision, whatever, like anyone?
Yeah, what I said was a joke. I'm not a fan of.
Well, I know. I'm just saying
that might
like,
be used as a serious argument. It might very well be used
But
as a serious argument.
it's also interesting that you at the equator or every point on the Earth at equinox you see the sun rise due east.
Ooh.
But if it's the flat Earth, it should be northeast.
Oh my gosh, how many times have you guys been told the answer to that question, man?
Oh,
Wait, for what? For the three stars?
The question you just said out loud. No, man. What's the answer? What's the flat Earth answer? Still, man. The flat Earth.
I've only heard the azimuthal grid of vision is the only thing I've heard, and that doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, that's more or
So
less
you
what I
know
heard
the
too,
answer.
yeah.
So you guys know the answer.
No, but that doesn't answer it. It's like you asking, why can we see further on the globe? And I'm saying it's the vision. Doesn't answer the
it's not like that at all. You can actually replicate it doing the exact same thing. So how does it not answer the question?
Well, how we replicate it?
Yeah. Dude, there's an apparent position of, for example, the sun, which is what he just asked about. There's a apparent position of the sun because we have a limit to our vision. We see in like a hemisphere of vision. And then apparently Arma is the arbiter of truth. So he gets to just say, no, I don't like that.
I didn't say
argument.
that. That's don't be fallacious now. I
You said I don't like that argument, so give me another one. Now, how about you rebut
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said no. What I said was that is one example. That is one argument I've heard. What I said is, can I get another argument, right? Because I want to hear another potential take. That's what I said. All right.
You said I don't buy it because I don't buy that one. But the point is,
yeah.
Yeah, but can you realize that like whether or not you arbitrarily determine whether or not you like an answer isn't actually relevant, right? Like can you actually rebut it?
Well, okay, maybe I will. But here's the thing: I didn't want to rebut it right then and there. I wanted another take. I want to see if there was another take for that specific for that argument. You know, for that whole stars, over the equator being straight. I just wanted to see if there was another perspective. All right. If that's the only one, though, then yeah, I will attack it. But I want it. But I wanted to first see if there's another take. So,
would you wish to say that if the Earth is flat and at the equinox, the sun, like the line of sight to the sun at sunrise, isn't due east, like the direct line from the observer to the position of the sun isn't due east?
What the hell is this?
Oh my gosh! Yeah. So the apparent position of the sun is different than the actual position of the sun, and it can be replicated. So if you have a hemispherical limit to vision, it's exactly what would happen.
Okay,
I don't know. It's like you guys just gonna ignore the answer and then run around talking about how there's no answer.
No. I'm asking questions about the answer. So, what direction is the sun from the observer at the sun? Like actually, what's the direction to the sun?
We'd have to give me we'd have to look at it specifically mapped out.
Yeah.
You said, yeah. So.
Yeah, because it can't be due east, right? It has to be another direction.
The apparent position is this place from the actual position, man. We can replicate it with a little dome. I gotta do some. I gotta go in here.
Okay. I'm stuck. Like if I put I have a flat floor on a warehouse and I put light source at a direction, whatever dome I put it doesn't change the direction where the light is coming from. Same direction still. That's why I said that it doesn't explain anything. Just words.
All right. Well, but it has to do something right now. So, I guess until he comes back, right? Does anyone have any other take, right? Because that was the original thing that I wanted. If not, then yes, I will attack the was it the azimuthal grid of vision argument, whatever. So does anyone have any other take?
Yes.
Right. Yes.
It's called magic like bending.
Okay. Well, okay. I'm gonna assume azimuthal grid of vision is the only the strongest argument that the flat side has. So okay, what isn't here currently? Can anyone maybe explain it in good detail? All right, this is important, right? In good detail, because every time I've been told about it, I feel like there are sort of, at least to me, all right, there are jumps in logic, right, where you assume one thing, and then sort of you come to the conclusion, through sort of like vague, like answer. I just maybe it's just me. Maybe I don't understand it, but I do want like a very in detail, step by step kind of thing going on. If anyone can explain it to me, if you guys don't have to, once again, I'm just literally asking if anyone can. So,
well, I think that what you're looking for is not just an explanation, but an explanation that can be used to do something. You can test it. An explanation of just words, you don't know what to do with those words, isn't really helping because you can't test it. Make sure you understand correctly.
Right, and that could be maybe the difference between me and someone else that understands the thing, the azimuthal grid of vision, whatever, or maybe even as far as me, the difference between me and a flat earther, right? Like, and this is not like an insult. I'm not insulting. I'm just saying, like, for me, whenever I try to learn something, I do try to like break it apart. I try to take it apart, try to really understand how this thing works, whatever, right? Because that's how I end up really having it stick in my head, because it's intuitive suddenly to me, because I took it apart, and I know why certain things tick. Right now with vision,
how does the three wobbles of the globe work?
I never said I knew how that works.
That's whataboutism.
Yeah, I never said I knew how that worked. I'm just saying for the things that I do know, I take them apart and to make it intuitive for me.
Now, how does the core of the globe work?
The core? I never said I knew that either.
Okay, and I'm making a point. That's not about whataboutism either. The point is very specific, right? It's like if there's ever an argument from flat Earth, then you're like, oh, we must hold it to the highest standard of understanding. We must fully be able to understand this. I need to look at everything. But when it comes to your belief that you're so confident in, you don't even do that with most of the claims.
No,
so don't you see it's obvious that you have a double standard?
We're asking for an explanation we can use to test it. We can predict things. We can try to do things with it. You know what to expect if that explanation is correct. We do have that. Like you can draw predictions. You can tell like what the totality path of an eclipse is. You can tell where you are based on the angles to stars. You can do this kind of stuff, and that's useful. That's something you can test. That's not just words explaining stuff.
Okay, so the observations of the sky are the same across the board forever. Okay, and then a model of a globe was created based upon that. And now we're saying, no, we have an azimuthal grid of vision. That rate of curvature that's observed is not due to the physical Earth curving. It's because it is an optical limit that converges and curves into a compression point in the distance of that limit. Okay, and so my point still remains. You guys do this pretty much across the board, where if there's if you think you can come up with any question that'll stump a flat earther, boom, got him. But you have all of the world's universities on your side, and you guys don't even apply the same level of critique to your own position. Like, I'm just making a meta point here. Can anyone? Okay, well, every time I ask you, if gravity comes up, you tap out. If gravity comes up, you tap out. If the core comes up, you tap out. If the magnetic field of the Earth comes up, you tap out. Every time that it gets into specifics, right?
We're not relying on what the core is or isn't to do anything that we are doing here. If we did, then you could have a point. But like when we're talking about stuff we can test and observe, none of that is relying on the core being this or that. So that's not that relevant. Like we're talking about
but what about what about gravity? Gravity is like a prerequisite for your entire model. Can you please tell me how I can test your theory of gravity?
Not sure.
Okay.
But what would you do if we couldn't explain gravity? Would you then say that it's still okay, gravity could exist, even though if we can't explain?
Would I say it's what?
Yeah, you said that the problem is that we ask you questions about the grid of vision, and we can't explain gravity. So is it okay for you to claim the grid of vision without a lot of knowledge of it, like we claim gravity?
I specifically did explain it. I've explained it to probably everyone in this room like 10 times. And then I addressed the critique of, well, no, it needs to be testable and make predictions, right? I said, okay, It's the same exact thing. It's a post-diction, just like from the globe paradigm, which is we see the sky do a certain thing, and now we have two different explanations that have a consistent rate of curvature on the table. One is that it's apparent optical limit. One is that it's a physical curvature of the ground itself, causing the illusion that that's what's happening in the sky. Okay?
But
So
hang on a second.
now both of those are post-dictions. So it was a direct rebuttal to Bacon's request, right, for there to be predictive power, as if only the globe has an exclusive predictive power, right?
Hang on.
I don't know.
I'm the only one specifically
in
addressing the question.
In order for that to be a viable explanation, at least we have to have a way to determine what you expect to see under the hypothesis. So what the globe is telling you, like if I say the Earth is a globe, the angle we would expect to see those celestial bodies in what position. None of that requires thousands of years of how do you call it, reverse engineering anything. Like you can get real time information and then predict how that star is going to appear for other observers without using any external given information to you. So
do you agree the rate of curvature is the same across the whole Earth?
Let me finish my point. That's not something you're providing from your side. Like you're saying that you have this explanation, and we're not sure if that's your point, but it seems to me you're saying you don't have predictions because you didn't have thousands of years to reverse engineer or something.
No, strawman.
All right, so can you elaborate on how that's relevant?
Sure, yeah. The optical limit prediction is roughly, not exactly, but approximately 69 miles per degree. Okay, cool. So now we can, that is going to look like there's an optical declination in the sky, right? Roughly 1 degree every 69 miles you traverse on the ground, or that you see away from you. Okay, you think it's because the Earth's surface is curving, and I'm saying no, it's an optical limit. That's pretty simple. It's all post-diction because the first observation was where the stuff in the sky is and how the stuff in the sky changes. And actually, what's so funny, you can try to invoke some observation that debunks it, but you won't be able to do that, right? Now, whenever the globe makes a prediction of what we should see in the sky, we do predict it. We see Polaris below the equator. Oh, but that doesn't matter. When your guys' predictions specifically get refuted, it doesn't matter. But whenever we give you the explanation that can't be refuted, you just act like it's never a satisfactory explanation. How do you guys not see that you have a double standard?
Let me answer the thing you're saying before we get to whether or not we have a double standard. You mentioned that apparently, if I understood what you said, there's a limit to our perspective or something instead of Earth being curved, right? And you have to describe how that works in order for me to draw predictions from it. Just saying there's a limit or there's a whatever you said there, just saying that alone is not telling me what I should expect to see under that hypothesis. If I tell you the Earth is curved and stars are far away, it's very easy to tell you what you should expect to see. You can draw a direct prediction from that. What you're telling me, your hypothesis there, to me is still very vague. As Arma said, it's too vague for me to get an expectation of that. So if you can get into more detail so we can get an expectation of what you should see, we can then test it, but I don't think you're doing that so far.
It's very simple. There's a limit to our view, okay? You guys are making the absolutely ridiculous and asinine claim that we can see forever. You can try to provide some evidence for that if you would like, but we're just supposed to grant that to you. But of course, I'm saying, no, we can't see forever. And whenever you reach the limit, which slightly fluctuates due to atmospheric conditions, so due on the turbulence or the turbidity, right, or the density, etc., of the atmos, then it actually extends the limit or brings it closer to you. And at that limit, it's just a giant circle that's around you. It's effectively a hemisphere because you're on the ground. It cuts it in the middle. Right. And so a good testable prediction would be if you go high enough, what will happen is the stuff in the distance will actually begin to, you'll start seeing shorter at one point because the limit will begin to curve back underneath, seeing beyond the hemisphere. That's a good testable prediction. I've never tested, obviously, or anything like that. But what I'm saying is when the globe makes a prediction about this, a baseless claim you can see forever, but you don't have any evidence for that, just a baseless claim. And then it says, okay, so based on the curvature of the Earth, it blocks the sky. Okay, and based on the fact that we're curving on the ground, it makes the sky look like it's dropping. Whenever we go test that, we see Polaris below the equator. Now, with my position, it makes perfect sense because based on atmospheric conditions, sometimes you can see a little further. Right? There is nothing physically obstructing the sky. So you see how my position actually works. Yours makes a specific geometric claim that has been refuted, and you guys have a double standard.
I don't see how your explanation works. All I heard from your explanation that could start trying to make sense of your hypothesis is that there's a limit to our view. I'm not sure how the limit works or what the limit is, which would be relevant if I want to try to draw predictions from it. It's likely fluctuates in the atmosphere. Also, that's the giant circle. Then you said that a prediction from that is if you go higher than X, Y, and Z. I'm not sure how you're drawing that prediction. I'm not even sure if that's the correct prediction because those three things you said before are too vague for me to draw any prediction. Like I need to have more specificity, right? I need to have something to be described well enough that I can give that same description to other people and would end up with the same prediction from the hypothesis, just like you can do with the globe. You're not doing that. And when you say that we assume we can see forever and such, like we're not talking about whether or not either we are talking about your hypothesis or we are talking about mine. We can pick one to talk about. It's not useful to talk about both at the same time. So let's focus on yours.
That's my whole point. My whole point is that you guys specifically never want to talk about yours. You've been in this conversation for years and don't even actually understand your own position or know enough about it to argue it because you haven't even tried to test it. But you always want to focus on your caricatures of flat Earth. Then when people give you an explanation, you come back the next day, Groundhog Day, like you didn't hear. You're just basically saying that it doesn't work or doesn't make sense. And I explained it very clearly. Anyone can go out to the ocean. They can look out and see that we see in a circle. Everyone can go and do it. I do it all the time. You can go out and see. You have peripheral vision. What happens is the water looks like it curves back towards in front of you, then curves back around towards your other side of your peripheral vision. We see in a circle. Here's a prediction. Okay, based on the fact that we have a hemispheric limit to our vision, sometimes when the sun sets and the conditions are cooperative, we will actually see rays converging 180 degrees away from the sun because the limit to our perspective is in all directions. So when I see the sun set, it's actually just reaching our limit. And my prediction is since there's a hemisphere of vision in all directions around us, if I turn 180 degrees away from the sun, it'll look like the rays are converging to a point in the opposite direction. There's a prediction.
Okay, that still doesn't explain the straight lines, the straight star trails over the equator.
Maybe it does. Like maybe what he's saying is actually a valid hypothesis and does make the same predictions that we observe. Let's give him that. How do we know that's the case? Because I can't connect the dots. I cannot hear his premises that we had this limit on our vision and the X, Y, and Z. Therefore, you should see this and that. I can't connect those dots. If I can't connect those dots, and we still want to test it, one way we could be sure that this connection exists is you give us a way to figure out, calculate, for example, given the composition of a body and an observer, how high that body would appear for that observer, or given how far it is, how high it would appear, or in what direction. Like you give us a way to draw. You show how you're drawing those predictions, those formulations, and then we can plug in real values, real measurements, and see if your predictions are actually making successful. No, they are successful.
Okay. Yeah. So in order to do that, we're gonna have. Now it's so funny because you guys can't do it either. All right. In order to do that, No, you can't do that because I've been asking for the specific refraction prediction and equation for 5 years so I could go out and debunk it. And you guys can never do it, ever actually give it. It's hilarious. That's my point. With this scenario, I explained that the Atmos is going to change how far you can see. Okay? So based on the conditions, so whatever the equation would be, which I agree, we should come up with a specific prediction where we have all the conditions accounted for, and then we can begin to look at different long distance observations from different altitudes. And so we can say, okay, normally we can see that the limit of our view, like the horizon is normally this far. we can normally see this, and there are some mathematical calculations that already exist that give ideas of this. We can see this far when we're this high, okay? And now we can see it changes, and how much does it change? It changes less the higher we get. What are the conditions that make it change? And then we could go and test it, sure, okay? But my point is that you are claiming we can see forever. That is just an asinine claim. It doesn't have any basis in reality. And you said we don't have any evidence from my position. We literally do. I gave you one, and then Arma jumped in and changed the subject. The evidence for it is, for example, crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays. That means that there's a limit to how far we can see 180 degrees away from the sun, because we know there's not two suns, but the rays are converging onto a central point behind us 180 degrees away from the sun. What that means is there's a limit to how far we can see, right? And even the globe would have to invoke that. And every time I bring this up to a glober, they don't address it. Does the anti-crepuscular rays prove that there is a limit to our perspective even on a globe?
They're parallel.
Oh, hang on. That's not.
Notice they don't ever answer. They never answer.
That wasn't the subject.
Parallel.
That was a kind of random question compared to what we were talking about. Like, we're trying to.
No, it's not.
How we can draw predictions from your idea, right? If you want to ask about crepuscular rays, we can talk about that later. No problem.
That is the prediction. The prediction is that because there's a limit to our perspective, whenever the sun sets 180 degrees away, we will see the optical illusion due to the limit of our vision of there being convergence of rays in the opposite direction. The globers will never address this point, though, because what they have to do objectively is claim that there is a limit to our perspective. They have to claim the anti-crepuscular rays actually are caused by perspective, right? You guys have to say that. That's why you guys avoid that point. It's
they are.
Again, you gave me a prediction that I have no idea how you derive it. All I'm asking is something I don't have to rely on you deriving it, because that's not making any sense to me. Maybe you're right. Maybe that is something that is derived from your hypothesis of how this stuff works. That's not something I can test. I can't be sure whether or not what you're saying follows from your idea. What
you're saying you don't logically understand what the argument is? That if you can't see forever, then let me say it one more time because I'm not understanding what you don't understand. I'm not giving you a specific math equation. If that's what you're asking for, I just addressed that. But what I'm saying is that we have a limit to how far we can see. All right, Bacon? And that limit is 360 degrees around us in all directions, right? So it stands to reason. I'm not. I just now said if you're looking for a specific mathematical equation, then it would require work based on the atmospheric condition. But I want you to understand the logic of why the anti-crepuscular rays would be caused due to the limit of perspective.
You said there's a limit of how far you can see, and that limit is 360 degrees. It doesn't make any sense to me. How is it 360 degrees how far you can see something?
Okay. Say I can see 100 miles. It's more than that, right? But just say I can see 100 miles in front of me. If I turn to my left, I can see 100 miles. If I turn to behind me, I see 100 miles, because that's just how far I can see. It's equidistant in all directions, 360 degrees. So the limit of perspective is 360 degrees. It's the same all the way around you. Therefore, when I turn around and look the opposite direction from the sun, it's going to look like the rays are converging to a point because it's converging to that limit, even though we know the sun is actually in the opposite direction. Don't you agree that even on a globe, you have to say that the anti-crepuscular rays are caused by the limit of our perspective?
I don't understand what the limit of our perspective is, because the rays appearing to converge don't rely on a limit of how far you can see. That exists regardless on that.
Is it due to perspective?
Yeah.
Okay, so the rays look like they're converging. Crepuscular rays are because of perspective in your paradigm, right?
Well, in reality, if you have parallel lines, perspective will make them appear to converge depending on how you're viewing them.
Okay, yeah, of course, just like railroad tracks, we know that, right? So
yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. So then the anti-crepuscular rays are the same thing in your paradigm, right?
Sure.
That means as the what?
I was gonna say I don't see how that's part of the paradigm. I'd say that's just part of reality, but
No. Your assumption that they're parallel is part of your paradigm, but it doesn't matter. The point is that, okay, that means that the opposite direction, when the sun's setting, when I look in the east, we see a certain distance away before the rays begin to converge into a central point. Okay, so even in the globe paradigm, crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays are due to perspective, and they appear to converge at a singular point at a certain distance, right?
Not at a certain distance. That point has a direction, not a distance.
So we're actually seeing. So okay, now this is what's so funny. Are you saying they would converge infinitely?
Oh, I'm saying they converge in your field of view. That's defined by a direction, not by a distance. There's no set distance for that. Doesn't mean it's infinite. That just doesn't make sense because when you're talking about your field of view, there's no depth to it.
Hold on, real quick.
Of
Are you
course-
talking
of course
about the
you're saying
distance
doesn't
it takes? Hold on. Are you talking about the distance it takes for things to converge?
No. It's like asking how far is your zenith. That doesn't make any sense. That's a direction. No distance to your zenith. There's no distance to your north.
No, we're talking about where they actually meet.
Yeah,
They
the
meet in your
distance
field
at
of
which
view.
train. You're talking about the distance at which train tracks converge. Appear to
Sure,
converge.
similar concept, but the sun is going to be further because it's higher up above you.
I don't think we're getting close to a way for me to be able to draw predictions from what you're saying.
No, you're not going to get away from
You
this.
said you
You're not
addressed.
going to get
You
away
said.
from it.
I think you're getting away because you said you addressed me asking for a mathematical equation. I'm not sure how you addressed it, and we're certainly not talking about that anymore. How exactly you addressed it?
Okay, well, I'm just gonna have to reiterate it here. Now, I asked Zanik this question one time, and he completely bombed it. It's such a simple question. So, if we have two lines, right, and they're converging towards each other, can they A, infinitely converge towards each other, or B, will they eventually intersect?
They'll intersect. If you have two lines, they intersect. Yeah.
Correct. Okay, so now we're
Parallel
talking about that happening optically, right?
No, that's after optics. That's in a level of the projection, not at level of optics.
Oh my god, dude.
Optics is related to like what's happening with the path of light and stuff. What we're talking about is related to perspective. So
Well,
a bit separate.
Well, hold on. I think what it was saying was like, well, at least with the what do you call it? The what do they call it? Crepuscular rays, whatever, or anti-crepuscular rays when they're like kind of converging, whatever, right? Like you could make the argument that if you know, this is obviously taking it a little extreme, but if you had a camera with infinite resolution, then they would, infinitely converge or whatever, because you could keep on zooming in and zooming in and zooming in.
Those are line segments. Those aren't full lines, right? Like if you're considering just the part of the railroad tracks that you see, you never get to a point. Those are two line segments. The lines would be the continuous of the line segment, and those lines do intersect. At least if he's using the definition of lines that we use in geometry. If he's not talking about that, then maybe you're right. I assume he was using the same definition that we use in geometry, which is that lines are infinite.
Okay. Well, I think he meant line segments, though. That's what.
Well, can the lines infinitely converge?
I don't know what that means.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And look, and Makosho's saying it right now. That's what Zanik was saying. The lines can travel infinitely, and they would only approach intersecting. So, as in, they can be moving towards each other, but never actually intersect. That is retarded. There is no way that they could do that infinitely, because they're moving towards each other. So eventually, they would intersect.
There's a language problem there because you're talking about different lines. When you say that they're going infinitely, those are the physical lines. When you're talking about them converging, you're talking about the ones that are being projected in the image you're seeing. So for example, if you're taking let's say there are two railroad tracks that are being extended infinitely. You're recording that with a camera. They're not the railroad tracks are not converging. What's converging is the line in the recording. Lines in the recording are not going infinitely. They're slowing down more and more. They're not being extended infinitely. They are extending to a limit. The ones in real life can be going infinitely. Those are not converging. So you can't talk about those lines going infinitely and converging at the same time, because the ones that are converging are not the same ones that are going infinitely. Those are two different lines. You can't conflate the real line with the line that is being projected in the image. Those are not the same lines.
Of course, they're not the same. One is apparent, one's actual. That's not the point, though. That's not the point, though. The point is that they're going to appear to converge to a singular point, okay? And that point is not actual, which means it's just apparent, which means it's caused by perspective, which means even on the globe, the anticorpuscular rays are converging to a point in the distance due to perspective. Therefore, we know that in all directions, there is a perspective limit where things converge.
It seems like there's a limit to how far we can see with what Bacon is proving right now. With its help.
The limit, this limit where the lines are going to appear to approach is just a point in your field of view that is set by the direction of those lines. If you move those lines to a different direction, that's going to move the point where they appear to converge within your field of view. That doesn't have a set distance, that has a set direction within your field of view. It doesn't make any sense to say that there is a limit to your field of view just because there is a point where real lines would have to go infinitely far for them to converge within your field of view.
Which direction doesn't have a limit, Bacon? Clear it up. Which direction doesn't have a limit?
What direction has a limit? They're just directions.
I'm asking you which one doesn't have a limit, if you think it's a conflation of two words.
Do you guys hear this?
No, hold on. I think you guys are overcomplicating this. All right. I mean, look.
No, I'm not overcomplicating anything. It's very simple.
Okay, then Bacon might be overcomplicating a little bit. But here, hold on. Okay, so hold on. So what's it? All right. Here's the thing. Let's for this because I want to agree with you, but also have my point too, right? So if you have railroad tracks, right, and they're really far off, they extend really far off, like a bunch of miles, right, and you have a camera, right? Let's say it's a low resolution camera, right? To the point where you have these railroads converging, right, and they seem to actually meet up at a point, right, and they would on that camera, right, because literally the it has the resolution on that camera is so small that literally the angular size or the angular distance between those two rail tracks, right, towards the end or whatever, is so tiny that the camera literally can't pick it up. So it literally just the lines actually meet, right? In that example, yeah, they literally converge to a point. However, if you have a camera that's really, really high def, like we're talking like 1 million by 1 million pixels, right? Then you will actually you'll actually have the railroad tracks in the camera, right? And you would actually see that they don't actually meet at a point. You would actually see the separation, right? So I don't know if that maybe answers your question or whatever, but it really depends on what what you're using. Like if a camera, if it's a really high def camera, then you might not actually see them converge to maybe they're converging towards a point, but they're never actually meeting.
Can you give me an actual example? Can you show me a video of that? Or you just
it really depends. I mean, it depends on how far the railroad tracks are or whatever. I mean, if they end, then obviously they're not gonna meet. I mean, I guess I could try to find an example, but let me see.
The prediction here was there's obstruction due to what, right? So if we assume we can see forever, the only thing that could obstruct is a physical object, right? So that was that. So the causation of obstruction in the distance to a globe, right? As if we can see forever. The only thing that would obstruct it is the globe in the way, right? So you have to prove that that's the well, that was Bacon's prediction was that no other effects are in play. And therefore it has to be a globe, right? So you're not, but we can prove, right? And you've just proven, right, together that.
Why are we changing the topic for? Why are we changing the topic?
We're not changing it. This was his prediction. Same topic.
That was. Am I just missing? I thought we were talking about freaking lines, parallel lines and shit.
Yeah, but I just wanted to. Well, I was only just.
I still don't understand
why we were on the parallel lines was because of this. But go ahead, you wanted me to wait a few times.
Can I ask a quick clearing question? Are you saying that the light from the sun is actually in reality parallel, but it only appears to converge because of the perspective?
No, I mean even if they're not actually parallel, it can still look like they're converging more than they actually are. So
sure, but would you say that the light is parallel or that it isn't parallel?
No, not even in your paradigm are they actually literally parallel, right? I mean, they can't because they're coming from a circular source.
But you're saying that it's a local sun, roughly.
I would say it's probably more divergent than your model predicts.
Yep, I figured so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Why
Arma,
exactly?
Bacon was saying that we can make a prediction with the globe. I thought he was saying we can predict where the horizon is and where something should disappear, and then we can attribute that to a physical object, limiting what we see in the distance, showing that as the primary cause of obstruction, making a prediction with that, Arma.
Yeah, but I pointed out that specifically doesn't work, right? Like Polaris below the equator. But you guys just hand wave dismiss it with a word.
We didn't hand wave dismiss it. We didn't ever
You
talk
did.
about that actually, because we're talking about something else. Well, I'm still trying to get how we can get precise predictions of what should happen. You're not giving that. You're saying this and that should happen, but you're not showing how you're deriving those predictions, and you're also refusing to give us any equation that allows us to generalize our predictions so we can test them. Why exactly you can't give us equations? I didn't get that part yet.
Much earlier, you said you when he said it's a post-diction, it seemed like you thought that was like, as far as like eclipses or something. That's kind of what it sounded like. But do you understand at this point what he's saying is first we made the observation, and then we assigned the cause of that effect. So that's what was meant by the post-diction.
Correct.
That doesn't address. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, you keep saying prediction, but like the position of the stuff in the sky is not a prediction, right? Like our explanation for it is a post-diction. It's very consistent.
Depends on which information you start with. Of course, if I give you the patterns of the bodies and ask you to predict where the next position is going to be, you don't have to take into account geometry of the Earth or anything like that. You can simply go look at the patterns and figure out when those patterns are going to repeat, or just extend those patterns to make predictions to the future. It is not what we were arguing the globe can do. You can get information without any extra or without previous data. For example, give you the location of where the moon is being seen overhead, for example, and I give you another location. With no further information, with no previous data, with no previous anything, you can really quickly, really easily know in what direction the moon's going to appear and how high in the sky. This is not repeating patterns, this is not post-diction.
No, it is though, because where we actually got the globe model from with the R value, which is what you're using to make that prediction, is literally from the sky. Quite literally. You don't have to use the geometry of the Earth to predict that.
If you're dealing with the stars of the sun, you don't have to use the radius of the Earth. You have to treat it as a sphere, but you don't have to care about the radius.
Go ahead. Feel free to explain that.
Yeah, the parallax of is too small. The radius is irrelevant. You can use if you draw the predictions assuming an Earth that has a radius of 1 centimeter. If you use an Earth with a radius of 4,000 miles, prediction is the same. It's within like less than arc seconds. So it doesn't matter which one.
You're saying the moon would set in the same location.
Not the moon. I've said the sun and the stars. I corrected. I said the sun and the stars.
So the sun would set in the same direction if the Earth had a radius of 1 centimeter.
The prediction is the same. I can do the math using the radius and show you that I can play with the radius and the predictions don't change.
Whether the size is irrelevant, it's always half of the Earth.
Okay, I'll tell you something. It will change by 4 arc seconds.
Okay.
Like if you're using something like a sextant, you cannot even measure that. So as far as sextants are concerned, Earth could be 1 centimeter in radius until you try to use the moon. That's where there will be a difference.
Okay, so it does
change.
Matter because it would change based on the size. And the point is, though, you look at the sky and you think, okay, we're going to come up with this model of the Earth's a sphere, and then we're going to explain what we see post-diction, right? We're explain what we see reoccurring with the assumption the Earth's a sphere. If you then throw that out and you say, oh, well, actually, the way we see has a curved limit, we can only see so far in a circle around us, then you can also use the same data, the same reoccurring aspect, and then explain it exactly the same. And this isn't particularly complicated, but this is the exclusive part. On a plane, you're saying, okay, well, there's a limit to perspective, so it's generally the same. but sometimes you can see further based on conditions, right? And so there isn't anything physically blocking the sky. Like the ground's not physically humped up blocking the sky. We just can't see forever. And if the conditions cooperate, we can see a little further sometimes, but generally it's going to be around the same. And then we go out and we see Polaris below the equator. We're like, okay, that makes sense. Like the conditions are in such a way that we can actually see a little further today. But the globe claims that there's a physical hump blocking Polaris. So actually, on its face, we don't require any further explanation. It makes perfect sense. The globe has to then come in and ad hoc say, oh, well, Polaris must have been optically lifted up. It's an illusion that we can see it.
That's the same
You
conditions.
can still see it without refraction.
Come on, let me.
What?
Your mic is
you can see it. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you can see
No,
it from
no, thanks,
0.66 degrees south because it's not directly over the North Pole.
Hang on.
You can see it further
We're
than
not.
that.
You said. I think you said that you can draw the same predictions or something like that with a limit of perspective and stuff like that. But you're not showing that you can't derive predictions that they are the same. You're just saying they would be the same, but you're not showing what they should be, so I can know they're the same. You're just saying they would be the same. You're not demonstrating that. What would be the predictions? I'll give you the position the moon's overhead. I'll give you the position of the observer. You tell me how high it is in the sky. That's the same prediction on the globe. Great. I'm not gonna take your word for it. I need this demonstrated.
Okay, well, I don't have an equation for you right now, Bacon, but I promise you that there can be an equation made. Are you suggesting that it's impossible?
Sorry, say that again.
Are you suggesting that it's impossible?
Oh, not at all. I mean, if you derive those equations, they match the predictions, or at least they give the same as the globe, so we know they're good. You have a point. You have a viable explanation. That hasn't been done.
You need the math. The concept doesn't satisfy you, is what you're saying.
I need what? Sorry.
Math.
Math.
I need something that is objective. I need something that if what should I predict? Oh, I gotta ask Witsit. I don't like that. I want something that I can do myself. Right? With your descriptions, I can't do that. If you give me equations, if you describe like the geometry of it in a very precise way, then I will be able to do that. I'll be able to say if that makes sense, if that matches predictions, if that matches observation. I can't do that with just what you're saying.
Well, the curvature rate of our limit is going to parallel the supposed curvature rate of the Earth. So you're not going to have this big distinguishing prediction. That's why I said actually to even get that, which is the only way it would actually be valuable, right, is you would have to account for conditions, like atmospheric conditions. And you would really want to get observations at different altitudes, different times of the year, different locations, and you see different distances, account for all these variables, which is difficult, certainly over vast distances, right? And then you can factor that in. So you could, if you knew those variables, then you'd be like, oh, we're going to see further now, right? Which is what I've been asking the Globers to do as well, so I can test this claim that everything magically pops up over the hill that is the curvature of the Earth. But you understand what my point is? I mean, I think someone has worked on an equation, so I can see if I can find one or try and make one. But I don't really see why that matters.
It does matter because then we can really test it objectively, not just test based on relying that you are drawing the correct predictions. Because that's all I have so far. And
it would be the same though. That's what I keep on. I don't understand.
You can insist they're the same, but you have to show they're the same because I'm not seeing. Like one way you show they're the same is you derive the equations, and I'm going to derive my equations for the globe, which I already did. You're going to compare them, and you're going to see that they're predicting the same things. That's a way you can prove that they're compatible. Yeah. Just saying they're compatible or trying to give a reason that I can't even conceptualize, and that's not enough for me because I can't make sense out of that.
Okay. I can see what I can do for you, my brother. It does make sense, though. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Say not make sense to me.
But did you?
Well, yeah, because you would have to say because I think you can see forever, right? I mean, I know for a fact you're smart enough.
Yeah. Did you come to that agreement? Can we see forever, or does anti-corpuscular rays prove that we cannot, Bacon?
That is a premise. Like that is a premise of our. Let's say I can give you that. That's a premise of our model. We start with Earth is a globe this big, and it rotates according to stars. That's the rotation of the Earth, and light travels in straight lines roughly, and that goes forever.
We can see.
You
forever.
can say that I can justify any of that, or I can prove any of that. Sure, those are the premises of the hypothesis. It's precise enough.
You define what you mean by seeing forever, though, because that is still something.
Yeah, in a straight line forever. Like he's.
Y'all say that. Y'all are treating vision as though it's a scanning out process versus a receiving process.
That's what I'm doing. Like, the only reason why you can see forever on the globe model or in the Mainstream times is because vision is passive. If light reaches your eye, it doesn't matter how long it traveled, for how much it traveled. If it reaches your eye,
straight line forever. So a straight line forever, but the anti-corpuscular rays prove that you can't see in a straight line forever.
It doesn't prove that. You can have straight lines trading. You can have straight lines forming, converging, making parallel lines appear to converge when they're projected with only straight lines. That's what Blender does. Like, Blender doesn't use refraction. There's no curving lines on Blender. You still have perspective there. You still have anti-corpuscular rays there. It's not something related to curvature of anything. It doesn't have to be, at least.
The idea behind this is why in the globe model are stars points. Well, it's because they're indistinguishable from everything else within that small area, but they're bright enough where they're bright enough and they have enough contrast to where we are able to distinguish them. We just can't distinguish them from anything else within that particular corridor.
Okay.
Not sure if that relates to.
That light could have traveled from 10 feet in front of you versus 200 million light years. The fact that it's being unable to distinguish it from anything else in that path doesn't invalidate that the light, as long as it were sufficiently bright enough, could travel that distance, because vision is passive. It's receiving, not transmitting.
Just because you say so. Because there's no way to ever. This is the thing about the globe paradigm. There's no way to test any of the claims. So, like, when you say we see forever, how do we test that? Oh, you can't.
We can test the combinations of them. We have certain premises. I agree. We can't test them in isolation. You can test the radius of the Earth in isolation. You can test the light travels infinitely in isolation. But you can combine those premises, or which is pretty much what the model is this combination of premises, and say, okay, given those premises are true, what should we expect to see? Then you can test if that's what you actually see. That doesn't mean all the premises are right. There may be an alternative set of premises that give you the same prediction, which seems to be what you're offering. But in order for us to know that's actually what you're offering, we have to have a mechanism to drive those predictions from your premises.
Well, how about the apparent convergence and anti-convergence of star trails? Does that prove we can't see in straight lines forever?
I still don't understand what you see a straight line forever. You're saying that very strange.
That's what you guys believe. You believe we see in perfectly straight lines, and that we're basically Superman and can see forever. It's just a ridiculous claim that can't be tested. That is what
ridiculous.
It would be ridiculous. I don't think that's what we claim, because we acknowledge that it's a refraction thing. Your brain cannot distinguish that any line to anything is not really straight. If it's just pure vision and there's not something to gauge it against. But that's just because
irrelevant.
No, it's really not. I mean, if there's something 20 odd yards in the distance, and there's enough of a refractive index to where it displaces it in my vision, my brain still perceives it in a straight line distance away from me, because even though it's hitting, and that's because that path of light is now being put into a different portion of my retina.
No, but if there is refraction, is independent of the fact that we supposedly see in straight lines. Like the way that we actually see, according to you guys, is perfectly straight lines that go forever. But the light itself may bend, right? "Quote unquote" bend. Those are two different things. So you guys definitely think perspective is linear. It's called Euclidean geometry of perspective, right?
Let me just address one thing.
Go ahead.
It's not a ridiculous idea that requires that we are Superman. It would be the case if it was in our model, vision was something active. You could make the argument, but it isn't. Within our understanding, it's passive. So that doesn't make any sense to say we would have to be Superman, because vision means
Yeah,
something
I agree
passive.
with Bacon here.
It's pretty
Because
much how.
it's thrown out a lot there, and Superman can't see forever. I just want to point that out. He has X-ray vision, heat vision, not zoom vision. Go ahead, Bacon.
Yeah, but it's just way funnier. It's way funnier to just say that though. Like, I'm not Superman, bro. So thank you for the hypothetical analysis of the capabilities of Superman.
Once again, it doesn't make any sense to say that. Our vision is, just like Bacon said, passive. Essentially a map. Imagine a projector screen, and now you putting light up on the projector screen. That light on the projector screen is how it's laid out, and that is relayed through a set of transmitters to our mind to create that image. It's not that we see in straight lines; it's that the screen that we're having excited is transmitted to our brain in such a way to where we see everything as though it's coming to us straight on, regardless of the path the light took.
Now, this is what's real, though, right? We have peripheral vision. If you go out to the ocean, what you see is a giant circle. As far as you can see, it's a giant circle, half a circle specifically, right? So it curves to so you start at your left eye. You have peripheral vision. It curves away, then it curves to right in front of you, then it curves back down to your right eye's peripheral vision. We see in a circle. Can we all agree on that first?
Well, I don't know what you mean by circle. We see in a cone. Yeah, I don't know.
If you go look at the ocean, right, you'll have peripheral limits on both sides of your eyes, okay? And it looks like a giant circle. It curves up and away from you to in front of you, then curves back down to your other eye.
I guess I'm just not able to understand how you're saying that, because our vision. Are you talking about our field of view? Are you trying to say that when you stare out, you're talking about spinning in a circle? You would always find that the horizon. You'd always find that your bounding circle is a circle. What are you trying to say?
We have the 360-degree field of view. Technically, it's not 360 degrees at any singular time, but like if you turn around, right, there's a limit in all directions, right? We can only see so much. We can only see so far. You guys drop the ball on the see so far part. Then I give you a specific example that proves that, which is anti-crepuscular rays. Okay, it looks like it's converging. Yeah, it looks like it's converging to a point as if the sun is in the east when actually the sun is setting in the west. It converges to a point in the east, anti-crepuscular rays. What that shows us is that it's converging to a point proportionate to distance, relative to the distance away that those light rays are. It looks like they converge to a point. Now, you guys have to then say, oh, well, actually, it's going to infinitely converge.
Okay.
That's insane. Something cannot infinitely converge.
I don't know what you mean by infinitely converge.
I agree it doesn't make any sense. It's ridiculous because...
what you're saying, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because it's not infinitely converged to a point. It's just, it converges to a point, and that's the area where we lose the ability to resolve that there's any difference in the spacing of the two of them.
I just posted an image that shows... Just posted one. This shows the what he's referring to. Yeah, it converges to a point. So that does show that it's a local effect, and it's not parallel rays out in like infinite space that is causing this.
How can you possibly say that it shows it's not parallel rays?
Well, what it definitely shows is that there's a limit to how far you can see the rays. Okay, and so then we get into this semantical thing of like, and I guess you guys will say it's not semantics, right? You're like, oh, it drops below resolution. When you can no longer resolve anything, you can't see it. Okay, well, if you can't resolve it, you can't see it.
The thing is, for anti-crepuscular rays, you're also forgetting that we would lose the ability to be able to resolve it the moment there was not a sufficient enough atmosphere in order to return a bounce. So as it leaves the atmosphere, we would lose the ability to do anything with it anyway. So to say that it's infinitely, that we should see it infinitely into the distance, also doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I know that's my point. So, like, can everyone agree that when something is no longer resolvable, that we can no longer see it? Hey, man, does everyone understand and agree that if something is no longer resolvable, we can no longer see it?
Oh, doesn't mean that. Stars
That's
are
what
not
I'm saying.
resolvable.
I
We can
knew
still
you
see
guys were
stars.
gonna have to argue.
That's true. That unresolvable doesn't
that
mean
doesn't address
invisible.
that doesn't address my point though.
Stars
No,
aren't
your
resolvable.
point, you're not
I mean, if I
understanding the
can't,
point, which is I'm saying that you can't see forever, and that the rays look like they're converging to a point, but it's actually due to perspective. They converge to a point until we can no longer see them because we can only see so far. This happens in all directions. Happens in all directions. We have a 360-degree equidistant limit to our perspective. It changes based on the atmospheric conditions because the atmosphere acts like a lens. So you can either see further or closer based on those conditions. Typically based on turbidity and density because of attenuation.
how much does it affect the sunset times on sea where there's no topography?
Do I?
Like the sun sets roughly at the same time. Like there's no huge change with the predictions.
Yeah, it's a slight fluctuation. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just a slight fluctuation. But the globe has to invoke perspective to explain anti-crepuscular rays. So not just that perspective happens where the sun is, but even on the other side. That perspective is causing the rays to look like they converge to a point in the distance. So the globe has to claim that there's a perspective effect happening in both directions.
Good, so like putting train tracks in front of you and behind you. It's
It happens with railroad tracks as well. I mean,
yes, exactly.
No matter which way they're
Exactly.
Everything we're seeing with the corpuscular rays happen with parallel lines, all sorts of parallel lines.
Well, that's not actually true, though.
What doesn't happen?
Because it doesn't look like it doesn't make a giant. It doesn't make a giant curve from point to point. So what we actually see when we take our camera,
if you take the same kind of picture.
No, when you take your camera and you just video from one side to the next, it curves overhead and then back down. If you take it from the outside, you can see them curving to both points.
Not in a single with a rectilinear lens. No, that's only an effect if you're trying to take, for example, a 360 camera, 360 photo or a panoramic photo. Then that's gonna happen. But if you use, for example, recording and try to combine the frames of the recording, and that happens, it's also gonna happen with road tracks.
No, when you take the recording, you just video the sun setting in the west, and then you just lift it up, go over your head, and then back down to the east. It'll curve over your head.
There's no frame where that's going to be curved.
Dude, okay, answer this. If I have a piece of paper, and I draw a point on the left side of the piece of paper, right? I draw a stick figure in the middle and I draw a point on the left. And then I start drawing a line and it goes over the person's head, then back down to the other point. Did it curve over his head?
I'm not sure if I'm picturing correctly what you're trying to say there.
If you take one point on the horizon and then it has to go over my head and back down to the other point on the horizon, then it has to curve.
Well, if you draw that line, like say you use a 3-inch line and never increase the size of the line, then like there was a limit to that line, then it would definitely be a curve.
Yeah, it goes from the one horizon up over my head, back down to the other horizon. It's curved, just like I have to step away for a second.
Okay. Very convenient. In a way.
I'm still baffled, like how can the sun rise due east at the same time for all observers on the Earth with this perspective?
Well, I think he was saying that the corpuscular ray justified that. Wow.
Well, it shouldn't, because if the Earth was flat, then there should be different daytime hours. Or the further south you go, it should be different.
There's a lot of things that are actually simple geometry that we could try to use here that would frustrate the hell out of the entire room to hear what to deny or to create some very strange mathematics that he would never tell us, such as even just sun setting in and of itself. But
That's a great example. Thanks, Earl.
Yep.
That is not the same thing, though. Definitely not the same thing.
What do you mean? Is that the same
As the
thing?
other one. It's not the same.
You know that.
It's totally different. That's a totally different effect.
So this, where's the disanalogy, though? Where's the
Hold on.
disanalogy?
Arma. Wait, in what way is it different though? Because hold on. Let me look up has image. I did this before actually. I remember this argument. I think I actually flipped it in GIMP. I compared it. It looks the same to me.
Is that a 360 picture or no?
Something like that. I'm pretty sure. Maybe.
Because
maybe
if it
not.
is an exact 360 picture, we can build the sphere just like we did with the railroad tracks. Oh, sorry, with the star
Are
tracks.
you guys talking about when the corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays are viewed simultaneously? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
And
the
effect it creates that has been observed. That's what you're talking about, right? Where it looks it looks like a dome, basically. I mean, that's not the only place you see that. You see that in sundogs. You see that in all kinds of different effects within the environment. All these hemispherical dome structure type objects, etc.
Don't know why you're calling that a dome, but
so that effect seems pretty
Yes,
similar to what our models posted here.
That only happens. I mean, for you to get the corpuscular rays converging and diverging at the same time, criteria for that is the same to get railroad tracks doing the same. You need more than 180 degrees of field of view to capture that, because you have to have opposite directions that you're looking at, so you can have parallel lines appearing to converge and diverge at the same time. That only happens if you flip directions. If you don't have 180 degrees view, like if you have a rectilinear lens, a regular lens, that's not going to happen. It does happen in panoramic field because it combines pictures in different directions. If you pick a frame from a particular direction, they're never going to be curved. They're always going to be straight in each frame. Those frames are rectilinear.
Oh, rectilinear, right.
Rectilinear is actually similar to what Blender does, you know? It doesn't curve any lines. Just a perspective projection. Usually can't have that with
well, what was an original claim that was made for this, and what is it relevant to? I was asking to try to make sure to see if that's what you were referring to. But what was the original claim, or like where is it at right now? Where's the actual? Because there are some of these panoramas that are done during the corpuscular or when you see the anticorpuscular and the corpuscular at the same time, and then they do a panorama of it. Is that what you're referring to? And then what's the claim around it? And then where's it at right now?
The original claim was that the original claim was that the globe makes a prediction based on curvature of the Earth as the isolated cause of the effect, on the premise that we can see forever without any issues, right? We can just see forever, so therefore it must be a physical obstruction. And then somebody brought up a few things, as in corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays, showing that we do have a limit to how far we can see until other effects come into play.
Well, the claim that I've seen put on the table.
Whitson brought up corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays being evidence of them not being parallel light rays. Whereas it was brought up that you could show the same thing with railroad lines, which each line is parallel to each other, and get the same effect that you would looking overhead with the same sort of thing, and they appear to match up.
Yeah, the claim that was put on the table is that there's something special about the corpuscular rays that perspective can account for. And that's what we're trying to address, because so far I haven't seen anything that can be replicated with railroad tracks.
Well, the only difference is you don't originally triangulate the sun with a square. Use a triangle where they converge to a point. So it's not really the same as a railroad track, but each his own, I guess.
Go ahead, Arma.
So Bacon, then what is your like? Okay, with that image I just posted, then what is your explanation of how that is functioning on the idea of a globe Earth? Because over a planar surface where you have actual convergence points that are relatively local, considering that we're mammals and we can only see a particular distance, that has its own limit, plus the way the light works as well. So it makes sense with that because you have these convergence points that are, and it's exactly what happens if there's radial light coming from a source going over a distance, over a planar surface. It has to do with, we could get more into it if we wanted, but how the light spreads, and then how the perspective matrix that you're within of the coordinates you're able to observe, being a human on the Earth, between those two, it's going to have its actual local convergence points, which is why the sun, the moon, and the stars are all rising and setting at those points, at those limits for us. But on a globe,
the question was.
Okay, so then on a globe, if that image, the last one I posted, here, I'll post it again.
I see it.
I could pin it to the chat, but and that's actually a pretty mainstream source. So yeah, that's, I mean, you can see, but
yeah, no, I trust the image.
Right. So I'm saying on a globe, why is it all pinpointing over there? Because if the sun were 93 million miles away, and if you were on a ball, that light would be quote unquote coming in parallel rays. Why would it actually converge at the opposite horizon in a local fashion?
You're combining pictures. You're combining pictures that were taken pointing at different directions at the panoramic view. They're going to have something similar to what happened to the railroad tracks that Arma posted before. That's exactly the same thing.
Right, but that's not really the part I'm referring to. I understand that it's creating a panorama, so it's going to have that effect. What I'm saying is that the way that they all see where the sun is over on the left, the light seems to be sort of radially projected outwards, and then it is definitely like warped in a way because it's a panorama. You can tell like the effect of the lens. Nonetheless, that's not really the part I'm referring to. The point is that over on the other side, you see the anticorpuscular rays that are all converging. So that makes sense in terms of a local perspective, because if you have that sun that is emitting whatever it's emitting through your environment, you still are only going to be able to see in that local range. And so all of the light for you is going to converge, whereas someone 1,000 miles east of you or west from you, theirs is going to converge at a later point for them. And it makes, in terms of that, the local field, like, so all of the local lighting effects and then this convergence effect works on if you have it from a localized, stationary foundation, and then you have a limit of what you can see, etc., that will create that. But what I'm saying is that on a globe, if the light was just coming parallel and hitting a ball, why would it actually hit the ball? And let's just say that's the curve of the Earth there where the sun is setting. Let's just say, if you want to say that or whatever. Okay, then why would it actually converge in a local fashion?
I take issue with the idea that it would only converge locally. I also take issue with this concept that you were saying, the limit to our vision. Can you define what you mean by the limit of our vision?
Well, I mean, humans can only see so far because we're mammals. So
that's great. Can you tell me what that means? Like, how do you think mammals see? Is a big question.
Yeah, that's a good. I mean, is that what we're going into now, or I mean, we could shift to that if you want, but
I just need a basic explanation, because you're treating vision like it's projected out of your eyes instead of passively received by your eyes.
I would say it's an interplay of both.
I'm sorry. How do we project our vision outward? How would we project our vision outward? Sorry, I'm going in and out of service a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I guess. That could go into various different areas. I mean, in terms of.
Keep it out.
Well, okay. I mean, where should we move from here? Yeah, because that could go in various different. I mean, is that because.
I thought it was my connection, but it's yours, Gio. I mean, you're just dropping out for seconds at a time.
Okay. Is it back? Am I back now?
You are?
Yeah. So what I was saying about, okay, so like the entire grid of the Matrix, as it were, the Matrix grid. I'm not talking about like Matrix the movie, or I'm not even talking about like the world as the Matrix. I'm just saying the actual like matrices of the grid that make up this entire reality. In terms of everything we observe in the sky, it can all be modeled within a local hemispherical field of view that is of a local effect. And that's why you can have like a planetarium that can reflect the sky in like a dome. You can have like a flat floor in a planetarium, and you can have the dome sky, and you can replicate. And then you can literally walk outside and see these same, like if you set the planetarium to show the stars from where the actual planetarium itself is, you can actually set it to the exact sky for that moment. You could be inside the planetarium, essentially on just a planar foundation floor, as it were, and as large as you would want to have it. And you could have all the stars replicated precisely where they are, accurately. And then you can walk outside and just look right up and see the real thing. So what I'm saying is that the entire grid of the stars, the sun, the moon, the corpuscular and the anticorpuscular rays, the way that everything rises and sets, it all works within a local, geocentric, but also even like human centric as well, because wherever we're experiencing the Earth, we're having our unique experience of it. And then getting into how we see, and then getting into how we see it would be that, like what we were on as well. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't really see how you could make that, how you could say that we would see in a grid similar to a planetarium, and that provide evidence for sunrise or sunset. You would be necessarily arguing that vision is set up in such a way to where it doesn't matter that light travels to. It's all set up in this arbitrary grid that all people are just set, as opposed to maybe eyes developed in a way to where they just process the information they receive, and the universe doesn't have to be bounded by a dome over top of our head.
Well, okay, let's go here. Here's what I'll say to that. I hear you, and actually, like I said before, I think it's actually both, and I think there's truth in both of these ways of seeing it, in terms of receiving light or an effect of that is more of more of like an actual engagement, like electromagnetically, electrostatically, the way our eye actually works with the actual electrostatics and electromagnetic fields that we reside within on all of their different layers and levels, and how that all plays into it as well. So I mean, there's various different viewpoints, but let's just go for a moment, like in terms of, let's just say it's all a receiving, like you're saying. It still actually completely works in terms of local, being able to see a local section of the Earth, and then the light traveling away from us to where it is too far for the light itself, like the actual way that the light is emitting. Like, for example, with the sun, the main kind of light source, as it were, has a limit of how far it actually projects its light and its heat. So that's a whole factor that needs to be considered in terms of sunsets. So
okay, so that actually brings us interesting then. So at night, if I've got a star near the horizon, and let's say that it's as bright as Polaris. Polaris is several orders of magnitude less bright than the sun. But if the sun is, say, 12,000 miles away versus from me, versus, say, I'm at the equator, so Polaris is about, 8,000 miles away from me. I'm just gonna spitball the number. I'm not gonna do the math on it. Something that is orders of magnitude brighter and significantly larger, I can't. And it's only 50% further away. That doesn't seem to make any sense.
Okay, so yeah, you have a good. Okay, let me make sure I catch what you're saying. It's a good point. So you're saying, okay, so you're claiming that
This isn't a claim; it's a question.
Polaris is. You're saying over a planar surface, Polaris would be further or be closer or further compared to the sun, and that the lights are not working the same way in terms of the distance. Because I mean, it's still.
If you're talking about the brightness and the size as being versus the distance, I mean, being able to see something, with how bright and large the sun is versus Polaris, then I should be able to see Polaris orders of magnitude distance further away. Sorry, the sun orders of magnitude further away than I see Polaris. There would have to be something else as opposed to just the distance.
Well, okay. I mean, I guess we'd have to maybe get on the same page of what you're referring to. I mean, if you're talking about like a planar type of Earth, which let's say comes from the center, the North Pole, continents all come out kind of like spokes of a wheel in a sense, in all their, the directions, etc. North America, Europe and Africa, all the different land coming out. If you then have Polaris, which would be essentially, as far as we know, quite near the north, if not right over the north or near it, or near that center. And the compass and all of the different components of that, the plane to that. But if we're just talking about Polaris, and I mean, once you get further than the equator, you can't see Polaris anymore. So there seems to be just like that set limit, as it were, like no matter how bright the light may be, it sets at that point, And so, and if you go back and forth, this is the 1 degree per 69 miles, etc. Like there's a measurable declination in terms of that process. Well, the sun works in a similar fashion to that, although it is different because the sun is obviously quite a bit more emissive, and it's more potent of a source of like energy and light, and it has the infrared, and it has all these other components to it. So that's why, like, we can see like the sun has a bit of a bigger effect than a star in terms of how far we can see it. It seems because the sunrise and the sunset kind of it stretches that range. But those same physics of like stars setting when we move, further away from them, the way it does with Polaris, is very similar to the way the sun works as well. Other than the fact, like I said, there's some slight variations because of the effect of the sun is different than a star in that sense. But it's the same physics, and it all works on a grid like that over a planar grid.
But how do you even get it set in this planar grid, considering that the mathematics of where the sun would be if I'm standing at the equator, and even if it were at the furthest it could be away from me, say we're on the equinox and it's midnight, as far away from it as it could possibly be, which is two North Pole to equator distance away. The math states that it should be almost 20 degrees above my horizon. How did it even get down to my horizon? Because if it is just passive reception, as we've stated, there's nothing that should create this dome that we are forced to see on. So I'm just very confused as to how that could possibly be the case.
Well, that's what I was saying before, actually, with that. I was saying that even if you want to see it as all that you're only receiving, that's why I was saying before about the light having a more of a local effect. Because if the light of the, let's say the sun,
that's wonderful. I just want to know. I just want a mechanism for that. I don't want a supposition for that to be the case to make what you want to work. I want a plausible mechanism that makes us see this. Can you please describe that?
Well, that's what I was saying. So there's the two perspectives. The idea that we have an active engagement of what creates sight and perception and all of that component, or whether it's only of a receiving nature. And we were talking about those two kind of ideas, meaning that you're only just receiving light to an eyeball that is then kind of, taking in the environment in that way. Now, but what I'm saying is that we could go into each of those, but if you're talking about, but what I was trying to do is just to say, well, let's just go with, even with the kind of the more mainstream, as it were, in today's world, idea that we are just receiving the light. And that's why we can see, things from light years away, because we're just receiving it. That the light was the thing that traveled so far, then it just hit our eye. Yeah, that's what they try to claim, but there's no actual proof of that. It's just basically a belief system. And then the thing
There's nothing that would indicate otherwise, because we do know that light, if it's not interrupted, will continue to travel in a straight line forever. It's just a matter of was the receiver sensitive enough to actually detect that light hitting.
Okay, let's go with that. Let's go with
I'm not asking for a breakdown of that. I'm asking you to explain a plausible mechanism by which we would necessarily need to see in this weird dome form that you put forth as a possibility.
Well, okay, well, let me respond in this way. So, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but here's the thing. The thing about, okay, you just said we know light will travel in a straight line, indefinitely. Okay, that's what I would have contention with, because here's what I would
get on my assertion in a second.
Hold on, bro.
Can you please give me what I asked for that you've avoided 4 times?
Please don't interrupt. Let each other go back and forth. You please just don't interrupt. You can, if when it's your turn, if you want to ask again, I'm just being myself and saying what I'm saying. And then if you want to ask again, that's fine. But it's not like 21 questions. Like, it's not like a courtroom, and we're not like drilling each other. We're just having a conversation. So what I'm saying is that
I'm sorry, I apologize. I just would prefer you answer the question I asked instead of answer a different one.
Brian.
Yes, because, dude, the way I need to explain it, because here's the thing. I'm not claiming that we just see in some magical dome and then that's what needs to be proven. That's a straw man. I never said that. So that's why I'm trying to actually give my information to you, or just respond and to keep the conversation of what I'm actually trying to put forth. So that's the thing. So and then it led to this, and we're at the exact right place. Okay, you said we know that light can travel forever in a straight line. Here's the thing I would say. I would need to see some validation of that, and I don't think any exists, because anytime we're on the Earth, we see what we see, the light, etc. So we know how far the sun's light travels. We know how far the moon's light can travel. We know how far we can see Polaris, for example, because when you get to the equator and you go south of the equator, you can't see Polaris anymore. You can't see that part of the sky at all. So we have a general sense of how far light travels. And it's generally pretty local. Like, we're talking thousands of miles, generally not like hundreds of millions and all of that. It's like within these couple thousands of miles that we can ever perceive at any one time. So what I'm saying is that itself is going to create a type of a dome. Now, it's not like a physical thing out there that's got like some glass on it or something. It's just the natural effect of how far light travels. And when light has traveled beyond your ability to perceive it, like when it's nighttime, and if the moon's not out as well, and etc., the only starlight, or the only light you might have, is the stars. And if it's really cloudy, I mean, you could be in almost pitch black, which I'm sure many of us have been in those conditions probably at times in our lives, where it's like, wow, it's so dark. And then there's other times it's like a full moon, it's super light. But anyways, so we know how far light travels in those ways. So the claim that it travels further than these couples of thousands of miles that we can do, I mean, we have like, the undersea cables, so you could count those if we want. So we could, if you really want to use like that idea of how far that we can send that. But I mean, that's not infinite. That's just like, that's even like, call it 24,000 miles, of all cables, or even more, whatever it is. But that's not that much, in terms of what the claim is, that light can travel forever in a vacuum, which then is the belief that they need to claim that their whole model of the globe can be inverted geometrically to still explain and fit the phenomenon we actually see on the planar surface within the spherical field that we see within.
All right. Now, can you please go about answering how we get this dome vision that somehow hides the sun beneath the edge of a plane, and it turns out that sun is, let's see, half a degree in diameter versus a point source of Polaris, and it's 2,500 times brighter, but I lose the sun from beneath the horizon because it's quote unquote too far away to be bright enough, at approximately the same distance that Polaris at 2,500 times less bright becomes non-visible due to not being bright enough.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, the brightness of Polaris is separate from the brightness of the sun. Those are just separate luminaries. They're completely different.
I know.
Yeah. They have their own emission and their own effect in that way, but
2,500 times brighter. I should be able if the sun's 2,500 times brighter, should I not see it for 2,500 times further distance?
No, that's not how the inverse square law of light works.
Oh, in that case, I should only see it 50 times more distant.
Well, we see the sun is obviously the brightest luminary in the sky. I don't think anyone would even debate that. So it's the brightest thing in the sky, the brightest emission of light, whatever one thinks it is, or may not think of what it actually is or isn't. We all observe it pretty similarly, I would say. I mean, there could be some ideas around that we do perceive the sun differently, but I mean, if we want to just stay within the realms of like but anyways, yeah. So, dude, back to the seeing in a dome thing. Yeah. So, I mean, I think that the way that, I would say, like the extinction of light. So, I mean, this claim that the light can travel forever in a vacuum is what the whole globe needs, and that's what we were talking about. That was kind of the main point of all that. So that's the thing. So you were saying originally, you said, "Oh yeah, well we know light travels forever in a straight line," and so that's where I would ask you, like, and not even in a debate way, but just asking you, like, where have you seen validation of that? Like, if you believe it, where have you seen validation, and could you share it with everyone else if you found that?
Oh, and this one I'm actually going to have to go to logic on this, because if there's nothing that keeps the light traveling, such as an obstruction or something to absorb it, nothing would keep it from traveling forever.
But where would you come to that conclusion when all light that we do actually see in the environment, it all attenuates and it all dissipates? So where would anyone...
In a vacuum, what is going to attenuate anything in a vacuum?
Well,
what is going to cause it to lose energy?
There's still light attenuation in a vacuum. I mean, a vacuum is not anything really that special. It's just basically pulling out some of what we would refer to as air in a sense, and it creates a pressure mediation to where it has it creates like a pressure zone. And yeah, there is a difference in terms of that, but then one would have to start to get into like why somebody's even asserting that even light travels like that even in a vacuum, and then getting to those claims, and so that it even does do that, even in that sense. And it depends on what the emission of the light is as well, of course. But yeah, there's no actual validation of it, because
that goes to it. And that actually does go back to something that I talked about earlier.
What I'm saying is that like there's been no actual replication or validation that light would do what they claim it does in the globe model with the outer space. And the thing about the seeing in a dome thing, it's like, I mean, if we consider what we actually do observe light and how it actually functions with the inverse square law and how that actually is consistent, it fits with being in a planar environment. And they've just inverted the sphere that we see within, essentially, because of the light and because of the attenuation. And I think also because the way the human eye works and there's additional factors, they've just inverted that and used that radius value to make the Earth itself a globe. And then they inverted the entire cosmology.
Could I maybe interject and ask you a question?
Yeah, because so far I've asked 3 different questions. He's gone out of his way to not answer any of them, and I'm just getting frustrated at this point.
Yeah, Gio, what would be an experiment?
I feel like I've responded to every point you brought up. If you have a question, go ahead though, man. If it's a specific one, I'll try to respond directly.
I've already asked each one of them multiple times. If you have skirted away from answering every single one of them, give me more vague generalities and try to flip them on me. I'm just frustrated and done. You can go on to the next guy.
It's really not true, man. That's a bizarre reaction. I was responding. We were talking specifically about multiple points. So it seems like you're just using a tactic to try to like poison the well because you didn't feel comfortable or something like that. But that's not really fair to just throw that on someone else.
You can try to poison the well with that. It's my assertion that you did not answer my question directly, and you went out of your way to not answer. Because when I asked you about how we see, your response was to put on me how I think we see. When I ask you how we think you see, you brought up a form of perspective and then put it on to me something else. And then when I asked you to explain why it would be in a dome that we see, you put it on me that I think we go forever and never explain why we would see in this fixed dome and how that would reflect geometry. Gio, you didn't answer a single one of my questions, and you went out of your fucking way to make sure that you tried to onus probandi me at every point.
Okay, so I'm going to respond now. So here's the thing. Well, I would say very much the contrary, because actually I responded to each and every one of those points. For example, the first one about how light travels, whether it travels forever or whether it's limited, attenuation of light, and all of those factors, which came from the crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays. So I actually responded specifically to that point in detail in terms of how we see. The main thing being we see in a limited range because of the way light travels. We went into all of that, number one. We touched a little bit on some of the ideas around like whether we actively see or whether we receive. I responded to each and every single one of those points as well, even though we could have gone more into how we
never
actually
supported your assertions the entire
how
time.
we actively see as well. Now I'm just getting started. I mean, if I don't even really need to rebut it, but I'm just saying
You actually did not explain in any way how we actively see.
You're interrupting.
Not once.
Yeah, hold on.
You gave a vague.
Hold on. Dude, it's all right if we can get a bit heated. It's fine, but please don't interrupt. I mean, you can go yourself as well. I'm just rebutting your points. I'm not insulting you. I'm just rebutting your points because I'm just saying that you made some huge claims there and tried to do a whole twisting thing. So you can have your time as well. I only muted you because just please don't interrupt. I will go completely on mute. You can respond as well. But let's not do the personal attacks. Let's not do any of that. So the thing is, I responded specifically to all of those points. There are many more points we even could touch on as well. But yeah, and you're free to continue in the conversation as well. But nobody is required to demand questions be answered either, dude. Like, it's a conversation, it's a live stream, it's a podcast. It can be seen in a lot of different ways in terms of being on a live panel. But I mean, unless we're in like a courtroom type debate thing, there's no requirement for like these demands as well. Like we can just have a conversation. So anyways, I responded to all those points. We could go into any of them more in detail if you want, or we can move to something else as well. But yeah, go ahead.
We're just gonna have to move on because you and I are not going to agree, and I don't want to call you a liar, but I feel like everything you said there was intentional deception. So, go on.
Well, it was all very direct things, like how the attenuation of light functions in how we see. Also, I would say another factor that we didn't even fully get into, but we're a mammal, so we don't have eyes that see forever. We just don't there's a limit to the cellular attenuation that can even be acquired within an eyeball to be able to even perceive something. It has its own limits,
so
cellular limits.
That in and of itself doesn't make any sense in the way that you're stating it, Gio. If you're stating that there's a point where the cells are not, we don't have enough cells, or the density of cells in such a way that we can't distinguish two point sources from being separate from each other, that is something else entirely. But as long as something is bright enough, you could technically perceive a point source forever, as long as the light were intense enough. Do you or do you not agree?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. I'm open to hear your thoughts on it. No, I don't. I've never seen any validation of that because my understanding of it is that the actual medium that we're in has its own attenuation of light effects, which is how we get this kind of glowing experience that we get on Earth, as it were. So I mean, there's always attenuation. So I mean, if you want, but I mean, I'm open to hear your thoughts if in whatever you want to share about that. If you feel like there's something that compelled you to think it was valid.
Okay, so are you stating, and this is a genuine question, are you stating that no matter how bright or how intense a light source is, it can always be attenuated by our atmosphere?
Wait, you're saying no matter how bright it is?
Is there an upper limit? You seem to be stating that there is no limit to how bright something could be without being entirely attenuated to the point of not being perceptible in our atmosphere.
Dude, could you say that again in like a slightly different worded way? I got to be honest. I don't know if I understand the question still, but I hear what you're saying. Though. If you want to just say more about it.
You keep saying attenuation. That would mean something that would essentially mean something losing energy, losing intensity as it gets closer, as it travels. Now, my question to you is: can something be so bright that that the attenuation that exists within our atmosphere cannot cause it to become completely blotted out?
At some distance, you mean? Like once you get to a really far distance? Is there any?
Let's assume a globe model, and we have something that is producing 1 trillion lumens of light. Now, how far do you think that trillion lumens should be visible through Earth's atmosphere?
Well, my understanding of light, and I've never seen it to work any other way, although if anyone has any, validation or wants to show anything that would show otherwise, is that there's an inverse square law effect, which is part of magnetics as well. But in this case, the inverse square law of light. And light, like whatever the source of the light is, will affect, of course, how it propagates. And that's why, of course, a brighter light versus a dimmer light, etc. But the rate of between like the lumen rate when it's first emitted, and then as it travels, and that functions in through the inverse square law. And so, if like a brighter light like the sun is obviously going to be different than some a flashlight or something because of that. But the dissipation rate is actually they're the same. With like between the different dissipation rates, they both dissipate and they both propagate and attenuate via the inverse square law. So
and the inverse square law is and the inverse square law works perfectly fine for the sun being the stated intensity and distance away. So I don't know how you're trying to use the inverse square law as primarily a flat plane, prover.
Well, there's actually a whole thing we could get into if we wanted to or not, but about looking at the distances that they claim in the heliocentric model with the inverse square law and how they completely do not match up in terms of like the distance from like Mars and Jupiter and all of those as well. But well, the thing is though, what they use is in terms of the way that they claim that light travels in the vacuum that they claim is out there. That's where it gets into in terms of that is where they go with it, and then have to look into all those claims. But yep.
I may catch up with you on that later. My wife's calling. I'll catch you on a bit.
Yep. Yeah. Cheers.
You ever wondered why it's the inverse square law that dictates like how much you lose after a certain distance? Why does that follow the inverse square law?
You're asking why does light attenuate via the inverse square law?
Yeah. I'm just asking if you ever wondered why.
Like the philosophical why, like the deep, like why was it created that way, or like why is
no, that's
because like why do things fall when we drop them? I mean, is that I'm just kidding, but are you going more for that? Like
no, it's not something like it's not a law of nature. It's actually something that is dictated by we living in a three-dimensional universe. If we were living in a two-dimensional universe, then it would not be the inverse square law. It would be the inverse linear law. And if we lived on like the four-dimensional universe, that would be the inverse cube law.
Yeah, I mean, dude, this all gets into ultimately like ether physics in terms of how it's all really going down in terms of the way that light, the way that light propagates, and essentially it's like transduction rate through the medium. I mean, but there does seem to be some like built-in mathematics, it seems, in terms of physics into this realm. And that's where, like with some of these deceptions of the modern day physics and then the cosmology parts of it all, the thing that's important, I think, to parse out is like there are certain things in the mainstream model that actually are things that are true or like have certain accuracy to them, like certain mathematical stuff that they're doing. It is like how it's applied there. Yeah. Then there's issues there in terms of that for sure. But so there is some truth in there. And some of those, like some of the tensor equations and some of these equations are like part of the way that these fields actually do seem to function in terms of when I say fields, I'm saying like when it comes to physics, just in terms of like, the air, the matter, everything that's involved in terms of like the mathematics of physics.
Yeah, well, but this inverse square law, like, it's not a globe thing or a flat Earth thing. It's just a like 3D thing. So to explain that, think about, say you send a pulse of light. So there's a light bulb, turn on and off really quickly, just like send a pulse of light, for example. At the moment you send this pulse, the amount of light was all like around the light bulb before it started spreading, and that covers like a certain area, right, around the light bulb. If you wait another moment, a little bit more, then that light around the light bulb is going to expand, and it's going to form like a larger sphere. The surface area of that sphere is going to expand. The surface area of a sphere follows a square law. So each moment in time you wait, that sphere gets bigger and bigger. The radius of that sphere increases. The amount of surface area of that sphere increases in a function that is a square function. All that same amount of light that you started with is still there. It's just spread out in a bigger and bigger surface area. So because the surface area increases at a square rate, the amount of light is the same. The density of light on that sphere is going to be inverse to the surface area of that light. So if that light becomes if that sphere becomes three times larger, the surface area of that sphere is going to be 9 times as larger. So the amount of light there is going to be like diluted in 9 times more space. So it's going to be 9 times weaker. Amount of light is going to follow.
Yeah, and this doesn't work with the heliocentric model, bro. That's the main
why
thing.
not?
Yeah. Because this inverse square law, I posted a thing, but it didn't come through. I'll post another one. Okay, so if light, okay, so you were asking why does it happen or whatever. The thing is, as far as I know, dude, it's like a direct, measurable, and observable thing that light attenuates, and that because light, it's not only light that does this, but like electric fields do this, magnetic fields. Like the inverse square law is connected in a lot of different ways to like the way that things seem to be scaled, like in this whole realm, because of how many things it seems to align with. And so
hang on.
light is included in that. And so when you have like the sun or the moon, these like things, larger things in the sky or other types of big light source, there's always going to be this inverse square law that's going to be active in terms of how light is propagating. And once you try to take that out to like make the sun like 93 million miles away and the moon like a quarter million miles away, if you plug in the actual inverse square law calculations to how bright let's just take the moon, for example, how bright we observe the moon, let's say on the brightest full moon, right when it's really, from the brightest to the even all the way through the scale of brightest to medium bright, etc. Even at the brightest, when you actually do the inverse square law calculations, for a light to be emitting something of that potency that we can have of how we observe it on Earth with that lumen rating, when you do the inverse square law, it would have to be like the brightness of the moon itself. Like we could actually get into the specifics of it if we want, but I'm just trying to give like the overview of it, like the abstract of what the calculations ended up is what it actually is that, first of all, if you were, okay, I'll try to summarize it like this. I'm trying to do like a brief abstract of it. Okay, let's just take the moon on a full moon when it's very bright. If you do the inverse square law calculations with the moon how bright the moon would have to be, how many lumens the moon would have to be emitting in order to light up a sphere that is, a quarter of a million miles away, essentially like, 240,000 miles away. That distance. The brightness of what that object would have to be in order to do that, to make it that bright on the Earth. And when you use the inverse square law for that and do the actual calculations on it, if the astronauts were going to like be going to the moon, when they get within like 50,000 miles of the moon, I'm just summarizing because we did the math on it though. When they get within that, they would be like completely blinded, completely not able to see anything, let alone land on a surface and walk around on like a dingy, dusty surface. Like the brightness of it does not match at all with those guys walking around on a dusty, dingy surface. But even if you don't even consider their footage, I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying the actual brightness of what they show is not even in the realm, because when you actually do the math, you can actually see what the lumens are. And when you look at that actual lumen number, it's like enough lumens that would literally blind a human being. It's completely off the charts in terms of like extreme.
What was the formula that you used? If it was the normal inverse square law, then you used the wrong formula, because moon is not a point light source, which is what the inverse square law is. The normal, at least, formula is made for.
Well, that wouldn't really make a difference. I mean, whether someone thinks that the moon is emitting light or whether someone thinks it's quote unquote reflecting light off the sun, either way, that light is still going to apply to the inverse square law in terms of how it propagates.
Yeah, but inverse square law in its basic form is applied to point light sources, which means they have arbitrary size. They just have a certain brightness. With the moon, the closer you get, the bigger it gets, so the light gets spread over a bigger area. That's not the case with point light sources. So you're still calculating the lumens for half a degree. The moon is half a degree in the sky. You use the inverse square law formula for point light sources. So you're basically condensing all of the light that the moon would shine to you to half a degree. Not to the actual angular size that you will get when you get closer. So yes, it will be crazy amount of lumens because you're making the whole surface light condensed into half a degree.
That makes
sense.
sense.
That sounds like some straw mans. I didn't really say any of those things, but
yeah, I said those things because you used the wrong formula, most likely.
Okay, well, I guess maybe you should just. I mean, if you whatever you want to share is fine, but it didn't sound like any of that related to me. So I don't know if I. It's just sort of like that.
Okay, you brought the fact that when you do the inverse square law to the moon, you get crazy amount of lumens. It was few millions or something because I've seen a few photographers do it. And the inverse square law formula is made to calculate brightness of point light sources. So you have arbitrary angular size of a light source somewhere, you know the distance, and you know its brightness currently. So you can calculate how bright it would be if you got there, which is not possible because it's a light source, point light source, which doesn't increase in angular size. For the moon, it's half a degree from here. The closer you get, the bigger it gets. So the light that it shines to you gets spread over a bigger area. If you're calculating with the normal basic inverse square law formula, then you're still getting closer, but the light gets shrinked into that half a degree because you're not accounting for the angular size change.
Can I try to bridge the gap?
Yeah, go.
I think what like Technical French Cat's saying, it's that you can easily make the mistake of using the wrong formula, and what you end up doing is that you're not accounting for the moon being bigger and bigger as you approach it. Which you have the same amount of light, but it's instead of coming from a very tiny spot in the sky, it's coming from basically half your sky because you're very close to it. So that light is being spread all around your field of view, so it's not that bright. If you're using the wrong formula, which Technical French Cat is saying could be easily what happened in the math that you mentioned, but we don't know that because we're not seeing that math. So if you can post that math, then we can check if that was the right math that was used.
I should thank Gio for posting this diagram. Do you see that these squares are made from a single point? And
yeah, but I mean, whatever the moon
just
is,
listen to me.
Hold on. Whatever the moon is, we see it as a circle, and we can, whether you see it as little sections or whatever it may be, it is a source of light as we see it. Whether you have an assertion or another assumption that it's doing something else with the sun is really not related to that. Meaning, what we see it as is a light. Whether you want to call it a source, whatever you may be, it is an emission of light. And that emission of light, in order for it to light up the region of the Earth that it does, and for it to be 250,000 miles away, are way off in terms of how light travels. Now I'll tell you how the mainstream, you guys haven't said it, but here's how you guys are actually arguing the point that the mainstream has already made an excuse for. So you're kind of arguing against them now, actually. Because what they claim is that now they have claims about how light travels in, you guessed it, outer space. So then they have claims about how it works in a vacuum. And then that's where all the other Einsteinian equations and tensor equations, all these other components come into it, and gravity waves and all this other stuff, for how they actually interpret in terms of how they get around this. So that's, you guys, I haven't heard anyone say that, but that's how they get around it. They actually claim it has to do with how they claim that light travels in a vacuum, and specifically outer space, which they have various different models and ad hoc data points that they can plug in to account for any alteration they need to do to just magnify it to the distances that they claim in their model.
I'm unsure if you understand the difference between a point light source and a light source. A point light source is an arbitrary angular size of a point which makes light. It's not something that you can get closer to. And a light source, like a light bulb, is something then when you get closer to it, it has a bigger angular size, making the light spread out. Same with the moon. So bringing up the way the mainstream science claims the light is traveling has nothing to do with the fact that you used the wrong formula. So I don't know what's the point in bringing it up.
Well, okay. What is the claim of a wrong formula? Because there's what is that claim? Because light travels via the inverse square law. So
yes, but look,
where are you then claiming that's you haven't really made a claim
by applying the basic formula?
Well, you're claiming some formula I use, and I never claimed I used one. So we should start with that.
Okay, so what was the formula that you used, and which you claimed that you have used?
Yeah, you said you saw some other people's or whatever you saw, and then I don't know.
Yeah, and they use the one for point light sources, and they get crazy amount of lumens. And you said that you also got crazy amount of lumens, so I suppose you used the same formula. I think that's a valid assumption.
Here, can you see this?
Yes, and can you see that those lines are created from a single point?
Yes, any emission of light is going to come from a point. And now in the case of the moon, you could even think of like this little sphere that it has on the left there. You could even think of that as actually the moon, because whatever the light is, whether it's reflecting off the surface or whether it is whatever one may or may not think it is, we see that little square right there. See that little square?
Great, now we get to somewhere.
On the sphere?
Yeah, you see that little square? That's what you're calculating the brightness of the moon for.
Yes, but here's the thing. When you do this, you have to calculate it and do it for one, and then you have to multiply for the size they claim the moon is. Meaning, if you have one of these little squares, it's like one patch of a moon. So you have to do that. You have to add that into the calculations. Meaning, if you're going to really do it, you can view the moon as a whole circle and calculate it that way, or you can break it up into smaller circles. The thing is, for the inverse square law, that has to be factored in. But once you have that square, as it were, that's on a sphere, because it is however it's emitting, that will expand outwards radially and will follow the inverse square law. So it is exactly the moon is working, whether you think it's reflected light or whether
we don't care about the source of the light. So
either way, we see it as that's the light that it's emitting. Yes.
All right, cool. So the formula that you used, can I get it? Because it's very important, because now you said that you can split the light source into few points for some reason, or that you can make squares on the moon and calculate just there. No, that's not how it works. That's absolutely not how it works. So can I see the formula that you claim to have used, or someone who you watched have used? Because that's really important.
Well, the one I posted a minute ago shows the ratios.
That's for the point light source, which can't be applied to the moon, because you're not calculating a point on the moon, you're calculating the moon.
No, I don't agree. I would say you're calculating a point on the moon. Precisely. Because
you're calculating half a degree point on the moon.
The moon is made up of many points.
Yes, and you need to count it as a 1, which when you get closer to it gets bigger. If you calculate half a degree point on the moon, you're condensing all the light from the moon into that half a degree. So let's say you have a 1 meter by 1 meter.
That's how.
Half a degree. When you get closer to the moon, it's not.
That's not even necessarily a factor, dude. Like all you have to see with all that needs to be done with this is that we like whatever we call the moon. Like I said, outside of any philosophy of what it is or what the moon's light itself. So if we're outside and it's a full moon and you see everything's lit up clearly, the moon and the stars can light things up too a little bit, I think, but the moon obviously is the main one. But when you're in that level of moonlight, we would say yes, that the moon is bright tonight, somebody might say. So whatever that thing is, it's bright. That light that it's emitting, with the size they claim it is and the distance they claim it is, would have to be a source of light. Whether it's a huge mirror and it's reflecting light off a 93 million mile sun in a massive mirror kind of way, or whether it is like it's like some kind of a structure that emits its own light, or a semi-translucent. It could be seen as multiple different things in terms of what it may be. But I think it's like a celestial crystal is often how I think of it as. But whatever that thing is that is emitting that light, the size that it is, I mean, we just view it as the size we view it. So it's really all we can do. But what I'm saying is that when you plug the inverse square law into the size of the moon they claim and the distance and how bright it would have to be, it would be way beyond the capacity for anyone to ever land on.
Yeah, you're repeating yourself, and I still think you didn't understand what I'm trying to say to you.
I haven't really heard a point. You're just identifying the moon. I mean, you're just identifying as not a point light source for what reason? Because we see it
because it is half a degree. You can measure its angular size. When the moon would be really far away that you cannot measure its angular size, then it would be a point light source. But since we know it's half a degree, you get closer, it gets bigger, then you need to account for the change in angular size. Because otherwise you're just getting closer to the moon with light getting more intense without moon getting bigger. So you're compressing all that light into half a degree point, which yes, would create huge amount of lumens. But yeah, you're calculating it for a single point. You don't account for the fact that moon isn't a single point, and you need to account for the angular size change, which if you use the formula that you sent here, it doesn't account for that.
Okay, could you say that all again?
The formula that you posted is for a point light source, so it doesn't account for the light source getting bigger the closer you go, because that would change.
Let's stop there. Let's just go one step at a time, and anyone else can jump in as well. But yeah, go ahead. Let's just do one thing at a time, because you were going through a bunch of things at once. Go ahead, so we can go through them.
So why did they stop?
All right. The first thing you said was about a point light source. So why are you claiming? What is this angular size that you're bringing into it? Let's just start there. What's the angular size you're talking about?
Half a degree. Moon is half a degree. A point light source is unidentified amount of degrees, or arc seconds even. Like a star. You don't know what its angular size is because it's unmeasurable.
Yeah, but we still see, the thing is we see it as, like, okay, let's say this for a second.
You see it as a light source, not a point light source.
Hold on for a second. If we had a huge ball that we made and we put it up in the sky and we could see this huge ball, like an actual huge physical ball in the sky, and if that ball was like lit up, you know, like they lit it up and it lit up the ground or whatever, that light that's coming off that sphere would be, the inverse square law would be prevalent, would be happening in terms of how the light is coming off in the attenuation process from that sphere. Now, if you now make that, instead of that sphere being kind of a close, huge thing, now if you want to put it 250,000 miles away, if you want to make it 2,000 miles in diameter, now it's a huge rock out there. Well, it's still going to go by the inverse square law. However, if you're trying to just make a distinction between a point source and angular size, you'd have to describe more what you're saying, because I didn't really hear anything in there that. That's why I was saying if we go through it one at a time. So I guess that's my first response. But yeah, I'll pass the mic.
Okay, so look, you have something. Let's even say it's a square. It's a square that has a certain amount of lumens. I know. Let's say 1,000 lumens.
Okay,
when you go far away, yeah, square light, LED light. I don't know.
All right.
you go far away, and it's compressed into a 1 degree by 1 degree point light source. 1 degree by 1 degree. So now you see the 1000 lumens in that 1 degree by 1 degree square.
I'll go with it. Let's go.
Now, you get closer, so you're 1 meter from it, and you no longer see the whole light compressed into a single point. You now see the square LED light. You get so close to it that your eye almost touches it, and it's not as bright as it was when you were far away. Because it's not compressed into a small point. Now the 1000 lumens is spread out on the 1 meter by 1 meter square. No longer a 1 degree by 1 degree square, somewhere in the distance. Oh yeah, Sweet River Phil made a good point. Small, dim, close, far, bright, large. Yeah. But if Stark Other wants to correct me on something, please do.
Well, I mean, does anyone else want to jump in? Is anyone compelled with what he? I mean, does anyone? I mean, what is the? Okay, dude. Like, I guess I still don't even. Like, I understand what the mainstream kind of description of a point source of light is, etc. But the thing is that the point, this, like, even in that one that I posted, it showed, like, you know, it had like the source, whatever that source is. If it's emitting out, you know, in a radial fashion, the first thing it's going to do is there's going to be like an area, as it were, that's lit. And then that area is going to expand via the inverse square law. So whatever one identifies the moon as, whether you want to call it a 1-point source that's a 0.5 degree light in the sky, whether you want to call it multiple little point sources and calculate it that way, whether you want to call it millions of miles away, etc. But that's where the problem comes in, because a million miles away does not actually apply. Whereas the sun that we actually see every day does apply to the inverse square law, and that's why the sun sets and rises the way it does. So that's how light actually seems to work. With, as far as we know, the brightest light that we've ever seen is the sun.
I don't know why you brought sun into this. We're talking about the moon and the misuse of the formula.
Because it's the same with the sun. And the inverse square law doesn't work with the sun either in the heliocentric model. I'm just saying that the sun and the moon work with the inverse square law in terms of them actually being local.
All right, so based on the inverse square law, how far away is the moon? On your idea of the reality. Because then we can recheck it. You're saying that it doesn't work with our model, so how about yours?
Well, the thing is that like the inverse square. Okay, so like the reason the inverse square law is called the inverse square law is because it seems to be a law in terms of the way that it seems to something that consistently happens in terms of the way that light propagates. So for that process within, let's say, 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 100,000 feet, whatever it may be, of course, you're going to have atmosphere and you're going to have all those components to start adding up if you're going to start going longer distances as well for the attenuation. So you have the natural attenuation, you have the density of the medium. That's why, like, it seems like light is different when it's like really dry versus very damp and wet, and electrostatically, electromagnetically, there's variations. But the thing is that the inverse square law is an actual like law of light, and it's also within electromagnetic spectrums, like within radio waves and X-rays and all of those types of things as well. So
you don't need to explain to me what inverse square law is.
Right, but the thing is that for the way the sun and the moon work, they fit with the inverse square law in terms of them being local because of the brightness.
Okay, so how local are they? What is the number?
In the heliocentric is where it doesn't work, so yeah.
Okay, so in heliocentric it doesn't work because the moon would need to be shit bright in order to be that far away. Okay, so how far away is the moon in your model if it works in yours but doesn't work in ours? I need a number, not an explanation of what the inverse square law is and what are the components that affect it. I want a number or an estimate, whatever.
You want to do a calculation for... Well, you want to do it
Well,
yourself,
you said that our model doesn't work with inverse square law. And you said that yours does. So I assume you know why it doesn't work with ours. You already explained a bit, even though it was, mistake. But you said that it works with a sun and moon being local. Okay, that's a claim. Sun and moon being local. So what is the distance to them? We know the angular size. We know brightness. How far away are they?
Take the moon at zenith and moon at 45 degrees elevation and compare the brightness. Right?
Well, first of all, I couldn't hear you, Mole Man. Could anyone hear Mole Man?
So maybe just continue answering my question.
His mic was. Well, dude, I don't think we even got to the bottom of the last thing you were saying, because you seemed like you were confidently asserting in terms of the whole thing about, because you were saying stuff about before on the thing before. I feel like we never even got completed with that, because like
before you reverse me answering, then answer my question. We had a conversation. I asked you a question. You don't need to go, well, we didn't finish that thing. No, I asked you a question. Answer the question. It's a simple question.
Well, I'm just saying we didn't even complete the last one. But all right, what's the new question? Because I'm just saying you sounded like you had a point there, then you just gave up once. Like okay, well then I guess that's it then. That's fine. We'll just move on. I just didn't. I thought you were asserting something you wanted to say was the truth, and then we were going through it, and then
we wouldn't go to that because I would need to draw it out for you to understand.
You're saying about the point of light source, but the thing is, we view it as a half a degree circle of light. So whatever you want to.
That's not a point light source. You don't understand that. Half a degree is not an identical point. That's a half a degree light source.
No, that's just how we observe it. Yeah, whatever it is outside.
That's not a point light source.
We observe it.
Yes, we observe it as half a degree light source, not a no angular size light source, because it has angular size of half a degree, and we can measure that. And Stark Order pinged you in his message.
Light still functions the same way. Are you saying that there's somewhere that light is not following the inverse square law? Is that what you're saying?
No, if you make the moon a point light source, so it has fixed angular size, then you get closer to it, light gets brighter, but moon doesn't get bigger. So if you use the formula of inverse square law, you would use it for a point. So if the astronauts went there, moon would be half a degree. It wouldn't be bigger. It will be half a degree and very bright.
No,
maybe let's not
be way bigger. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, but you didn't account for it in the calculation.
All right. Well, I don't know what you're referring to because you're talking about is something that someone else did. But what I'm referring to is if you take the moon as a sphere, which was like roughly 2,000 miles in diameter, etc. Like if you take the sphere they say it is, and the whole surface of that thing, we see roughly half of it, etc. What I've done is calculating the surface of that sphere, the actual surface area of it.
Give me the formula. That's the only thing I'm going to ask. Formula.
That is 236,000 miles away, hovering around, at 5 degrees from the ecliptic around a globe Earth. So you have that's where the calculations are. It's not necessarily a point light source. It is actually calculated.
What was the formula that you used?
The sphere and the emission that a sphere of that size would have to emit in order to light up the globe Earth at 250,000 miles away.
Okay, stop explaining the calculation. Show me the calculation. Because now you're explaining the calculation, but I don't see it. I don't see the formula that you've used. I don't see which variables have you inputted in. You're just explaining me a calculation. That's not exactly how math works. If you want to go with calculations and the way that my model is wrong, then show me the calculation so we can look at it. Explaining math in words is a very bad move.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of multitasking right now. I do have all the documents. I can go back. I'd rather just pull up all the documents I have on it because, like I said, I've been kind of summarizing it because I would have to pull up. I haven't looked at it in a little bit, so it's not like I have all the numbers right at the tip of my mind.
Sure, so after you find it, just post it in the chat and we can move to the other topic.
But I mean, when it's been calculated the way that in terms of
without the formula and without me seeing the math, we cannot talk about it because it will be just useless. We don't talk about math in words.
Here, I just found hold on, let's check this out. And then what was the second point? Because we were going to go to something else too, the second thing. But anyway, see that thing I just posted? I just found that really quickly. So if whatever the moon is, like that blue
Look,
thing over
you're
there.
doing this again. You're not showing
on,
me the
that-
calculation. You're showing
on,
me
dude.
the inverse square law and explaining the calculation that you would do.
Hold on, because I know. Just give me a second. So that blue little sphere over there. See how all that light is sort of being shown as kind of radially coming off. Now, however,
From a single point in its center. I agree.
No, it's not at a single point. Look at all those lines.
Yeah,
are
look.
coming off. Look at they're all coming off different latitudes of the sphere. Do you see that?
Yeah, because they're coming into a single point. When you make lines that converge into a single point in a sphere and place them differently than in the same line, they will change latitudes. Congratulations.
Yeah, so precisely that shows the exact like geometry of a ball that light is coming off of that ball, whether you think it's reflected from the sun or whether someone thinks the moon is emitting its own light. Either way, that light it's showing right in that little image there how all of those areas of the moon, as it were, in that model,
look,
that is emitting the light.
You missed it.
Going to
You missed it.
apply to the inverse square law. So there's just no way around that.
Look, you missed it. We agreed that these lines are converging to a single point which is inside that sphere. So you're calculating the brightness of that single point inside the sphere, not a point on the surface. You look. Do you see that?
All points are emanating from the surface of a sphere.
Yeah, and in order for you to calculate brightness of that blue ball, you will need to calculate each point separately. Which, good luck.
Yeah, that is calculated into it. We use the actual surface area of the moon in the globe.
One surface area has nothing to do with anything because you just need the angular size, half a degree. And second, it's not a formula. There's no formula in here. It's just text. I need a formula, and I need you to tell me where in the formula are you accounting for the angular size change.
Angular size is a percent. That's why I was wondering when you were bringing that up before.
Yes, it's a perceived angular size. Closer you get, the bigger it gets.
Whoa, you're interrupting. Did you want to go again? I guess go again. I thought I was responding, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because you're still doing the same. Yes, angular size is something that's perceived. The closer you get to an object, the bigger the perceived size is. You can see a human at distance being size of your pinky. That's not his actual size. Closer he gets, the bigger he gets. Congratulations. Now we can move on to the calculations, which I still haven't seen the formula that you've used. Just text and images.
Yeah. No, dude, I do. I'll have to pull up I'll have to go back in some of my files and look it up. Because I do have the actual stuff that done. But I mean, it's what I remember we did was essentially you take, like I said, take a sphere.
Look, don't explain the calculation. I already told you that. Don't explain the calculation. If you can't pull up the numbers, don't explain it.
Yes, I will. What you do is you take, because I'll explain it for anyone else that would like to do it as well. You take a sphere that is the size they say it is in the globe model, and then calculate the surface area of that sphere. Within the entire surface of the area of that sphere, if it's relatively evenly lit, which one could argue the moon is, on a full moon, it's relatively evenly lit. Like it's not dramatically, I mean, during the phases, it is lighter and brighter for sure, but when it's a full moon. So considering that as well, it is of a sphere of that size, the amount of light that it would have to emit in order to travel 236,000 miles and then to gently, to light up. Sometimes not gently. I mean, on a full moon, it's like really bright light, but obviously moon is usually not super bright. But when it's a full moon like that, and the amount of lumens that we can read on Earth. So you take the lumen reading that we can get on Earth of a full moon, the calculations of the surface area of a sphere that's 236,000 miles away, the light coming off that sphere, whether you think it's, like I said, whether you think it's reflected or emitted or whatever it may be, and then the distance. And that's where the calculation derives from for what the amount of lumens that the moon has to be emitting in order to reach the Earth and light the Earth up at the lumen rating we get on Earth.
Okay, so I really need that formula because nowhere in inverse square law formula do you input what's that surface area. You don't. There's no such variable in the formula.
Yeah, it's the 4 pi r squared.
Yeah, but that's not in the inverse squirrel formula. Inverse squirrel formula is literally, and pulled up. One by d2. Ta-da! That's the formula. Where is the surface area? Where's anything that you've talked about?
Well, the inverse square law is just one part of it. Like the inverse square law is how the light
No,
propagates.
inverse square law is the inverse squirrel. There's no variations of it.
Well, the thing about the surface area part, that is calculated into because you have a distance as well, and then the surface area. Because the point is,
You don't have the surface area. You just have the distance and brightness.
Because the thing is, like the inverse square law is a law of light, and so whatever the sun and the moon are, they're also applying. That is also applied to them. That's why it dissipates, and that's why it doesn't go forever.
But look,
so
in the formula,
the overall thing
have,
is that in the globe model, they're claiming that the inverse square law, is still functioning the way it does, but the moon is all these other distances away. But like I said, you're not even arguing this side of it. But in the most mainstream part of the sort of explanation for this, they use various equations involved with the speed of light in a vacuum to account for it, and then they kind of write it off, and then they use gravity waves and other like bending, warping of space-time to make up their whole model to claim what it is that other people then end up basically just assuming is true.
Look, you keep talking about the inverse square law, and it has two variables, brightness and distance. Only two things that are involved in this. If you have a formula which involves surface area, then you have different formula than inverse square law. And I would really like to see the formula which you used.
Well, that's just calculated for the size of it and the distance.
You don't calculate the size. Just brightness and distance.
Yes, those are the two factors. So the size of it, because like I said before, if you had imagine you have a sphere that's like 50 feet wide. So it's kind of big, but it's not like super big. Anyways, you take that thing up in the sky. Oh my God, it's a huge sphere in the sky. And now you could light it up, put like a light bulb in it. Now it's a lighting up sphere that's like 50 feet wide or 50 meters, whatever you prefer, 50 meters wide. And although that's not even quite the same number, but anyways. And if you had that ball up there and you were, you could calculate the inverse square law for that. Like, oh yeah, the ball's that size. It's going to hit this amount of ground or whatever it may be. Oh, we're reading it at, 100 lumens or whatever it may be. And then, it's pretty basic physics in that way. It's like a light source of a particular size that is emitting an overall light source that is going through a particular distance to reach a particular location. And how bright that has to be due to the dissipation and the attenuation of light, due to the inverse square law of how it travels and how it propagates, as it were, then that's calculated in. And like I said, on the globe model, when you calculate the size of the sphere, they say the distance of it, just like it does work if you have a sphere that's like 50 feet wide and you're emitting light. Yeah, you can do that. But the thing is, when you put it 250,000 miles away, think about how far away that is. Like, dude, the sun seems to set at like a couple thousand miles for us. Like the sun's gone. Like if you travel over the ocean, like it's a couple thousand miles, the sun's gone. So, I mean, if you can, that's the brightest light any of us have ever seen. So this idea that the moon is now not only just a couple thousand, but 240,000 miles, that's the thing. Now it's an extremely far distance, like an unfathomable. Think about how many trips around the equator that is, like to even get to that. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's incredibly long distance. And that this like dusty surface would then have to reflect to the earth and how bright that would have to be. And that's the thing, dude. At that level of distance and the size of it, it absolutely is not even close to fitting.
But look, you can't just say calculated in. Inverse square law has two variables, distance, brightness. No size, no angular size, no surface area, no nothing. Two variables. If you say the surface area, the size is calculated in, then you need to change the formula because then you no longer have just two variables.
Well, the inverse square law is used for how the light travels, yes, but the calculation of it for the globe model is taking the actual surface area of the sphere.
No, the calculation for the globe model is the inverse square law.
Like once that size of a sphere is emitting, it would have to be the overall lumens, kind of like if you had a light, like a small light bulb, like a 60 watt versus a 75 watt versus a 100 watt. Like there's an actual propagation. Well, like the inverse square law would be present in all of those, but there's like the actual kind of potency of the light as well.
We talking about starlight? Yeah, that's going to be coherent light.
We're talking about how the inverse square law.
Look, there isn't
the eccentric model with the way light travels, like from the moon, for example, Dysel, like 250,000 miles away, the inverse square law. And what I was saying is that if you calculate like the surface area of the moon and how bright it would have to be to travel 250,000 miles, and if you calculate using the inverse square law, the brightness, the lumen number, the final number that is gotten to that the moon would have to be would be so bright that it would be blinding. You couldn't even get close to it, let alone land on it and walk around on a dingy, dusty surface.
Okay, Dyslow, save us. Please say the formula for inverse square law.
I can't right now. I got my wife talking to me.
He comes out.
Well, the inverse square law. I mean, like who was it? That was the other guy, Tactical. Yeah, like Tactical was saying, inverse square law doesn't that like assume like basically like the light is like, coming from like a point, right? So, with like a sphere, when you have light bouncing off of like a sphere or bouncing off of anything, right? Obviously, you're not just getting light from one point, you're getting light from all over the surface. But you're only seeing the light that obviously, that's angled towards you. Obviously, if it's angled up, then obviously that light isn't going to hit your eye. So that light is never accounted for, obviously. But like, it's all the light that's basically, that you could see, from where you're standing, or whatever. I guess I could maybe real fast post like a picture, because like this whole inverse square law thing doesn't make sense for like a surface. So this is a very crude drawing, but the idea is that like the blue lines are like the, that's like the inverse square law kind of thing. You got the, whatever, blah, 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 right? But like with like the moon, for example, right? That, that doesn't make any sense, because like you have like, for example, the purple line, you have the green line, you have the yellow line. Those lights are also going to be hitting your eye, right? And at that point, that's sort of ignoring the, that inverse square law kind of like, like cone.
No, but dude, this doesn't have any. Sorry to interrupt. This doesn't have anything to do with how we see it, though. It has to do with the actual light that's reaching the Earth's surface. So it would be the blue, or the kind of darker blue ones.
But no, because a lot of it would actually.
The moon would be. Oh, sorry. Well, yeah. See, like the way that you drew that is exactly how it is. Like you don't really calculate it as a point light source. You calculate it as the surface area and all of that light emitting from that surface area. Whatever you want to call it is a separate question, but that is what overall has to be emitting. But the thing is that these other lines you drew, because that little circle is supposed to be like a dude's head, right? And he's like looking at it or whatever. Yeah. So the thing I would say about that, though, is that what this is doing is not like how we perceive the moon at all. It has nothing to do with angular size. That's why when he brought up angular size earlier, I was like, what? Well, it's not even really related to it at all. Like it's a sphere of a particular size. Like how we see it here on angular size is virtually irrelevant in a sense. I mean, it is in terms of how we actually observe it, but in terms of the calculation for the globe model, because I mean, if you calculate that on a local Earth, like even if you put the moon at, let's just say, even if you just throw a number like between 3,000 to 4,000 miles, even if you do that, which is also, there's like measurements of Polaris that seem to get that 4,000 mile. There's several things that seem to in the sky that seem to that do have that like 3959 or that 4,000 mile. So that's a whole nother question. But even if you just throw that number on it for the moment, within that range, very easily, like an object, whatever that thing is that we see at a half a degree within that local range would be very fitting, because that's also like when we see the sunset, it's generally, depending on your conditions, it's going to be, several thousand miles it's going to be setting. So to think the moon is any different would kind of be just an assumption.
But I don't think the inverse square law works on, like, if you have light reflecting off of an object, right? All that would matter is because, like, here's the thing, right? If you light up an object from every single angle, right, then obviously the light that's going to be bouncing off of it is also going to be bouncing off in every single direction and whatnot, right? Bam, okay. But like, okay, let's say you light, obviously like the moon, the way it is, right? One side lit, right? There's gonna be light on that surface that's just shooting straight out in like one direction. All right, so let's I don't know, let's just say zero. That doesn't make any sense though in like 3D. Let's just say it just shoots out in one direction, right? And we have on that surface other once again, we're talking about the globe model, right? We have other photons that are also shooting out in that same exact direction, right? If you go really far out, let's say, I don't know, like a galaxy away, all right? And, and you were to start picking up that, well, actually, hold on. If you were to pick up that light.
Oh, then it gets really bad. This whole inverse square law thing, when you start taking it out to space, it just goes off the charts. It goes bonkers off the charts, because even if you start doing the calculations, like we're just talking about the moon, if you start doing them for like Mars, like the size Mars is and how Mars's light should be coming to the globe Earth, and you do Jupiter and you do these other ones, especially if you start getting the stars, it's a completely
not to interject, but you can see the inverse square law in action when you look at Mars, Saturn, and Jupiter. Mars is the brightest of them all when you use the same exposure. Jupiter is almost the brightest, but it's a bit further away, and Saturn is dim as hell because it's very far away. It kind of works.
Well,
I am gonna agree that they did seem to order the brightness in terms of the heliocentric model. Yeah, I do.
Oh.
There's they had to reverse engineer it from that.
Yeah, that's your claim that they reverse engineered it.
But hold on, wait, hold on.
Well, that's your claim that they're actually the distances you're claiming they are away, because there's a lot of different.
Give me some money and we can measure it.
Let's do it.
No.
Yep. Get ready.
Well, hold on. A tactical.
Get prepared. This is all preparation for the ultimate journey. So keep the preparation going. We'll get there.
The ultimate journey of me spending a few grand on equipment just to prove a father from Discord wrong. Yeah. Let's live that way.
Well, hold on.
No, I wasn't referring to that. I'm talking about massive projects being done on multiple fronts in multiple ways with professional teams.
All right. Tactical, real fast. So, I mean, were you just giving him the benefit of the doubt when you said, like the Mars and like the inverse square law, or whatever? Because you were saying earlier that like obviously inverse square law that's like the wrong thing, right?
Yeah, if we make 1 point from Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars the same size, let's say 1 pixel, that's the point light source that we get, and we compare those single pixels in brightness, then they are in order of from the distance.
Wait, hold on. What? You're saying like it?
Yeah, Mars is brightest on its closest approach because it's closest to us. Jupiter is a bit dimmer because it's way further from Mars than we are. Although it is slightly less than Mars in its best opposition, because usually it's just bigger. It's like few hundred times bigger than Mars, but anyways. And Saturn is the farthest planet that at least I've observed, and it's the dimmest.
But is that inverse?
Right, because dude, have you?
Yeah, and the inverse square law we can apply to a single pixel from my camera. We take photos of 3. We take 1 single pixel. That's our point light source. It doesn't really have angular size, and it's very arbitrary. So we take those 3 pixels, compare them in brightness. Ta-da!
I gotcha. Well, have you heard? I mean, in a lot of the ancients, they talk about the luminaries are at different layers. So there's that they're actually at layers, and those could be at different distances, perhaps, or different density.
No, they depend on your latitude.
Well, don't interrupt. Let me just finish what I'm saying. So, in terms of them being at layers, one could actually be technically closer or further. Another thing is, it does seem to be that their brightness levels are correlated with the rate at which they cycle between the tropics, and also in comparison to the fixed stars, which essentially is like moving through the zodiac. They all do so at these different quote unquote orbits, or these different cycles, the different times, like like Jupiter, it's like 11.7 years, Saturn 29.5 years. Like they all have their own particular entire cycles, and then they all have their subcycles and all of that as well.
Can I add something real quick? As a marijuana cultivator, right? the inverse square law is significant, right? Because we wanted around 90 watts per square foot, right? And the idea that you don't have to take square foot into consideration or surface area into consideration, you do. When you use the inverse square law and you want to really take into account, there's two variables that you have to include, right?
Look,
The
he
surface.
didn't. He
Hold
didn't
on.
say about.
Don't interrupt
Wait,
me. Don't
wait,
interrupt
because
me.
Let him
No,
finish.
don't interrupt me.
okay.
Technical, you
don't
can go
interrupt
next.
me.
You can go next. Just don't interrupt him.
I've been listening. I've been listening, bro. And all you're talking about, you're conflating points. Point light sources like stars, right? You're right. They necessarily don't change in their angular size, but that's irrelevant, bro. You're muddying the waters because when you take the moon or the sun into consideration, they do change in angular size, and you have to take into account the surface area of the sphere. And when you take that into account, you have to understand that light that's being shined on the Earth, you have to take into account the surface area of the Earth. At the part of the day that's being, the Earth's being illuminated, a certain portion of the Earth is being illuminated, you have to take into account that amount of surface area, and also include. So not only are you including the surface area of the Earth that's being illuminated, you have to take into account the surface area of the sphere that's illuminating the Earth. So there's two variables that you can't just disregard and act like it doesn't matter, because when you're measuring point star systems, right, like point light sources, yeah, you don't have to take those things into account because you don't know the size of a star. You don't know.
All right, so give me the formula that you just stated, because in the inverse square law formula, you have two variables, not four.
So it's simple, right? This is simple. When you have a light in your tent or in your greenhouse, right, you have to take into account the size of that light. How big is that light? How big is that bulb, right? The lamp that you're using. And then when it's shining down, how much surface area is it covering? So when you measure the PAR, the photoactive radiation, or the photoactive density of that radiation, you have, in order to get any reliable numbers, anything that would be useful, you have to take those two variables into account: the size of the light source and the amount of surface area that it's covering. If you're not doing that, then you're not doing proper science, bro. So this whole idea that, you don't have to do this or you don't have to, that's irrelevant, bro. That's bullshit. You're talking out your ass.
Well, I'm still waiting for the formula.
And Lion, and like you said, I do agree though. The one part you said he was right on one part, and actually now that we've kind of gone through it all, dude, I do know what you're talking about with a point light source. It's not that I don't know what that is. I was trying to try to let you share what you were saying about it that I was linked to, because like I said, you were going into angular size and all these things, which that's not even necessarily was anything I even said or wasn't even necessarily relevant. And so, but what you were saying about a point light source, I understand what that means in terms of if you're going to just take a generalized light source that doesn't have an actual physical location, but it sort of has a quote unquote infinity in terms of it being, I understand that whole concept. That's fine. But that isn't necessarily even, in my viewpoint, relevant unless you think it is. But you'd have to say how, because the thing is that we just like what Lion just said, the surface area and the distance and all of that all needs to be calculated for what that overall source of light, whether it's a sphere of whatever size, etc. If it is a sphere, whatever, and that's how you actually calculate it. In addition, even to how that actually hits the Earth as well, and the surface area of the Earth, which of course at that point you're measuring the actual lumen rate, so you're getting that as well. But that's what you've ultimately, kind of would in that case have made a connection between the sun and the moon.
I posted the two memes. He wanted the formula, bro. It's right there.
Congratulations,
now, bro?
Let's now use it. Yes, let's now use it.
What's it say? Radius squared, bro. Wow. So was Geo lying? No, he wasn't, bro. So get with the program. And stop acting like you have some intellectual high ground when you don't, bro. And you're muddying the waters, talking out your ass.
Look, you've given me the formula. He didn't.
He didn't give me the formula. Geo for 45 minutes and acted like you have some intellectual high ground, and you obviously don't. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. So chill out.
You've given me the formula.
No, chill out, bro. You're toned the whole time, bro. Geo's been very respectful,
you're the one screaming,
tolerant, and because I'm pissed off, bro. Because I'm literally holding
who's supposed to chill here?
I'm biting my tongue, bro, for an hour, listening to you just talk shit for 45 minutes and talk out your ass.
And you were kind enough to provide a formula which Geo didn't do.
Actually, dude, he posted the exact same thing I posted. So he posted two things. The first one I posted about 3 times actually above. It's just the basic, the surface area of your sphere is 4 pi r squared. So you have like essentially from the whatever it's emitting from, whatever it may be, whether it's a reflective or whether it's a source, either way, you're going to get that first little square there, and that's your actual surface area of whatever calculation. So if like when I've done it, we break the moon up into a bunch of sections and do it that way, but you can also calculate it as a total as well. But with a moon that size, with that surface area. But anyway, so yeah, you have to calculate, and then from that essentially square emissive area, then just like that graph shows, it's going to expand out from that source via the inverse square law.
Okay, so finally, we have a point on the moon, which is that square, and you're calculating brightness of that square. You're not accounting for the whole.
You have to, if you're going to do just one limited square, then you have to multiply it for the size of the surface area of the moon. But if you're going to do a larger calculation, you can also do it as one large one. But generally, you'll get more accurate results if you break it up. Because
look, and the thing that I'm looking for is what was the calculation that you've used? We have the formula. How did you multiply it to be the size of the moon?
By using the radius value and the diameter value.
Okay, you have the radius value. So now you're just doing that little square. That's the 4 pi r squared 2. So how do you make it half a moon, which is what we see? You don't multiply it by anything because you would need to make half a sphere from squares of that.
Okay, I don't know. I guess you're kind of just strawmanning on the fly. So if you're talking about
I'm not strawmanning. That wasn't a strawman. I didn't misrepresent your position.
Well, you just said that we only did it on one little square and then assumed that was the whole thing. And I'm just saying that's not.
No, I just asked you, how did you multiply it to be half of the moon?
Well, like I said, the ways to you can do one large one for just the size of it, or you could do
the technique that you use.
Let me see.
The thing is, it just isn't even close. It's not even within the realm. Because
technique that you used.
The sun is the brightest light we've ever seen, and it sets within a few thousand miles, like a handful of 1,000, couples of thousands of miles, depending on where you are and all of that, and the time of year and all that, compared to like 250,000 miles is so much further that you could only imagine how bright that light source would have to be. For example, if you were on a dusty, dingy moon, the way that those guys were dancing around up there, that wouldn't even be bright enough, even if it was 100 miles above you. Let alone like 1,000 or even 10,000 miles, like a dingy, dusty surface. That's not going to be that bright up in the sky. This thing is like beaming sometimes. It's amazing.
Theo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why did you say that the sun sets like why does it set like 2,000 miles away?
Wow, well, man, that is hard to hear you. Arma, did you hear him?
I did, but Moman, why are you changing the topic for a moment? I mean, is this?
No, I'm not changing the topic. He said that the sun sets for X reason in 2,000 miles away, but the moon is 250,000 miles away. So he's mixing flat Earth with the sun and globe Earth with the moon.
No, man. No, what I was saying is
okay.
That,
then
the
reason for the sun setting 2,000 miles from you is the curvature of the Earth in this example, right?
Wait, Arma, can you translate? I didn't hear the last thing you said. I almost heard it.
I mean, I heard it, but I also kind of forgot because I'm like looking at this. So
say it again, Moman.
Why did you bring the sun? Why did you bring the sunset into this?
Oh, okay. Why did I bring the sunset? Okay, because what I was saying is that as far as we know, like in a very generalized sense, the sun is like the brightest, most intense light any of us have ever seen, and it seems to travel a further distance than we see any other light source travel, as far as we know. Although, like I said, you could argue that like fiber optic cables maybe under the oceans like is a longer distance maybe in that way, even though that's not like visible light and it's not the sun. So one could, I suppose, say that. and etc. But that's
no,
kind of.
but why did you bring the sunset into this?
Well, I mean, you'd have to remind me what part I mentioned that. I think maybe just to
But
say that
you said that the sun is more bright than the sun or the moon, but it'll set in 2,000 miles.
I said a few thousand. I said a few.
Yeah, but the brightness has nothing to do with the sunset.
Well, dude, I'm not clear on what you're saying. I mean, the sun and the moon.
Hold on. Well, aren't you trying to say that the moon is too bright in the globe model?
Okay, well, let me just say it this way. Okay, here's what I'm saying overall. That if you have the sun and the moon, whatever they are, we see them as we see them. For those light sources to be emitting a comparative light that would do what they do, like light up the earth and do all this stuff, there is a certain amount of lumens that has to be emitted. But when you calculate that with a location of, within, like, let's just say the 3,000 to 4,000 mile range, I'm not saying that is what it is. I'm just saying if you do that, which is relatively local, considering it does also match with the fact that Polaris, like, if you have 24,901 miles at the equator and then you have the North Pole, the radius of that circle over a planar surface actually is like 4,000 miles exactly. Now, I'm not saying it is that. But I'm just saying, because then it gets into what the North Pole is and all that. But I'm just saying, if you have an azimuthal equidistant map and you have 24,901 miles distance of the equator, then the radius of that is literally the same radius they say the globe Earth is, meaning it's about 4,000 miles. So the thing is that when you get to the equator and you go south, Polaris will no longer be visible. And so if that is a circle of that size and then Polaris is at the center, then that's conceivable that things are setting at about that 4,000 mile point. And then if you add 4,000 to the east, 4,000 to the west, you get 8,000. And then if you also add like the afterglow of the sun and the fact the sun's very bright, when you have that 24,901 mile radius of the equator, the sunset cycle does seem to fit within those ranges. And so with all that I just said, that all fits with the actual inverse square law in terms of the geometries of distances with that, because it's all within those few thousand miles, like I was saying. And that's why I just said a few thousand, because I was just trying to throw out a general number, like under 10,000, like within that range. But yes, but with the claim of the globe model with the moon and also Mars and the sun and all these at those great distances, yes, that's what I'm saying, is that the inverse square law does not calculate with that. And so,
but with the
that's, I think, how I brought the sun. That's how I brought the sun and the moon into it. I think is just that, for the distances and then the way light dissipates and that fitting. Whereas if you were to put that thing 250,000 miles away and even make it that size, the inverse square law completely is thrown out of whack.
But did you use the formula that Lion posted?
That's just a basic one. That's just the first part of it, because you also have to calculate the lumens on the Earth. But I mean, that he just posted one of the ones he posted was the inverse square law, which I posted one of those as well because I had it pulled up. I do have the actual calculations I've done. Like I said, I need to go back in my files and find it, and I'm kind of multitasking, so I don't really have the time to go focus on that at the moment. But I will do that later because I do have the calculations that we've done in the past.
Ping me when you send them, please.
So there's 3 different ways to measure light. You got lumens, lux, and ppfd, or par, right? In my opinion, par is the most reliable, right? Lumens are kind of like arbitrary, but par is, you get the whole electromagnetic spectrum, right? And it's very specific. Basically, what Gio is saying is that for the distance that the moon is at, and mind you, it's you guys are saying that it's not a luminary of its own. So that's actually worse on your case because you get reflective light, right? The moon's reflecting light that's somehow traveling 200,000 miles away. And the amount of par radiation that we're receiving on Earth on a full moon is ridiculous. Exactly. It doesn't add up, bro. That's what he's saying.
Exactly. Yep.
So can I get what I've been asking for the past hour, which is the formula? I wanted Gio to ping me when he posts his calculations. Until then, I think it's useless to continue talking about the formula, which we don't have. So after Geo, you find the calculations of your own. Interrupt me.
No, I mean this. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Yeah, so after you get the files figured out and post the calculations that you've done yourself, please ping me in them. Then we can have a conversation instead of going over what is the formula and you going somewhere different for past hour.
Hey, we don't ping people in here, man.
Well,
I give the allowance to ping me. I guess
we went through everything in quite a lot of detail, and there's I'm sure a lot more that can be discussed as well. However, the thing about this, I don't know what you've seen of other people doing calculations or what you may not have seen, because you mentioned that you have seen others that have talked about this. But this is kind of, in a bit, it's kind of old news in the community. I mean, this is stuff that we've figured out many, many years ago. And I guess we haven't talked about it in a bit. So yeah, it's cool that it's come up. But for example, Bob Nodell, he was involved with Globebusters and all that. If you know Bob Nodell, he did a couple presentations over at some of the earlier conferences. And other things that he's done as well around this, and he's done the accurate calculations as well when he presented them, because he did them for like Mars, from Mars to the Earth and from Earth to, etc. And then it's also been done multiple times with like the ones I'm mentioning about the moon as well in terms of the surface area, and that's why when I brought up the moon. So in a way, it's kind of like it's not really a new topic in a sense. It's kind of something we've already gone through. But like I said, I was kind of just explaining the overall components of it. But the math is not particularly difficult. It just has to do with the surface area and the distances, and then the lumen rating. Or like Lion said, you can use par as well. And the thing is, is that it isn't even close. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like it's like a margin of error problem or something like that. Just imagine like how bright the sun or how potent the sun must be so that we can see it when it's setting 4,000 or 5,000 miles away. Meaning if you got in a boat or in a car and just drove, and if the sun froze there, you could get to where you're under it. So it's like, it's obviously only like a few thousand miles, however one wants to calculate that. And it depends on the environment and what, the time of year and all that kind of stuff and the conditions. But, just without even like, if you have a light source that has to be that much more massive and that much further away, think about how bright that would have to be to go like between, let's say 4,000 or 5,000 miles in the sun setting versus like, I guess in the case of the moon, it would be like there and back, like 500,000 miles.
Well,
in the globe model.
All right, just ping me when you post the calculations. Till then, I'm going to sleep. See ya.
Alrighty.
Just remember to ping me when you post the calculations.
What does
Wait a moment.
Yeah, just what does the brightness have to do with traveling and the distance to the sun again? It's irrelevant.
Well, I mean,
because the brightness allows for how far it can propagate and still maintain a brightness level due to the inverse square law.
So you're saying that the sun sets because it can't be seen anymore because of the brightness, not the angle in relation to horizon or anything like that.
So, we're talking about the inverse square law. I mean, it would be both, though. If you're talking about a sunset, it has to do with the angle, and also the inverse square law is always present because of the way that light itself is propagating. But yeah, I mean, there's going to be all.
But the sun is
real quick.
The sun is equally bright when it's at the zenith or at the horizon.
That's not true, bro. That's patently false. But just hear me out for a second. So there's the idea that particles in the air matter, right? The atmosphere is blocking the light, right? Invoking the inverse square law, right? And there's no matter in space, it's the vacuum, so theoretically light can travel exponentially forever, right? But that's not how the inverse square law works. Like, the inverse square law it's not just about particles in the air. It's how light spreads, right?
The inverse square law.
Yeah, see,
hold on. Light spreads regardless if there's particles in the air or in the vacuum of space. That's irrelevant, bro. Because light will spread from its source. It will spread outwards, and as it spreads outwards, guess what happens? There's less lumens. there's less par, right? Regardless if there's particles in the air or not. Now they always try to confuse you and try to, oh well, there's no particles in space, so that's why light can travel forever. They don't let them fool you, bro. Light spreads.
That's not. No one's saying that particles has anything to do with the inverse square law. That's for you.
No, but that's how they rationalize light traveling forever in space. You know what I'm saying? And then on Earth, because there's air and there's particles in the atmosphere blocking out the sunlight or the moonlight. That's why we have the inverse square law. But no, that's not how it works, bro. Yeah, that's a contributing factor to why we have less lumens per foot that light travels. But at the same time, the light is spreading out in all directions from its source. It's not parallel like they try to tell you. It's not parallel. It diverges, bro. Anybody knows this, bro. I don't know why it's like they have this like mantra that they like to preach to people and act like they have an intellectual high ground. But really, if you just looked at it logically, right, and weren't so zealous and so religious in your viewpoints, maybe you'd wake up to the truth.
Yeah, with the poisoning of the well, we do understand that the light isn't exactly parallel from the sun. The case is that the sun is so much bigger than the Earth that it's practically parallel.
You got to snap out of that paradigm that light is always parallel, right? And that it travels for millions of miles with no inverse square law. You know what I'm saying?
So you didn't listen to anything. It's so pointless to talk to you because you don't.
No, you're not listening, bro. I've been listening for an hour, dude, to this guy talk.
Yeah,
he hasn't brought no substance to the table. And you're asking. You just said that you asked Gio when he asked about the sun. When you asked about the sun, 2,000, 4,000 miles away. What Gio is saying is that even the sun, as bright as it's like 400,000 times brighter than the moon, right? As bright as the sun is, you can look at it directly without sunglasses as it approaches 2,000 miles away. Literally at 2,000 miles away from where you are right now, right? As you see the sun setting, way before it sets, you can actually look at it directly, and it's not going to harm your eyes.
I mean, yes, that's an interesting point with the moon and the sun. The distance to the moonrise and to the sunrise, and to the TP of the moon and the sun is exactly the same. So it has nothing to do with the brightness. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Dude, listen, you can have a par meter. You have a lux meter, a lumen meter, a par meter, whatever meter that you want. Put it out in your backyard, bro, throughout the day, and tell me that the amount of lumens that the sun shoots out doesn't change, bro. That's patently false, bro. Where are you getting this information from?
No, I said that the distance to the GP of the sun and to the moon at moonrise or sunrise is exactly the same. So the lumens don't matter.
No, you said that they don't change throughout the day. From the zenith
to
the horizon, and it doesn't change when it clearly does, bro. Just look at the sun with your eyes at solar noon, and then at the horizon, and tell me that the lumens don't change, bro. You must be brain dead to believe that.
Sure, it does change, but from 0 to 45 degrees, it doesn't change.
Oh,
but
all right. So now you're changing. Now you're changing your tune.
Yeah. Now, I'm changing it. Yes, because I'm intellectually honest, unlike you. But the distance to the moon's GP and the sun's GP from moonrise and sunrise is exactly the same. So the brightness doesn't matter. Just like Gio said, we see them for a few thousand miles, and then they said, "All right."
Can you? I've never actually understood, like in the heliocentric model, what you mean by the light rays becoming parallel. Could you draw a diagram of like the sun's relationship to the Earth and how the diverging rays become parallel? I had one idea, but I had a separate conversation with another globe earther, and they were very ambiguous about it. I'd like to see if you could diagrammatically represent that.
Do you want to know how the light is parallel?
Yeah, could you diagrammatically represent? Because I had one idea about how it became parallel in the heliocentric model, but then I spoke to another globe earther, and they kind of became ambiguous about that. So I'd just like to see if I have it right, or whether they were, as per your model, or the heliocentric model.
I don't know if it's my headset or what, but I can't make out what you're saying. You said you want to know about the parallel rays from the sun. in
Yeah, I just
heliocentric
want
model.
if you could diagrammatically represent the way in which the light rays from the sun become parallel as they reach the earth diagrammatically. Because I had one idea, and then I spoke to a globe earther, and they were ambiguous about whether I had the right representation of it or not. So I just want to clarify, since you seem to understand this.
Well, how about we first look at examples of this parallel light? Because I mean, like, we're not. I don't think we're just claiming that it's parallel. I mean, I think we actually giving. There's a reason why we say it's parallel, right? Like for example, I think it has to do with like what, like the shadows, Like if you have like a like there's that one picture where there's like a bunch of I don't know what they are exactly, but these little things sticking out the ground, and they look like they're diverging when you're actually like on the ground. But if you like go above bird's eye view, you see that they're actually parallel and whatnot.
Dude, there's a bunch of ways. There's a bunch of ways to substantiate parallel light from the sun. I'll give you 3 good ways. Almer gave you one. Another way is to simply hold up a rock or a ball and hold it up while you're looking at the sun in the daylight, and you'll see that the shadow made on the sun, on the moon, is the same shadow made on the rock. You could go to any town in the world and measure shadows on either end of the town, like if shadows made by anything, a stick or a well or anything, and they'll be the same exact shadow on either end of the town. Or you can get put a hole in a piece of paper, and you can see that the size of the light that the sun is making through the hole is the same size as the hole, and it's not like coming from different angles; it's coming parallel. So these are 3 simple ways to confirm that the sunlight is parallel.
No. That's not my question. That's fine. That's interesting abductive evidence. But I'm asking for the model as per which divergent rays would be seemingly parallel. Right? I just want to see that if that could be diagrammatically represented. I had one idea of how that happened to be the case in the heliocentric model, but now I'm not clear. So I'm not even trying to debate anything. I just.
I see what you're saying. I heard you ask this question, and I actually had this question before too. But it's easier than you think, dude. It's because you see that
the one I just posted with a Fresnel lens. But yeah, go ahead, Coach.
No, but he's saying about how the sunlight is coming from, the sun's, a big, object. It's got light that should be coming from the middle, and then the ends, they should be coming at all sorts of angles. And if we're only receiving light from like a very thin band, then we should only see that part of the sun. But that's not exactly how it works. All of the sunlight is coming to us, even no matter what angle it's coming from the sun. All that light is coming to us. So it just so happens that the angular size is only half a degree, but so the light that's coming to us is only is a very small range, but it's not coming from a small portion of the sun. It's coming from the entire sun.
Could you diagrammatically represent that though, so that I could figure out like why exactly you believe that to be the case?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would be able to do is just show you sunlight coming from all the parts of the sun, and it's expanding from every part. So it's like the inverse square law. It's expanding, but still all that light from each part of the sun is reaching us. From the top of the sun, the bottom of the sun, everything.
I just like to see that diagrammatically represented if that's possible.
Yeah, how do straight lines come off of a sphere in parallel, Coach? Can we get that?
It's not straight lines.
Can we get that kind of locked down and
Obviously, straight lines.
I'm understanding the claims. I just want to see how one would diagrammatically spatially represent that.
I mean, I don't know if you could fit it on a diagram effectively. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I could maybe try to do it in like.
They do it like this. Imagine you have a massive, massive sun. Some of those animations we've seen over the years. Okay, you have a huge sun. You have a tiny, tiny, like the globe is like a size of a marble. It's like a pebble, whatever the, etc. So imagine you have this little globe that's like 93 million miles away, which obviously is so extremely far.
Yep. You cut out.
Yeah. So, but they also claim that the sun is much larger, in terms of diameter than the Earth. So many Earths fit within the sun. So they kind of describe it as this huge sun, this tiny little globe, but the sun is so big, but it's also so far away. But because it's kind of like, you're looking at it from the Earth and this kind of idea, even though the Earth is really small, the quote unquote light rays that are actually coming off of the sun in a radial fashion are only hitting a very small little part of the overall field. If they're really emitting this 93 million mile just beam of light, as it were, the amount of that's actually hitting the Earth is actually just a teeny little pebble. And that teeny pebble amount, when you relate it to like the radial light that would be coming off the sun, it's basically, they say, almost 99.9%.
I know, that's what I thought, but he's I think it's Kosho who was speaking. I think he just denied that. That's what I used to think, right? That's what I used to think. That's why I had a separate question about, well, he already addressed, by the way, in his addressal of the point. He said that we should have, if that were the case, we'd only be seeing a thin band of the sun, not the entire sphere or circle of the sun, whatever you want to call it, depending on the model. And so now he's saying, no, you're getting all of the light from the sun, from top to bottom. So I just want to see how that could be diagrammatically represented, how those divergent rays would become parallel, or seemingly parallel. Or reach the sun, or reach the supposed globe. I just want to see if someone could represent that diagrammatically from like an orthographic perspective.
I guess I could try. I don't know. Let me see.
Yeah, Arma's gonna try the impossible.
It's not impossible. It's just. I mean, it's just. I don't. I think in terms of like I might have to make the angle maybe smaller because obviously I don't have a long enough picture to maybe make the light light rays actually like parallel. So you'll just have to imagine that like you just fucking draw the thing. Let me see.
No worries, you can downscale that as long as the logic makes sense.
I mean, I could be totally wrong about this. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is how it works, but if Kosho, correct me if I'm wrong. All right, if when I post this, because I mean, I think I have an idea of how this works. I just need confirmation. So I'm just gonna real fast do that. We use orange. What the fuck keeps happening with this?
Hey, real quick, while you're doing that, because I'm not going to talk for very long, I just want to say, this thing about the inverse square law on the moon, because there was somebody who brought this up a long time ago, and I forgot who it was, but he was very adamant about it, and so I did the math. And I did it again actually just now in the chat, but the thing about the math is it doesn't tell you very much because all it's really telling you is that when you're a certain distance, so let's say you're as close as you can get to the moon while you can still see the entire half of it in your field of view, whatever distance that is. I'm assuming it's probably like, I don't know, 1,000 miles or something. So from that distance, the entire moon will have a magnitude of brightness. The whole moon will be that bright to you. But as you get closer and closer to the moon after that, you're going to see less and less of the moon. And so you're going to have to divide that magnitude, that apparent magnitude up into the amount of the region that you can actually see. And it's going to turn out to not be it's going to be very underwhelming. It's not going to be very, spectacular. So the maximum is probably going to be when you're as close as you can, where it takes up your entire field of view. And I kind of actually came up with that in the chat because I said 950 miles. So from 950 miles, it should be about 65,000 times brighter than it is from here on Earth when you're looking at it. But that's because it's taking up your entire field of view. So yeah, I don't. It's not really that surprising. And then after that, it's gonna be less bright. So
did anyone make a diagram?
It's not really a problem.
Someone said they were going to post a diagram.
Yeah, I'm still making it.
All right, cool. No worries. I was just wondering if I was looking at the wrong panel like a retard.
Well, hopefully that's settled.
Well, this is all very important because how light actually travels makes a huge difference. Like, if light actually travels the way we observe it to, which it dissipates over, like I said, let's just say within 10,000 miles of wherever we are, that's about it, the furthest we can get. So if that's the way light actually functions, then that would mean that the lights in the sky would have to be local and closer, which then means the inverse square law does work directly with those being light sources and with seeing them in the distances we do and the sunrises and sunsets and the temperature change of the sun through the seasons. But then when you use the inverse square law, like there really is no way to make it work, Coach. Like I said, Bob Nodell has done some really good presentations on it because
I just made it work.
He did it. The ones that he did when he did some of those presentations where he went through, he did all of them for all of the, quote unquote planets. And when you get out to Pluto, it just completely breaks down. Even at that, I mean, it already has broken down way before that. But at Pluto, it's so far off, it's not even close. Of the amount of lumens of how we.
No, okay, but I mean,
like I said, dude, the way that they
broke it down,
the way they fudge for it is they use like tensor equations and they use the bending warping of space-time theories of how light travels in the vacuum to account for it.
Wait, not to change whatever, but
but I just explained it. It was.
Oh, I'm just gonna real fast post a picture. Let me know, Kosho, if this is even accurate or at all, because this is what I think how it works. I could be wrong, but I mean, I might actually be wrong on this, but I think this is how it works. So basically,
what I would have.
It's out of control. That's officially out of control.
What?
Yeah, dude, what I would have done is I would have taken the sun, and then drawn a small. This is why it's not going to be a simple thing to do because you have to make small spheres coming off of the sun, and then those spheres grow bigger and bigger and bigger and weaker, and those are the light coming from every part of the sun. And if you take it all the way till it gets to Earth, a very small region, the angles of those light bubbles or whatever the parts of those lights that are, touching the Earth, it's a minute difference between the angle between all of them, which is why it's like a very small angle across the Earth. But you're still getting all the parts of the sun. Every part of the sun is the light is coming off and coming towards us. We know that because we can see the entire half of the sun. So I mean, I don't know how you would diagram that, but it would be difficult because you gotta make spheres.
But he brought up Pluto, bro. Pluto's reflecting sunlight back to us, bro. And you know that light works like a wave. It spreads outwards, right? It propagates outwards. As it propagates outwards, you get less and less luminosity. And somehow we could still see Pluto.
What's the apparent magnitude of Pluto?
You don't understand. You don't see the problem with that, bro. Understand.
What's the apparent magnitude of Pluto?
I don't know, man. But the fact that you can see it with an amateur telescope is all I need to know.
It's 3.2. They say 3.27 billion with a B miles.
What's the apparent magnitude of it?
3.2 billion. So they're trying to claim that the light that we see from the sun that just gives us like a daytime is going 3.27 billion miles through the darkness of space, bouncing off of some gassy, dusty picture of Pluto the dog, circle, etc. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, like they bounce off this rocky ball or whatever, and then travels another 3.27 billion miles. Well, no, wait. The 3.27 billion is probably from us. So I guess the distance from the Earth to Pluto is 3.27 billion. Pluto from the sun's got to be, you got to add 93 million to that.
Oh my goodness.
If you're already at 3.2 billion, I guess 93 million is not that much more, but still. So it's roughly that same number actually, because 93 million is hardly even a dent in that. But yeah, dude, we're talking over 6 billion miles of total travel is what they're claiming. And the sun dissipates at a few thousand miles when it sets.
How far away is Pluto?
They say 3.27 billion miles, almost 3.3 billion.
Did anyone make the diagrammatic representation?
Well, yeah, I did, but I mean, I never got a confirmation from Kosho though. I'm gonna post it again. Wait, so by the way, is it a rule? Is
Yeah.
it a rule? Is there an R roll in there?
Yeah, it's me, yeah. Arul.
Yeah, but how do you pronounce that though? Is Arul? Like, how do I pronounce that?
Fine, bro. Arul. It's fine.
Arul. Okay. All right. I'm just okay. I'll just ping you then real fast if you don't mind. Arul. Okay. That was. I could be wrong on this. All right. This is just my guess on how it works. All right. My guess is that the Earth is just so far away, right? That if you were to draw the lines, like in my picture here, from the top to the bottom of the sun, whatever, and you were to like really send it real far out, like that triangle that I have there would just stretch out to the point where it's practically parallel, the two whatever. So as you can see, I have like the yellow lines. It's practically like a triangle. Then like up to the red triangle one, it's still a triangle, but it's like a elongated triangle. Then you have the really light blue lines where you could hardly even tell at that point. First off, it's off the off camera, but at that point you could probably hardly tell it's a triangle. At that point, it would technically be a triangle, but those lines are practically parallel at that point.
I can't see the picture. I don't know where. Did you DM it to me separately or like in the room?
It's in Livestream 1.
Livestream 1. Okay, let me check. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, I could be wrong about that. Coach hasn't really confirmed it or anything, so I don't really know for sure. I'm pretty sure that's how it works, though. I think that's the idea. The idea is that you could take the the line. The what? Anyway, yeah. So as you can see, yeah, that triangle pretty much extends, so far out that the sides just become practically parallel. That's how I think it works.
I understand. Yeah, that's a fair video. I'll give you that.
But Arma, do you consider that this idea of all this parallelity, is that a word? It's not parallelity. All this parallelity claims of the way that the light's working in the sky. Do you consider that that's actually what they need to invert into? So, for example, if you have a planar surface Earth, and then you have lights that are above you that are in some way emitting radially from where they are, within a local range, you're going to have sort of just the twinkle and the effect, and that would work with that local distance. But if you're going to take the Earth and make it a sphere in a model, the stars can't be the same close and local phenomenon because all the math doesn't work, the geometry doesn't work. So they have to make the stars out in space. It's like part of the inversion process. Like, that's what I'm asking. Have you ever considered that that's actually where they have inverted the geometry? Because by making the stars quote unquote parallel, or the sun rays quote unquote parallel, they're replicating planar geometry by making them parallel. Parallel and plane, because you can have like parallel lines that are not necessarily parallel planes, etc. But in this case, I think they basically, like, if you have a planar foundation and then like a hemispherical region above you that you can see and everything is in declination to that's like the azimuthal grid, which is why it's in Stellarium, and like planetariums use that as well. But you can make an equatorial grid while you kind of assume that the Earth is a sphere. But to make that celestial sphere, they then have to put the stars, quote unquote, light years away and billions of miles, and beyond, even trillions and all that when it gets to light years, to make that parallel geometry to account for the way the sky works. Because if you consider that what's actually happening is the actual foundation of the Earth is planar, and the sky has its quality, and that if they have inverted it that way, then some of it would still line up if they just make the stars parallel instead of close and local, and then assume the Earth's a sphere. And then some of these things like Eratosthenes and these other things start to be these like overlap things that they then push the model. Have you considered that there could be an inversion?
I mean, I guess you could maybe potentially invert it. I haven't really looked into it per se, or haven't thought about it. But I don't really. It's not that I don't, I haven't considered or whatever. It's just that whenever I am in these, discussions, I'm really just trying to clear things up. Like when I see like someone say, "Oh, this doesn't work" or whatever, I'm just like, "Well, no, it does" or whatever. So I mean, like maybe I could look into it, but I just never do because that's not really my goal in these conversations. It's just to sort of clear things up. That's it. It's like some people will be like, "Oh, that can't work." Like the moon's shadow should be this size. If light is parallel, whatever. But I think there's sort of a misunderstanding in that. So I'm in these conversations because of that. Anyway, I don't know if that makes any sense. I've been kind of rambling on for a bit, but yeah. Just yeah.
Okay.
But sure, I guess to answer your question, Gio, sure, there probably is. There might be something to that where you can reverse it, or you could say that maybe the globe model has the true Earth. For the sake of argument, let's say let's say the Earth actually is flat for me, right? Obviously, because I believe the Earth is round. Let's say the Earth is flat, though, right? It could be that the globe model really is like a sort of inversion of that. All right. I haven't personally looked into it, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. If you've ever either looked into that or considered that as being impossible.
Yeah, maybe. I just haven't looked into it personally, so, or at least not a whole lot. So maybe.
Well, okay. So if the Earth isn't a globe, if that's the actual truth of it, though, then wouldn't you think that there would have to be some kind of an inversion? Because obviously the globe model does seem to work in some ways. So if you were to know at some point in the future that it for sure isn't a globe, then then that would just logically follow.
Yeah. I mean, it would have to. I mean, otherwise, nothing would. Yeah.
That there had to be an overlap, and even a fairly significant one, for this to even be pulled off.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would agree. Well, that's why I'm just asking, because I mean, the thing is, it's like, wouldn't it be important to know whether one of them is exclusive to the other? Because that's what a lot of like people, in terms of discussing this, like, are wanting to talk about, is in terms of what they think is compelling. In terms of validating one.
I'm really sorry about that. My mic fell onto the floor, and I was looking for it, and I forgot it was on. Hey, but real quick, I'll just say this also before I go, because I've already solved the moon, and I told you how, like, when the sun comes, and now I'm going to tell you how Pluto works, dude. It's very easy, because if you take the amount of sunlight that Pluto gets from the sun is very little, and Pluto's very far. All you got to do is do the inverse square law. I think it's like 60 lux, 60 lumens. Take 60 inverse square law all the way here. It turns out that what we see Pluto is the magnitude, the apparent magnitude 15, apparent magnitude of 15, which is really small. It's exactly what you would expect if it was getting 60 lumens from the sun each day. So there you go. Bada bing, bada boom.
Yep, bada bing, bada boom.
Now you're all of a sudden claiming the inverse square law does work in space, Kosha?
Well, yeah, when have I ever said it doesn't work? Why would it not work? What are you talking about? Inverse square law, man. It's a real thing. It's how forces dissipate with distance. Because a force like gravity or whatever, light, like a circle, like a sphere. If a sphere's growing, in at least one of the directions it's growing into, it's going to grow twice as big. The radius will be twice as big, and the surface area of that side is going to be squared because it's twice as big. It's a squared function. From the distance to the radius, obviously. I mean, the distance to the surface area.
I don't think anyone during all this discussion has disputed the inverse square law in and of itself. The problem is that when you apply it to the distances they claim of outer space, it completely breaks down to the point to where it's not even close to being realistic. But the thing is, in the mainstream, they even admit this, and then they end up, like I said, they end up replacing that with, because essentially, like if we apply the inverse square law, the way that light works, let's just say on Earth, as it were, there's a particular way that functions. And then, of course, there would be like in a vacuum as well. But what they're then doing is claiming something that they've never replicated is happening all outside of this globe Earth, meaning this globe Earth is there, and then there's all this infinite space going out in all directions. That's where they're claiming that the inverse square law, the way that it functions in the medium they claim that is, and the way that they claim light functions in that medium. Like their whole 10 to the negative 17 Tor and all of the other claims of
I don't get
also the the like way gravity works with the bending warping of space-time and Einstein. It gets into all of those components in terms of how they're claiming that the whole thing is modeled when in terms of all the interactions of light and gravity waves and all the other stuff they add into it.
Yes. I mean, inverse square law, it's fundamental in a bunch of different places, like magnetism, electrostatics, all this type of stuff. Because, like I said, when a force grows in distance, the surface area is going to be a square in proportion to that. So, anyways, the point is, there's nothing weird about using it in space because, like I told you, with Pluto and with the moon, it actually gives you the correct values. Like the values that you would get if you use the inverse square law is correct. Like we see the magnitude, we see it one way from Earth, and if you were closer to it, it should be, this much brighter, and it is. I mean, that's how much sunlight it's getting from the sun, 60 lumens. If you convert that in, the inverse square law all the way back to Earth from Pluto, that's like 15, magnitude of 15, which is extremely small. It all fits.
It doesn't fit at all, dude. If you had the dingy, dusty surface that they claim to land on the moon, if just to give like a practical sense of that, if that was, let's say, 2 miles away from you, okay, let's say you're up on a mountaintop and you're looking at the same dingy, dusty, like the type of light that was on the moon when they were walking around on it, it would be barely visible. Let alone that being 236,000 miles away, you would not even see it, dude. It would be it would just be poof.
Very well.
But that's just a very generalized way of describing it. But I'd have to see whatever math you're coming to, I guess, posted, because the ones that have been done over the years, like I said, Bob Nodell did thorough ones because he went through all of the different like Mars, Jupiter, Saturn as well. Like I said, we've done ones over the years for the moon, for the sun. There's multiple. And like I said, the way they get around it is claiming the way they claim that light travels in their medium of the vacuum that they claim they, discovered out there, essentially.
Well, I did post it again, but what I'm telling you is that
you realize that like Jack Parsons like basically discovered space, like JPL. And Disney.
Real quick,
these are the guys that discovered space.
So I did look it up. He is right. It says here that Pluto gets about 60 lux of sunlight from the sun.
Oh.
It's 40 AU from the sun, or i.e. 40 times as far from the sun as we are. Right. But it's getting 60 lux. Those 60 lux are now bouncing off of Pluto and traveling back to us. And how much are we getting?
We get magnitude 15, which is extremely small.
3.2 billion miles.
Lux, though. I'm saying lux. How many lux are we getting from Pluto?
It's like a lot of zeros and then a 9.
That's
it's
not
0.0009
square law at all, dude.
What? It is
60 lux, and then you're gonna get like a fraction, right? You're gonna get like a decimal point of like 100 zeros, probably, dude. You're talking about billions of miles away, bro. You know how the inverse square law works, dude? How is that even proportionate, bro? Like, I'm honestly trying to figure this out.
You're not listening. Oh, God, I was muted. No, you take the distance and you cut it in half, and then you take the magnitude and you divide it by 4. Do it again and do it again. I mean, you can do a shorter version, but that's a simple way of doing it if you can't figure out any other way to do it. So if it's 40 AU, then in 20 AU, it should already have decreased to about 15 lux.
Bro, no, you're not. Listen, bro. You know how many lux the sun is?
Uh-huh.
Okay, it says here direct sunlight is between 30,000 and 100,000 lux per square meter, right? Any given time. So you got 100. Let's just say solar noon, right, where the sun's probably the strongest, around 2 o'clock, 12 to 2 o'clock, whatever. You got 100,000 lux. That 100,000 lux is now traveling billions of miles to get to Pluto. By the time that 100,000 gets to Pluto, bro, it's diminished to 60 lux, right? That 60 lux now has to travel almost the same distance back to the Earth. How much are we gonna have left by the time it gets here?
I told you it's like a bunch of zeros and then a 9.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You're saying 15, bro.
Very small. No, I said split it. Dude, you're not listening, dude. I said when you split it in half.
You said
so
divided
you take
by
the
4.
distance, 40
That's literally what you
AU.
said.
Yeah, take the 40. Hold on, dude. Hold on.
All right.
This is the problem, dude. You have to listen. Because it's if you split the distance in half and make it from 40 AU to 20 AU, now the lux should be about 15 lux. That's only if you split it in half. You have to keep going now. You got to split that in half. And then it's like 10 AU. Now it's 3.75 lux.
Yeah, dude,
Keep going.
Yeah, multiply it by 4 every time you double it. So yeah, it dissipates quite quickly. Considering, by the way, you guys, they claim that it takes the light from Pluto. So you guys got to factor this in too, of course. It takes 5.5 hours, they say, for the light to get. So this 60 lux that's being claimed has got 5.5 hours of just luxing through space. Like this thing is just cooking along. All the photons are intact, just blasting through outer space. They have like protective shields so they don't get dissipated in a special way because it's a vacuum of space. That doesn't have to apply the inverse square law. Then it gets to the Earth's atmosphere, and then it functions as the inverse square law. Then we see it in our local.
It has to believe that it has to not spread out as a wave. That whole distance here, it can't spread out at all.
Wouldn't it blink out every time a satellite got in between you and the light from Pluto? Sorry to just kind of scale it down a little bit.
I think so. I have an issue though, real fast with what Kosho said though, because I'm a little confused on this. Kosho, you there? Kosho? Well, I'll just say it anyway. So Kosho, you said what was it? You said you take what was it 40 AU, and you said what was it, half of that, like 20 AU. You said you would what? You said 1/4 the brightness. Is that what you said? Damn, Kosher really is in and out. Okay, whatever. I'll just wait for him. You guys can continue, but I feel like there's an issue with that though, because why is it based off of that? Like, okay, what if the Earth was not in the in the location that it is? What if it was like, I don't know, somewhere else, right? And then you were to do like the whole brightness thing, right? Okay, you would then take the distance between you and the the Earth and Pluto, and then halfway between you and Pluto, that's when you would decrease the brightness by 1/4. That doesn't make any sense. I feel like that feels weird. That feels like very like that doesn't make any sense to me. I wish I could like make more. I wish I could like sort of like articulate what I'm saying, but I'm not doing a good job. $40 AU. So. Does anyone kind of get what I'm getting at? If not, I can kind of explain it better. Like, does anyone?
Yeah, like double the distance, dissipate by 4 times, and then that keeps multiplying.
No, but here's the thing, though, right? So, like the Earth. Okay, so in the globe model, right? The Earth is obviously 1 AU away from the sun, and obviously Pluto. What was it, like 40 AUs, right? So what I was saying is that okay, so let's say this is the case, right? Like let's say what Kosho says is correct, right? And we take half, Pluto's at like 60 lux, whatever the fuck, right? And then halfway between Pluto and Earth, right? It's 1/4 of that, so it's only 15 lux. I feel like that's weird because what if now, let's say Earth was actually, right? Because okay, so if Earth is 1 AU away from the sun, right? And let's say, and then let's say Pluto is 40 AUs away, right? Then that means Pluto is roughly 39 AUs away from Earth, right? That's fair to say, right? So what if I was actually change that now? What if I change that to where Earth is actually 100 AUs away from Pluto, right? And then we start doing the calculations, the calculation like that way, right? So
what if the
well, hold on.
Bad. Go ahead, Amber.
There's a reason why I'm bringing this up, right? Because then if you were to take half the distance, then which would be 50 AUs, right? That is where the brightness of Pluto would be 15 now, right? It would be at 15 lux, which doesn't make any sense though, because like we already established with the earlier example, right, where Earth was only 1 AU away from the sun and 39 AUs away from Pluto, right? That halfway between Earth and Pluto in that example, right? Which would be what's half of 39? That'd be like roughly 19.5, right? We already established in that example 19.5 AUs away from Pluto, it would have dropped by by 1/4. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like that's weird, and I'm hoping Kosho. Never mind, he's not here. Fuck. I'll write it. I'll write it out. Right?
It is weird, bro. That's what we're saying.
Hold on, man. Let me go next.
That's why I'm saying. I think that's why I think you guys are applying it wrongly because that doesn't make any sense. You can't just be like halfway between you and and the light source, whatever. Because
what is the smallest camera that somebody could possibly make? I know this is definitely related. I swear to God.
Smallest someone can make a camera. I don't know.
Okay, whatever. I bet people can make like tiny ass cameras, right? Could we replicate in like a vacuum chamber the relative size of a sun-shaped light source in the heliocentric model and a tiny ass globe, tiny ass camera, and see if the light rays come parallel with the relative distance?
I like that. Like a model, like a kind of a big size model, like
yeah, because
a huge vacuum chamber with a tiny little globe where it's just the teeniest little guy. And then you have some light source, some of the biggest light source you can get, like blasted at it. Yeah, that'd be funny. And see if you can zoom in and like maybe put a little smoke so you get some like lines or something. So you can see
I'm sure they could replicate it. I mean, it's not like the scale isn't so crazy that they couldn't like at least show the phenomenon.
The scale is pretty bonkers, though. I mean, 93 million miles is so far. I mean, like if we were to travel around the equator on an airplane in one trip, like 25,000 miles, or if you were to take a little break and then just do it in two, to take a refueling or whatever, I mean, that is an incredibly long distance, and it's more than like any human generally ever even observes. We always see the sun and the moon in our local region. So, I mean, these claims that any of this can even happen are a far stretched. That even this idea that light could even travel. And there could be like a point source, the way that like a star just looks like a little twinkle, even though it's supposed to be a light that's emitting radially out. So why would it appear as there's so many things. That's a separate thing. Like why would it appear as a little pinprick when it's supposed to be radiating its light outwards? And that's what we're supposed to be receiving, right? Radially equally from all sides of the star, not just one little dot.
I know, but
the whole sky should be lit up with light.
If we could replicate this like this as a model, even just to show that it's possible in principle, I mean that would be nice. I mean, you don't have to replicate the exact distance, right? But they just need to get this tiny globe away from this big ass sun, this big dark chamber, just long enough that the light rays should seemingly be near parallel to them.
Distances aren't based on brightness. I don't know who said that right or wrong. But you can have a very large, dull light that's really far away, and you can have every variation of that. Like, you can't equate distance to brightness unless you know certain parameters, which you don't know about the stars.
But do you know what a standard candle is?
Yeah. Because you can you can do that in Earth's atmosphere. You can put your hands on it. You know the variables. That's why you can't. I don't think you can use the same parameter. You can't use lux, or I don't even think you can use the inverse square law for anything. Out of those parameters, it's a tough one, right? Like I think that's why they're able to say it doesn't work, because I don't. It's just a tough thing, but they can't prove their distances or sizes either. Like it's just all.
Well, yeah, Jeremy mentioned the standard candle, and yeah, they have a thing called the cosmic distance ladder, which is also which goes into like the Hubble constant and all of these other. So this is basically like the astronomical unit, which there's more. It's not just the distance to the sun. There's other components as well involved in that, and then how that all plays into it. And then the standard candles has to do with how they calculate like the magnitude over distance of brightness. So there's a whole component of this that's built into it, is how they actually measure light in space, because they don't claim that they measure it in the same way, because of the way it's traveling through the vacuum. And that's why I was saying earlier, like this whole thing about the inverse square law not working, if in that sense, this is what they have to create in order to even still push it as a model, or even trying to push it as a model.
Gio, you might be able to answer this. Why don't we feel the heat from the moon's light?
Yeah, there's the idea that it's cooling as well, but yeah, you're saying if it was of an equal light source, if it was reflecting sun's light, you're saying?
Yeah, if it's less lumens, we should still feel the heat from it. It'd just be less than the sun by a certain degree.
Another question, still related on that exact topic. So why wouldn't the moon's light be blinding as they approached it?
I don't know, but just on the
That's what
last
I'm
topic.
saying. That's what I'm saying. Sorry. Well, just real quick on the end. I know we've been talking about this for a long time. We can move on, but just since he brought it up again, that's the thing. Like I said, I need to go back and look at the files I have to get the exact numbers that I have documented that we've done. But there's been many that have been done. And yeah, it's the thing. When you calculate it, like the amount of lumens that would, like I said, I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but it was at a brightness level that it's not even like that it would be blinding them when they got within 1,000 miles to it. It was like even within 30 to 40,000 miles, if I just remember off the top of my head, it was something like that. It's like even if you get within 30 to 40,000 miles, the moon will be completely blinding, which makes sense considering how much it brightens up thousands of acres of the earth. That it would be like that.
To the point where it casts shadows, right? So I mean, I was
Think
wondering
about this too. If we're weightless orbiting Earth, as soon as we left orbit heading toward the moon, we'd be projecting away from Earth. We'd have extra gravity. Of course, we'd be losing a little bit as we got away from it. But at first, they'd have extra gravity as soon as they stop free falling around the Earth, right? So the whole thing, dude, there's holes all in it.
I mean, that was a little.
All right, but before we get too far off, hold on, man. Before we get too far off the last thing, I want to go using the inverse square law for shit out in space. Like that's cool here on Earth, where we know what's in between where we're viewing it from and the light. That's cool and it works, yeah. But what if you get the density wrong, the medium density changes, or if there's some kind of magnification going on, something could be happening where the distance that would fall apart, basically.
Well, I mean, that's why they brought in, I mean, that you mentioned the standard candle, and that is partly why they brought that in, because the standard candle deals with the inverse square law, but it also, there's these different components of the way that they build it into a model, and then they add certain assumptions and certain data points that are part of how they claim the light is becoming extinct. So you're kind of saying, you're kind of going along with that idea that it could be different. But yeah, I mean, they do claim that this medium that they claim is out there, which is kind of crazy to think that NASA, as it were, is the first, the government was the first ones to space. It's basically like JPL, basically just discovered space at the end of the day. It's not only JPL, it's others too, but it's just crazy to think that those dudes are the ones that, are supposed to be leading the front of humanity of discovering this thing. But anyways, this medium that they claim is out there. Yeah. That's how they, and then they even add in there's a thing called the standard siren, which has to do with gravitational waves as well. But that
I wouldn't just
black holes and neutron stars and that whole thing. What they claim from all that.
I'm just saying I wouldn't just think that. I mean, you could think that if you get half the distance, it would double in brightness. That may not be the case because of some maybe magnification
it's not double
effect or a different medium.
I don't think it's double brightness. I think it's supposed to be 4 times. I think. I don't know. I don't think it's double.
Whatever the formula is, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah. But hold on. I don't think it's that simple either, though. Because once again,
double the distance 4 times dissipation. Double the distance 4 times dissipation.
Yeah, but I don't think. I just want to know how. Go on, Jeremy. Actually, because I don't want to interrupt. But
that's it. You guys presuppose the medium. Easy peasy.
Okay. Well, anyway, but
we're gonna medium. It's all good, dude. Arma, would it be all right if we just presuppose the medium and then put values in that are going to fit that medium? Once we presuppose what it is, and then calculate it for that.
I mean, okay, if you want to say, we're presupposing, but I mean, like, we're
Could they
talking
have just
about
made up light years? Sorry to interrupt. Could they have just made up light years? Go ahead. Sorry.
light
Could they
years
have
is
just made
a.
up? Could they be completely made up and just calculated?
I don't know. I mean, if there's maybe if there's a medium up there, maybe I don't know, but like, I highly doubt it though, because I mean, once again, I mean, our model, the ball model, whatever, we're assuming, like gravity, we're assuming like a bunch of things. So like, if we assume gravity, I imagine, you're not gonna have these just random, like blobs of I don't know, like material just floating around unless it's like strong enough to keep its form, whatever like planets, right? Planets, they're strong enough to hold together. Gas planets, that's it has like a really like dense core, or whatever, so it's able to keep the gas together, or whatever. But you're not gonna have like I don't think you're gonna have like random like blobs of like water floating around, whatever, or random blobs of like other mediums and shit. I'm pretty sure that's that's highly unlikely. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think, it's so much presupposing as it is just like, that's very unlikely. It's very unlikely.
It's very unlikely because you're not going to have water or ice in space because it's going to sublimate. Highly unlikely, in fact, if impossible.
Yeah. So what is your point then? Isn't it helping me out?
Does that help you out? What's Saturn's rings made of? What are comets?
Yeah, I'm sure it's like ice and rocks or some shit. I mean, I don't. I don't.
We just agreed on that couldn't happen in space, right?
Well, I didn't agree. I said, wouldn't that help me out? As basically saying that if that point is correct, wouldn't that help me out? But then of course now it's not helping me out because you. But I never. But here's the thing: I never actually made that argument though in the first place. So technically speaking,
It had potential. We can leave it at that.
Wait,
Again,
so
real quick,
sublimate.
I just want to say, I agree with what Jeremy's saying. Because we're assuming the medium, right? But the inverse square law applies to both light and sound, and it seems to be proportionate. I'm researching it right here. It says the intensity of the sound or light will decrease in proportion to the inverse of the square of the distance from the source. And it's the same for sound as for light. Every doubling of distance away from the sound source, the sound will be 4 times less intense. It's the same thing with light. Regardless of
what if hold on real quick, Lion. What if with the light source?
Regardless, it's unfinished. He was on regardless of
what they tell you, that space is a vacuum and that it allows light to propagate further.
That's a key. Right. That's a very key point. Don't cut it. Don't clip that off, Jeremy.
My bad.
But yeah, go ahead.
But what if there was a magnifying lens in between you and the light source at some point? Would that still hold true?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say too, because like we have to assume a lot of things. Like we know that sound does propagate farther in water, right? So what if space is really not a vacuum but an ocean, right? And that what if, and I'm just thinking here, it allows light to propagate further, but it doesn't, because I mean that wouldn't make sense now that I think about it. It would work with sound, but not with light, because wouldn't light decrease even faster in water? Right? It doesn't work the same?
If you had a light source, and then you had a magnifying lens, say you're 400 feet from it, but you got a magnifying lens at 300 feet away from you, would that inverse square law still hold true?
I'm not sure. I know, like, just kind of like how they use towers to relay signals. They can increase the amperage, right? So maybe if this lens, whatever it is, can magnify, right?
I'm just saying, does a magnifying lens make shit brighter? Does it make the light source brighter?
No. It actually makes it less efficient.
Okay, why can I start a fire with a magnifying lens then?
Well, the thing is, like, when you talk about Cobb LEDs, and people have experimented with different lenses, but it actually makes the light less efficient. Every single instance I've ever seen, the fact that the light has to travel through the lens, you're actually losing PAR. You're losing photoactive radiation.
It makes it less bright.
Yeah, it makes it less bright, but it attenuates the light, so it focuses it, kind of like the parabolic reflector. Even the parabolic reflector, you're gonna get less lumens because you're reflecting light, but in the process, you're redirecting the light and you're attenuating the light to a specific area for your plants. So it's actually there's a diminishing return. You know what I mean?
Bro, you're telling me I can burn an ant, but it's not brighter.
Yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, isn't it brighter at isn't it just like all the light concentrated? So I think it's brighter if you compare the same like surface, like the same, what is it, like the same area, right? I think overall though it's the same. If you take all of the light in the one example, right, and then okay, I guess it depends on how you think about it, but yeah.
This light magnification machine, it's a free energy machine. Where you got this, Jeremy?
No,
you got this free energy light magnifier.
It's a negligible amount that you're losing, right? You're losing some efficiency, you're losing some luminosity, but the fact that you're redirecting the light rays parallel, you're gonna get more light in a concentrated area. Because otherwise, the light just kind of goes all everywhere. It just spreads out everywhere, and then instead of having it spread out everywhere, you're gonna concentrate it into a single point. You're gonna magnify. You're gonna attenuate it.
That makes sense. Bro, if I got a sheet pan, you know what a sheet pan is? A 24 cut pizza. If I got a pizza pan like that, just sitting out in the sun, it's not gonna melt, right? If I take a Fresnel lens that's the exact same size of that, so it's the same surface area, the same amount of sun was hitting the pan, not melting. Now I have that amount of sun hitting a Fresnel lens, and now I can melt the pan. How's that not brighter?
Wait, hold on, really? Fresnel lens? I don't know about that. I'm.
How can I melt the pan now that it's the same surface area as getting hit with from before? But
this might just exist in your head though.
You're capturing the light, bro. You're capturing it and directing it into a single point.
Yeah,
instead of just letting the light, because you got diffuse light. You got diffuse light where the light just goes everywhere.
I don't think
so. You guys are talking about light coherency versus incoherent light.
Yeah.
I mean, everything always boils down to signal to noise ratio. So you've got extreme concentration and extreme dilution on both ends of things. So another word for spatially coherent light is sphere waves, plane waves, pinhole light, or point source light. And lasers are usually said to be coherent light. But it's a very small light source. Light source from a single source is always coherent, since incoherence requires at least two different Cartesian sources. Basically, it's in phase emission, which is causing the amplification of the light, but it doesn't cause coherent light, because the atoms generate light in phase with incoming light, so they'll amplify the light, but they amplify the incoherent light as well, and they don't make it coherent. So the coherency of laser light has another source. Laser light has essentially two main characteristics, being monochromatic or very pure in frequency, which is also called temporally coherent. And laser light also has a point source characteristic of sphere waves and plane waves, also called spatially coherent, which is why starlight has coherency lengths in thousands of kilometers, and starlight has far more coherency than any human-made laser light. And the most distant stars, are just like the ideal point sources. But I got more to add, but I said enough for now.
Are you saying starlight is coherent?
Yeah, starlight is coherent light. And yeah.
Are you sure, bro? You think starlight is monochromatic and a single wavelength?
What? Sorry, my son was talking to me.
No worries. Are you saying starlight is monochromatic and a single wavelength?
Well, the astronomer Michelson discovering that Betelgeuse is far less coherent than any other stars, being that Betelgeuse is our closest star. So, yeah, essentially they're point source emissions, essentially. And yeah,
Why can't it be?
That's the first I heard this.
I don't know if it is or not, but why couldn't it be? Why shouldn't it? It should be. I feel like it should be.
So
well, that would explain why we're not awash in light. Because according to
my bad.
So
go ahead.
It's all good. I think we all spoke at the same time. Yeah,
No,
coherent light.
No, you go. I was trying to put the joke. I was trying to put it in earlier, but you had already moved on. But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that it's the first time I hear starlight is coherent light. That's all I'm saying.
So Dennis Gabber invented holography before lasers ever existed, and to create that pseudo laser, he just took light from an ordinary mercury arc lamp and passed it through a pinhole. And the mercury's emission line made it nearly monochromatic, and the pinhole gave it the spatial coherency. So, like when a laser light is first turned on, it fluoresces and emits light, which is which is not coherent. Different from like random light waves. They start out from different parts of the laser, and after a few thousand mirror bounces, all the light waves have added and subtracted to form just one single point source emission. And most types of lasers are actually spreading non-parallel light. So like lasers in a CD player and laser pointers are semiconductor diode lasers. So they create a cone-shaped light beam. And if a parallel beam is desired, then you just require a focusing lens. So the same is true for the lasers in an inexpensive laser pointer. And if you take it apart, you'll find like a plastic lens in front of the diode laser inside. So like a classroom helium neon laser also creates spreading light, and the laser tube within a typical classroom laser contains at least one curved mirror. So basically a confocal arrangement, and it creates light in the form of a spreading cone. And it's a little known fact that manufacturers of the classroom laser traditionally place a convex lens at the end of their laser tube in order to shape the spreading light into a parallel beam. But
I don't disagree with any of that, and you explained it well. The bouncing, but if you want to say that starlight is monochromatic, right? Like I'll disagree all the way, because when I look at the lights, when I look at stars, it's anything but monochromatic. All I see is all kinds of different lights. Now maybe it's not because I'm not focused well, because I'm using like a NL cheapo crap camera, as they call it, right? The P900. But every time I look at a star, I see all different lights, without exception. I never see one color.
We've all been brought up to believe that laser light is parallel light, but that's actually not correct.
I didn't say parallel.
No, I know we were talking about parallel light before, so I just wanted to point that out.
Right, but do you get my point? What?
I just posted a Cobb LED light, the grow light, and it has a lens on it. You see it? Convex lens. Now you can provably show this to be the case that as soon as you put the lens on, and you put a par meter or a lux meter or a lumen meter, whatever, you're gonna get a negligible amount, but it is, you can see it. It's noticeable where you're gonna get less light. Now it's a little bit. It's not a lot, and I can't tell you exactly the metrics, but it is. You can see it, right? And you take the lens off and you do it again, and you get more light.
Okay, so putting a lens in between it would give you less or more light. Okay, it would give you less light. So the inverse square law of light wouldn't work anymore.
No, it allows you to redirect all the rays, because there's rays that if you didn't put that lens on, there's rays that are going out in all directions. They're going out. It's spreading out in all directions. What the lens does is it attenuates the light to a specific point, kind of like what Dyslo's saying with the lasers. It allows the light to basically come parallel to the plant. So you don't want the light going to hitting the ceiling, hitting the walls, hitting everywhere. You want the light hitting below the lamp where the plant is, not all over your room. So what the lens does is it even though it can negligibly affect the lumen output, it's worth it because the light that would be wasted away is now being redirected to the bottom of the plant. You know what I mean? To the bottom of the lamp.
Okay, if it changes the luminosity at all, my point earlier was if it changes the luminosity, the lumens or whatever, the inverse square law is not going to hold anymore. If the medium's different in between, like here on Earth, the inverse square law of light works. We know what's in between us. If something's different in between you, it's not going to be the same.
Yeah. No, yeah, facts. Absolutely, I absolutely agree with you. Like if there was water up there, yeah, it would be way different. Or if there was some other stuff, yeah,
water, a lens, yeah, make something up.
Well, no, the lens still works.
The point, though, that's just making something up, though. Like
the inverse square law still works with the lens or not. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, like the claim that it would be anything different than what we experience in actual real physics. That isn't that the claim, Jeremy? To actually that someone's claiming that in the first place. I mean, that's the counterclaim.
Well,
like, just because there could be a different medium that's doing some other, like you said, made up thing, some like physics of things that we don't actually experience that aren't part of physics but are theoretical. But are you just trying to say that like things could be working in some other medium in a way that we don't know, therefore the inverse square law just might not even apply there? But without any validation of that, how is that anything other than just like a speculation or like
no, it's speculation. It's just a rebuttal to their if they're trying to use like the inverse square law of space. Like I don't know if that would hold or not. If there was some other medium, like on Earth, we could do it and say, okay, it works. It follows this thing. But if we put different mediums in between when we're looking at the thing, it's going to change it could change the amount of light we get, and then the distance wouldn't work, right? Like
the reason, yeah,
I'm not saying the law would fall. I'm not saying the law would fall apart. It would still hold true. All the physics would work the same, but it would just be their presupposition of the medium when it could be something different. That's all.
Well, that's why when I brought it up earlier, it's because the inverse square law doesn't work with the globe model, like the way that light actually travels, which is why, like I was saying, they have to bring in the claims of how light travels in the vacuum and in space and all these other factors because.
Yeah, no, I heard what you said about the moon. Yeah, and their thing, the moon, when they got like, you were close, like 30, 20,000 miles or something from the moon. You would have had to have still seen the whole moon. Once you had the whole when you still had the whole moon in your sight, it would have been pretty bright, like crazy bright. Look how bright it is now. You go half the distance. Oh, sorry, what is it? What's the formula again? Half the distance, 4 times the brightness.
Double the distance, 4 times the dissipation, essentially. Double
So
the
if you
distance,
have it,
and then
if you have the distance,
dissipates / multiplies by 4. Yeah. In this case, attenuates.
So if you have the distance, it's 4 times as brighter.
No, 4 times. Well, divided by 4. Well, it's like it kind of spaces out because it's like it. Okay, so like those images that were being posted, but imagine you have like where the light's coming from, and then imagine that's like 1 block. But if you double it, then it'd be 4 blocks, and then if you double it again, it keeps multiplying 4 more blocks every time. So it's like dissipating out in that way, like attenuating by the rate of double the distance and then a quarter time. Either you can see it as 4 times or a quarter. Depends on whether you're talking about, because there's other forms of that's why it's called the inverse square law, because it's dissipation, but there's also when it actually increases, which you can have like with sound waves.
Yeah, I'm saying that we're trying to make it brighter though, because they're on their way to they got half the distance. It would have been 4 times as bright.
4 times less.
No, it got brighter when they got closer.
Oh, if you're going the other way, yeah.
We're going to the moon. Yeah, they're going to the moon.
Yeah,
it got brighter.
Yeah, that's how you have to calculate it going from. Because you have the lumens from Earth, you have the distance, you have the size of the surface area of it, and then that's where that comes in. So then as you're approaching, exactly. Every time you have the distance, it's 4 times brighter.
Yeah, so you're at 100. What do they say? It's 250. So say you're at $120, 120,000. Now it's 4 times as bright as it is now, just standing here on Earth. That's all crazy. And then you have that, and it's 4 times as bright as that. Yeah, it'd be blindingly bright after you did that like 3 times.
It'd be disintegrating things that got close to it. That's how bright it would be. I mean, seriously, it would be a laser light.
Yeah, like imagine like I don't know. I just thought about those bug zappers when you said that, even though it's kind of a different thing, but I just thought about those like fluorescent lights that like zap bugs, but I don't know why I thought of that, but the way you said zap them. But yeah, it'd be fried. You'd be frizzle fried. I mean, let alone, I mean, like I said before, just think about how like the dusty surface, how it's like pretty dingy and dusty, and that has to project 500,000 miles to light up thousands and thousands of acres of the globe Earth.
Yo, could we just get a side-by-side of what the moon would look like 16 times as bright? Like, can somebody do that in Photoshop for us real quick? Because that's what you're talking about after you double it just twice. After you have your distance just twice. Right? You get halfway, it's 4 times as bright as it is now. Then you go and have that, now it's 4 times as bright as that. So 16 times as bright as the first one. That'd be crazy. You don't want to have that again.
Geo, I don't
have that again, bro. You're looking at 64 times. Go ahead, Rocky.
Well, I was just gonna say, applaud Geo how he handled that guy. I don't know how someone comes to another guy's platform and totally just disrespects in the way, not just the disagreement, but the way he talked to you, and like I applaud you on how
Brian Peck.
I don't know who that guy was. First time I've heard.
He has some
talking about the German kid, that cat dude.
I've seen him.
Yeah, that was horrible, bro. I had a big distaste in my mouth too on how he was acting.
Yeah, well, you're talking about, I think you guys are talking about the tactical, and then I think was that Brian Peck? Yeah, I think Jeremy said Brian Peck. That was the other guy as well. Yeah, I was trying. Yeah, that was intense. Yeah, it did get. I was trying just to stay as neutral as I can, but it is intense when it gets going really fast like that. And then with I don't really want to talk about people when they're not here, but I guess since you guys brought it up, but when Brian Peck, he said, I don't think you answered any of my questions, and I think you just. It was just that was wild, because it was like he basically did this whole kind of, like you're saying, like disrespecting, slandering thing. But what was strange about it is that like it was completely not the case, because he was trying to say that I didn't answer his question or whatever. And not that that's even like the worst accusation, like you didn't answer a question. However, the thing that was odd about it is that I did. And that's why when I responded, I was like, well, no, actually it went, because we went through a bunch of stuff. The thing is, a bit of it involves some explaining, because in terms of how light travels, because that's a huge different factor. I mean, if light travels light years, then, you see forever and you can see, or, the light's traveling forever. But if light actually attenuates, then that's going to create a natural range of view that you can even see in terms of light itself, let alone how our eye actually works as well. But yeah, it was just a multi-level kind of thing, and it was surprising when he tried to do that and just say that I don't know, he did a whole string of trying just to throw me under the bus, saying that I didn't answer the question or something, even though we had talked about like multiple points throughout all that.
I don't want to call you a liar, but that's what he said at the end. I'm like, wow, man. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I know. It's like, what did that eat? That had nothing to do with it.
That come from? That's just totally poisoning the well. That just seems to be all they have left. That was too evident.
Yeah, that is intense. Exactly. When it wasn't even really like related. Like he was saying, like, why do you think we see in a, you know, we have a limit to what we see. So it didn't even have, yeah, exactly. It was, I guess that approach, I guess, because I mean, that it's basically an ad hom of sorts. It's just basically like, well, instead of responding to all the things you just said, I'm basically just going to sort of blanketly say you didn't answer the question, basically try to say you're like a liar or a scoundrel or something, even though
right.
I was like civilly and calmly responding to my thoughts on the topic.
Well, that's what I was getting at Jace the other day when he said, if you have the guts, that's basically an ad hom calling me a coward.
Oh, you guys got into it there for a minute.
I can't stand when someone questions my, you know, like, why do you have to go there? Like, I wish I could learn from you and just handle it differently because everybody heard it. But that's calling me a coward. Instead of saying you're a coward, I'm going to say, because I can't call names here, well, if you have the guts, you'll do this, right? Like, because I think you won't, because I think you're a coward. I don't have the guts to call you a coward. It's just weird how they do it. Like, it takes some training, right, to talk like that and handle, like, I haven't been trained, so I just react accordingly. I'm telling you, I've been through like key club, you know, I was a part of all that. We did debates. We were formally trained on how to, you know, use tactics and do things. And it's there, man. I mean, either they're just born with it or they've been heavily trained on how to say things without, you know, they know how to get you, right? They just know. He had no reason to say that. He only said it because he knew it would irritate me. That's a tactic.
Yeah, it's a form of an ad hom. Yeah, to kind of, you know, anytime you start attacking the person instead of the actual, just, you know, topic at hand, is when it changes the whole vibe of it. Because yeah, I think I remember what you're talking about, where you guys were just going along, and then he was like, "Well, he's like, provide the evidence if you have the guts," you know. Right. But the way he said it was even more of like a, you know, it's like all of a sudden he's going for the below the belt kind of thing. He's gonna,
dude. I'm a vocal flat earther in a world, and a Christian and a white male. You think I don't have guts walking around talking about this stuff? And he gave the excuse why I'm walking. I'm like, well, I'm walking too, man. I don't know. It's just strange. I was actually on that lake today doing we poured a slab today on the lake that I had done the measurements on. I was just looking out, you know, but
the thing about doing that, the thing about throwing in an ad hom like that, as it were, or something that goes to some personal dig or whatever, the thing about it that's weirdly effective, I mean, of course, you know, we can moderate for it in various ways, but I mean, now if we had like a show going where we have like a whole professional setup where we're broadcasting to a lot of people, we would want to have like a 30-second delay probably, you know, and then you can kind of, you know, be able to, because yeah, if it's a discussion like that and it just totally changes the whole thing. Because the reason it's kind of effective though is because let's say you're going back and forth with someone, and maybe it is a bit heated or a bit debate style, whatever it may be, and there's a lot of points on the table, and there's a lot of different things that are being addressed. If one of the guys just drops one of those ad homs, it makes it to where now you have to defend yourself essentially, unless you just want the public record to have him just slander you, you know, just you know what I'm saying? Unless you just want to have free reign that this person's just going to do that. And, you know, so what I'm saying is that like, that's the thing that's why they always get you in a sense, not you, I'm just saying whoever, they kind of get the other person, because by the time you do that, you know, so the person feels like they want to either clear their name for the record or respond or whatever it may be. And then it goes into that thing. So now you're kind of bickering and you said this and I said that and you interrupted this. You know what I mean? So it's amazing how it's just like pulling a ripcord. You know, if there's a really good point on the table, and sticking someone. You know, if there's a really
It's
good
pitch
point
fucking black out there.
that's being
Jeremy Hot Mike.
that's
Yeah,
being
I called him a bitch right afterwards. I'm like, you're saying that because you're a little bitch. Like, I mean, I just spoke how I felt. That's why he had to say that. Like, you don't have, if you have the guts. What are you talking about? I've already told you what I did. Like, I exposed it. Like, I'm wide open here. Y'all have already said I've done it wrong. What do you mean I won't provide the information? I'm giving you the information now. Yeah, but you're doing it verbally. You'll post it in the chat, although you've done it verbally already, if you have the guts. I'm like, what a little bitch. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's what I felt. Whatever, man. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense.
Well, before I will say though, this is not I'm not really like necessarily in the whole thing, but I will say from what I remember from that, I do think it was now the way he was going about it, and then throwing the personal digs and all that, and trying to do that whole thing is its own whole thing. But the thing is, I think he kind of blew it for himself when he did that, because I thought what he was asking for was at least legitimate in terms of, because I think what he was saying he wanted was, as detailed of a data as could be in terms of like spreadsheets and stuff. And then his claim was that he was going to match it to a planar model. And then he said he had some secret weapon that he's going to whip out and he's going to show, you know what I mean? So we were all like, what do you mean a secret weapon? Anyway, so it got heated. I remember that conversation. But the thing is that what he was asking for, like the fact that he went for the personal dig was such a, like pulling the ripcord, because what he was asking for is he just wanted, the plot points in very detail. And it's not that you would or wouldn't give them to him. It's just the fact that you have already done it. And then whether or not you were discussing how it was to be done, he was demanding something very specific. And at least at that time, like it, you guys were not seeing eye to eye. But all I'm saying is that him asking for that is, if someone's going to say they do have measurements, then, having as much data as possible is ideal. That's all.
Well, I told him I didn't have Latin long, because when I did it, I was a glober. I wasn't doing it to prove that the water was flat. I was proving it. I was trying to measure the curve. I didn't plot Latin long of each of our benchmarks. Like I don't have that information. He already knew that. So when I went back and said, so you need the Latin long to make this work? Like all this time? You heard. So this has just been a total waste, right? Like, no matter if I go through and jump through every hoop and put it in a spreadsheet like you want and send it to you by DM and all this, right? I don't have the Latin long that you need. You know that. And he was like, yeah, I know that. I'm like, well, why has this been going on for 30 minutes? For his big secret was how they do mapping, or I'm not sure what his big secret was, but he revealed it, I think. It wasn't that big, whatever it was, photography or whatever. You're just plotting down you can plot it down on a concaver.
Well, I don't know what you're going to cartography with 0 inches per mile squared. What do you do with that? You get a globe out of that? You get a
he might. Well, he can't do it without my Latin long. Just make them up. I mean, seriously, it don't matter where you are on Earth. If you have this, and this, right? You can plot whatever you want into a program and make it into just pick a lake. Just pick 2.7 miles of any water body, right?
Just still water, yeah.
Still water. My lake's no different than your lake. Promise you that.
Well, they say they say Ontario, what is it? Superior gets a tide.
Of what, 1 inch or 2 inches?
It's like 5, maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the salinity is of that lake, or what the wave action or wind direction, but I know when we measured, we took three points of Lake Pontchartrain one day, like early in this, like 7-8 years ago. I'm not even like, I don't even know the guy, like he's gone, he's moved, right? But he took altitude readings from the water's edge, 2 on the south shore and 1 on the north shore. And the 2 on the south shore were higher than the north shore, which they shouldn't be. They should be even, right? But he said it was because the wind was blowing in that direction. The water was pushing up, so the water was higher. But it wasn't much. It was like 4 inches or 4 point something, whatever it was. Whatever it was. It wasn't like 2 feet or whatever. It was just couple inches. But he attributed it to the wind direction, which I'd never really thought about, but it made sense. But even making those 3 points, measuring the water height, it meant nothing, right? The two edges, north and south shore, should be the same height. It's the middle of the lake that should be higher, which doesn't make sense because you would get this arc, the Humpty Hump, because the land rises on the south shore and the north shore. It just rises on the north shore at a quicker rate. In New Orleans, it actually rises and then goes down below sea level and then comes back up as you go further south, because New Orleans is below sea level, where the buildings are, where the land is. You understand? The water itself is above sea level, but the land, New Orleans is like in a bowl surrounded by levee. It has a pumping system that pumps out the water when it gets in there. The land itself, where the buildings sit, are below sea level, but the water surrounding it is above sea level. Crazy, right? And it's all curving.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say about people asking for measurements, quote unquote, if you're on the internet, I mean, I think it's if somebody wants to take someone else's data and then go replicate it, but otherwise, unless you replicate it, it seems like the data is somewhat limited in what it can really provide, unless you go replicate it. Although it still could show. I mean, it's not that there's no potential value there, but it's like that's what happened with that whole arc of the parallel thing with the spherical excess claims. It's like when we really looked into that, it's like, oh wow, they're not even giving the actual data that we could even go replicate. They're giving these averages that go, Lord knows what they average those from. I mean, that's just that just gives the whole thing. I mean, that's just the whole thing is invalidated at that point if you're only giving averages. I mean, there's still some value to that data. Like it could still be valid, possibly, but without the actual data that could be replicated, it's based upon averages that we don't know what actually went in to make those averages. So at that point, it's just whatever they claim it and whatever they claim they measured. So that's pretty limited in what it can really provide if someone wants a definitive answer on something.
Well, if you want to know if water is curving, go measure it. I mean, why would you trust me now? You've said I'm a lying, blah, 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 SOB. Why do you want my measurements? You don't trust me. I don't want you to trust me. I want you to go out and do it again. If you come up with something different, I want to know your tools and methods so I can go do it.
That's the thing, dude. If the Earth was a sphere, like it would exactly. I'm not saying it would be super easy to measure curvature. I know it would take some effort, but it would be easy. It would be able to go out and be measured. I mean, like I've always said, when you're dealing with like 100 square miles with plane surveying, that's within a range that you absolutely will have appreciable curvature. That should be.
You could go out tomorrow. You could go to AAA Rental, rent a theodolite, and go measure curved water in one day.
Yeah. And
seriously,
and if the Earth was a globe, and guys that want to assert it or whatever it may be, that's all they would have to do is just show us that and show us how easy it is to replicate, and that would be it. We wouldn't even. We'd be able to validate it.
Yep. Go drive a stake in the ground 1 foot above the water. Shoot that benchmark. Shoot 20 benchmarks along this half-mile period, thing, and measure down from each top of the stake to the water and see how it curves. I mean, seriously, that's as simple as it gets, man. That's surveying 101. first day. Planar, you create a planar surveyor method above the water that curves or above the earth. You know, I can do this same measurement with the same tools using the same methods with a curved surface of sand or dirt or whatever. I can't do it with water because I can't make the water curve unless I add like wind or whatever. And then I can do the same method and measure how much the wind is making it curve. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's the same tools and methods that I could measure. You could go out and make a sand hill or a dirt hill and replicate a half-mile curvature spherical earth with a radius of whatever they give you. And then I could, not knowing what it is, I could go out and set up my tool and create a horizontal plane above it, measure down to that sand, and say, yep, it's curving at this rate. I don't know how else to say it. Like very easily.
What is your accuracy for, like, let's say 1 mile? Now, I know it depends on how many, how you did it, but let's just give me a general number of accuracy in a mile.
I can tell you exactly what our accuracy was in this mile, and this was in water, over water. It sucked. Was less than 1/4 of an inch. Now that is, could I replicate that? I don't know. I'd say within a 1/2 inch is easy, right? If you took your time.
Yeah. So
we had plus or minus 1/4 of an inch.
8 inches per mile squared would be easily detectable.
Like not one bit of trouble. Not even with minimum effort, with a minimum skilled crew or whatever. Like that's what I'm saying. It's so ridiculously easy with the tools provided. Do you realize how amazing these tools are? How accurate they are? How easy they are to use and set up? Like it's a no-brainer.
Well, there could be a funny meme that says, if somebody made one that says, like somebody's talking to a plane surveyor and they're like, okay, so you're telling me we don't incorporate any earth curvature into anything for plane surveying? And the plane surveyor is like, yep. They're like, all right, so you're telling me 100 square miles, we're not incorporating any earth curve. The plane surveyor is like, yep, we treat it as just absolutely planar, no curvature whatsoever. We use it for, creating slopes and water drainage and parking lots and all this stuff. And then you were to say, okay, and there's 8 inches per mile squared of earth curve. The plane surveyor would be like, yep. And be like,
no, he wouldn't.
What a contradiction. Like, so you're telling me that within 100 square miles, no curvature, but at a mile, it's 8 inches. And if you can get within, 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch accuracy at a mile, like, question mark, what's going on? It's like just total contradiction. Like, the plane surveying, you're not measuring what should be there.
As soon as you said 8 inches per mile square, he wouldn't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
They don't even know. That's how much it's not taken into account. They have no clue. You know way more about the curvature rate than any surveyor out there. Just call them and see. Just call them and ask.
Yeah, it's like they're not even concerned. I mean, geodetic surveying would be with the curve, but yeah, exactly. Like at those distances, they're just not even. It's not even on their radar.
If it's even in the book, you're not taught it. Like you skip that chapter or that sentence or whatever you want to say, especially in planar surveying. Now in geodetic, they're plotting it down, or they're using satellites and GPSs that already have it calculated in. They're using the tools that have it calculated in and just plot their points. Like it's no different. It's a planar method using tools that have a calculation, a computer. And it's basically a computer. It's programmed. I don't know. Like forget about me. You should never mention Rakia in your life when you talk about surveying. Go call one up. I mean, man, they're everywhere. They're dime a dozen in every city. Every engineering firm has them on their staff. The lady that massaged me tonight, I've been knowing her for 20-something years. She has 2 civil engineers that she doesn't work there anymore. She just moved, but 2 civil engineers in her office that are flat earthers. Like, this is not even funny anymore. Like, the only people we deal with here that are trolling and, are just so staunch, right? They have it in their mind that they're way smarter than you, first of all, which is a joke. And then they're just so religious is the best word I can think of it. They put their faith in this knowledge and they run with it. Big G is gravity, right? Like it's synonymous. It's crazy. As crazy as the most fanatical religious person I've ever been around, these people are 10 times worse. Like I avoid both sides as much as I can. It just so happens I've been put in this arena. I mean, I think I don't know if it's a curse or not to expose deception, and it's taken a toll on me at certain points, but I handle it a lot better now. I mean, honestly, that's my reason. It's not to prove flat Earth. Flat Earth proves itself, man. You can go out any day and measure water not to curve. No matter what size the body, you can start at a swimming pool, go to a lake, a pond, go to a lake. You can make any amount of extended horizontal planes and then measure down or up from there and get all the measurements you want of non-curving water.
So then, like, I often think, yeah, absolutely. I know. Well, that's the thing about, but I often think about, like, how are there so many plane surveyors that know that they're measuring planes that don't fit with the curvature of the Earth? They're measuring planar surfaces, etc., and it's not even incorporated. And then the geodetic guys are trained to use this curvature of the Earth, but it's either calculated in, or they're using plane surveying data and then plugging that into calculations and boundary lines and other systems that they're given from the city and the state, etc., to where they're not even measuring the curve either. So how is it that both of all of these surveying methods are not measuring the curve, yet they're like most of them are in the worldview that they believe they're living on one? Like
that's what they're taught.
Yeah, like that's why it's interesting when you and I have talked about this, to hear your perspective on it, because it's so. And I think that's why a lot of people maybe can't get what's going on with all this, is because that's what they think thoughts like that. They think like, wait a minute, how could there be the whole fields of surveying, plane surveying and geodetic surveying and, government systems and WGS 84 coordinate systems and all this stuff? How could they just be swiping that under our noses, that all these quote unquote professional surveyors are not actually measuring sphericity of Earth, yet believing it while actually measuring a planar Earth? Like that's a riddle. I feel like I've unraveled parts of it, but there might even be parts that I could still think more about or learn deeply.
Well, if you have a child that wants to go into surveying, they go to school and they read the book and take the classes and all. They don't go against the grain, right? They want a job, they want to get paid, and that is what it's based on. I mean, it's no different. But just honestly have a conversation with them. Look, man, I know you. Don't even debate, right, the shape of the Earth. Just say, look, have you ever measured water to curve? Or my son, for a school project, it would be amazing if we could show people water curving. How do we do that? Just pick their brain. They're smart, right? These guys are smart. They're just programmed. They're not beyond that. It's on every truck, right? The globe. It's on every TV, every movie you watch since you're a child, every cartoon. Everything is about the globe, basically. And then they slip in a few little truths about flat Earth here and there as a joke, right? I mean, still being done. It's the way it's been done since the beginning. How did they know, right? How did the movie Hollywood put the globe exactly what it looks like before we went to space? Because space, going to the moon, is how we found out what the globe looks like. I don't know, man. When you were just let go, it's simple to see it. It's just hard to explain it. That's why I've stopped telling people, what I've done or who I talk to or what. It doesn't matter. It's who you talk to or what you've done that's going to prove it to you. If I can tell you that the Earth is flat and that I did these measurements and you just trust me, you're no better off. You're easily programmed. I had lunch with a guy today. He's a business owner. He's a flat earther. He was a flat earther before I was. There's people everywhere, man, that just they realize, how it's done, right? How I'm programmed. More and more are waking up. Flat Earth is nothing now. Like, think about 10 years from now when, just think about how far we've come. 10 years from now, where you're going to be. because so many people are waking up to how we're programmed and how TV and this and that, you know, how the government is. It's going to get more and more. They're not even trying to hide it anymore because they know they have control. What are you going to do now? Like, you can't stop the government now. It's too, you know, I don't want to say it's too late, but it's like they're in total control right now. You can't make a move. You can't get married. You can't go fishing. You can't drive 2 miles over the speed limit. Like, everything is rules, calculations, you know, based on this and based on that, and certificates. And you got to buy a marriage license. You got to get a fishing license. You got to get a permit for this. You can't get your electricity turned on your house unless you have a certification from an engineer saying your foundation is above flood zone. You understand what I'm saying? It's mega control.
Yeah, because compartmentalization is just off the charts at this point. Yeah.
Shit, man. You can't, seriously, you can't breathe now. You pay air tax, basically. All these carbon emission taxes and all this that you're paying. Property tax. You don't ever own your land. You pay taxes on it forever. I'm sitting on 27 acres right now. I got the tax bill right here. 2022. I got all my tax bills. I own several different properties. I got them right here. They're right here in my hand. Sheriff of living. I'll tell you where I live. Of Livingston Parish. That's who collects our taxes. I go to this guy's house for, not the sheriff, the tax, they got you, right? You can't not pay that. Try and go get married without paying your marriage. Get a marriage license. There's ramifications for that. You got to have insurance for everything. You got to have, my son just bought a truck. He paid cash. They wanted $1,500 a month for insurance for a dually truck. What? What is that? So he finally found somebody to write him insurance for $600 a month, but he's got to put a digital readout in his truck that tells him how fast he goes, how many miles he drives, how fast he applies the brakes, so he can keep that rate, right? Control. Total control. Just think about that. My son has to put a digital programmer in his truck that reads to his insurance company how many miles he drives, how often he drives, how many hours he drives, what hours he drives, how fast he applies his brakes, how fast he accelerates, what speeds he goes. Do you get what I'm saying? This is how far it is going, man. This is total control.
I've heard about that. And then they claim they lower your rates because they'll adjust it for your usage. I've heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, he got a 10% cut right off the top just for having it. And he gets 30% off if he follows all these regulations, doesn't accelerate. He goes, well, I'll never get that, of course. But, at least I got the 10%. Yeah, they make you feel lucky, right? They're giving you this great opportunity to get 30% off of insurance that is freaking ridiculous. And they know everywhere. Not that they didn't know before, but this is just another way, right? They track his truck every day. How fast he drives, how fast he is. Think about that. It's getting nuts, bro. Yep. Think about anything you do that you don't pay a fee to the government or some agency, or you have to get permission to do, or a permit or whatever. Name one. Bet you can't. People don't think about these things.
You can't even go to space. They have a space treaty.
Yeah, for several reasons you can't go to what they deem to be space, which is ridiculous. It's from here to my next major town, 80 miles or whatever. I mean, when you think about it, if you drive it horizontally to your next state, or where 80 miles is nothing. I drove that today. Right? 80 miles up is nothing. Ugh.
Yeah, we were reading that space treaty thing this one time. They have all these regulations, saying that you're not allowed to go to an unoccupied planet and, set up shop there, basically like you're not allowed to do that. The United Nations, imagine that even if space was real, let's just say it was real. If you built a rocket and you flew off to some other planet somewhere, then you started setting up, let's say the planet's empty, no one's on it. You land there, you got a whole planet to yourself. People, but anyways, you have a whole planet to yourself. The United Nations is going to show up. The United Nations from, I guess, what do you call it? Earth, I guess, from the globe Earth. The United States government, through that it's because it was linked through the U.S. because they're the ones that are actually, the space treaty is held under, but it's through the United Nations as well. That they would be able to come out there and arrest you and bring you back to prison on Earth. That's in the space treaty. You're not allowed to set up outposts on any new planets without their approval.
That's hilarious, right? You can't launch a rocket. Like if you have these homemade rockets and stuff, these school programs used to do and all, you can't do that anymore without permission. Like you can't fly a drone 400 feet or above, without getting special permits and permission, and you have to have a pilot's license to do this or some type of license, right? Like it's everything. I don't know, man. I try and avoid as much of that as I can. I mean, seriously, if you want to give me a ticket for not having an inspection sticker, go right ahead. You know what I'm saying? Because if I don't have an inspection sticker, I'm not going to make some special effort to go get one. Does that make sense? Like I have inspections, like I have a car right now that doesn't have it's the windshield got replaced and the inspection sticker's like all crumpled and it's probably out of date. I don't know. I can't even read it. But if a policeman pulls me over tomorrow and says, I got to give you a ticket for not having an inspection sticker, I said, okay, good for you, man. I mean, good luck. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could care less about that. None of that affects me. You were speeding. You were going 6 miles over, right? I got to write you a ticket. All right, dude.
I think there could be a way better way to do that. Yeah, the way it's set up, it does seem like it's corrupt and it's kind of treating us like rats in a cage and, you get a reward or you get a little dock from your pay. That whole way it's set up. And then money is the survival thing. So, you get docked $150 for a ticket and then that's kind of how they control you. Yeah, that just seems manipulative. But the thing is, like, there is some interesting to get into, like, what would be, because I know myself. I mean, I think there is something to structure and, even rules, as it were, that can be beneficial. For example, if we're going to be driving around with these huge, vehicles the way we do, I mean, we don't want drunk drivers out there. I mean, they just, kill you and your family. I mean, it's just kill your daughter, kill your son, kill your mother, wife, whatever it may be. The drunk drivers, of course, do that. It happens all the time, and it's just totally devastating. So I'm not one for like heavy control or police or anything like that. But if we're going to be driving these cars around the way we are, then it does seem like keeping drunk drivers off the road is a good thing, because otherwise they're just driving a weapon basically that could just kill you or your family member at any time. So anyways, I'm just saying that's one example where if you get pulled over, DUI kind of thing, and they are pretty strict about DUIs, it seems they are pretty strict in general. Like, they will take people's license away and they're fairly strict on it. So yeah, it's just like, are there some places where it is good to have some regulation, but then the thing you're alluding to, though, is not necessarily like that. That's well, that's linked into it, but you were more, just talking about all the other, just the kind of the restrictions that are obviously not of like a balanced, healthy nature, but are in some kind of just a controlling, manipulative type of nature that's not really based on a healthy, functioning kind of peoples, but is more based upon some kind of, federal, as it were, kind of control system that's being implied.
I get all the rules and regulations, right? I just don't need Joe Blow policemen to tell me I need to drive a safe car, because you know why? I want to drive a safe car because I have a family, I have morals, I have obligations, right? I'm a man. I don't need another man to tell me I need to change my brakes or get inspect my vehicle. That's all that is. That's a way to make money, right? To put a sticker on your car that says this car has been inspected and it's safe to be on these roads that you pay for. Come on, man. I don't need that. Seriously, who needs that? If you have good morals, it all goes back to morals, right? I don't need a policeman to tell me I shouldn't kill my neighbor or whatever. I just don't need it. I don't need these laws written down. There's not one man-made law that tells me something that I think I need. I'm not above anybody else. I think if you really boil it down, you don't need it either. You don't need another man writing down a law telling you to don't drive 90 by a school. You understand what I'm saying? You don't need it. I don't know. They've taken it way too far, right? I don't know. You watch the old movies where there wasn't laws, and you see all these people, getting shot in the street and all that. Is that propaganda? Did that ever happen? We police ourselves where I'm from. I've never called the police in my life. I'm 53. I've never called the police. Never had to.
Yeah, I never have. Yeah.
Yeah. I've called my neighbors plenty of times or my friends. Look, got a situation down here, man. Right? There's a guy that's walking down the street, right? That doesn't belong. He's a drifter. He's something going on, and we go take care of it. We don't go harass him or go just put him in a ditch somewhere. Hey, man, what you need? You need something? You lost? You need some money, gas? We're just worried about our community here. What's going on? Everybody's like that. We have a police, we have police that we pay because you're going to have, these immoral people that are committing crimes or people that get drunk and do things they're not supposed to. But you know how many times I'm going to get called for drunk driving? 0. You know why? Because I don't drink. Doesn't make me better than someone who drinks. It just takes that out of it, right? That equation is gone. I'll never kill one of your siblings because I was driving drunk. It's not because I don't drive drunk. It's because I don't drink. I hope that, you know what I'm saying? I hope that comes through. Doesn't make me perfect or better than you or whatever. I just choose that, right? I make that choice. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and a lot of the things that spark people to even commit crimes are the original sort of trauma that they're in, either financial struggles or emotional, maybe physical, health-wise. Like there's reasons usually that people even get into those kinds of behaviors. I'm sure from various things in their childhood, but also just struggling and people struggling as well. So yeah, there's a lot of things that stem from each other, and then they have this like system of control. And then now there's so much disparity between the wealthy and the poor that now people in the poor are going to want to steal from the ones in the wealthy. Meanwhile, the ones in the wealthy are making money off the prisons, putting people in jail for
for committing crimes against them. Yeah. No, I think it's a vicious cycle. I think it's set up to be like that. I honestly think it's getting worse. The division between rich and poor, the middle class is disappearing. It's almost, I can see it now. Like even in my lifetime, I can see it disappearing. So how quickly is it getting there? When my kids get my age, is it going to be gone? You're either going to be poor or rich. That's basically where we're headed. And when I say poor, I'm talking about unable to support yourself, dependent on the government, total dependent on the government, or rich. I see it heading that way. I don't know if anybody else does or whatever. We basically have that now. Hardly any middle class, mom and pop stores anymore. It's corporately owned, superstores, and, one corporation might own 10 different divisions of retail, right? Or whatever. You don't have the mom and pop oil change stations and grocery stores as much as you used to. Can't survive. What are those people doing, man? Struggling. There you go. got some tough choices to make in the next 100 years, right? Like your kids, my kids, their kids. Tough, getting tougher.
Yeah, there's like people who, like, if they have like a lot of like depression and anxiety and they choose to really like do a lot of work on themselves to get to the root of it. Some people will find that a lot of people will find that like the need to control is a very strong theme in their process, or their like what they're kind of struggling with in various ways, and then that comes through anxiety or depression in some cases. Just that need to control, just that controlling nature. And like we think, some people we might say, oh, that person's a control freak, or that person. So there's kind of like that idea of it, but on kind of a basic level, or just the various things that come with that. But it's like what is happening at the whatever the level of the sort of entities or the beings that seem to have kind of the controlling faction when it comes to the banks and the politics and the media and all of these different systems, the corporations and everything. It's like they have like whoever's at the top of those chains, as it were. It's like those individuals seem to have like a very, very strong case, to say the least, of this control, some kind of control issues, basically. And in this case, it's like seems like to be like an extreme, insatiable need to control, like you were saying, down to every detail, like every little system and every component of it. The financial systems and the distribution of wealth and food and media and information. It's really a pretty wild and pretty incredible. It's like even goes into the idea of like, are these people psychopathic, or like to what level? Because like almost like they have like an irrational level of a need to control, like almost at a level that's just off the charts, as it were. And then it comes through in like really sort of more intense ways than most people that we would even think of. That's like a quote unquote control freak. And it's like that insatiable need to control would then seemingly potentially fuel that these types of structures and this type of mentality that seems to be behind it when it gets to like some of these bigger deceptions like the globe earth. And it's like, what kind of insatiable need to control people's minds would you have to come up with this whole false model and make fake CGI stuff? I mean, it's like insatiable. It's unbelievable. They have that level. It's like they care that much. I mean, some people might want to control people or do crime or whatever, but wow, these guys are just, they don't seem to let up, even though maybe they are lately these days. I don't know, but
Yeah, either way, right? Like even if the flat Earth is the one that's trying to control people, like one way or another, people are being controlled in this very topic. It sure seems like the control, because that's where you see it, is in the globe model. Like is just the programming is so over the top. You can't think of anything else that's more programmed into you from day one. I can't. That was one of the proofs. Like I started looking around. Jesus, man! Every time I pass a truck, it's got a globe, or these company names have globe in it. Global this, globe. Every commercial is a spinning globe. Every movie is a spinning globe. Like you seen that movie where they put 33 in everything he sees. Like his room was 33. This was 33. 33 chandeliers, 33 candles throughout his day. And then that night, they had him pick a player's jersey on the field as a bet, and he picked the number 33. Well, they knew he was going to pick 33, right? I actually think the number was 33, which is weird also because that number comes up a lot. But in this movie, that programming was shown how it's people's minds are easily manipulated without them even knowing, right? He didn't realize that everything he had seen throughout his day was 33. That's why he picked the number 33. He just thought he was randomly picking 33. They knew how to manipulate him and they knew how to control it, so they took advantage of it. That's, as a nutshell, that's, I think, what's going on. I don't remember when it was. It had to be like 10 years ago, 12 years ago. It was way before I got into this topic. I heard how the oil, basically, oil industry took over pharmaceutical, and then that same group or family took over colleges, right, through the doctorate, right, through, we're going to teach medicine and all the universities. We're going to provide all the teachings, the lessons, the school books, and all that. And then they ended up writing all the school books and programs and whatever lesson plans or whatever they call it now. Teachers have to teach this curriculum through these lesson plans that are very regulated, right? If you deviate, you're going to get fired. They have to pass these tests, right, that are set up by the creators of these curriculums to be able to pass. So you got to teach it, right? Plus, you want to keep your job. Pretty simple, ingenious, actually, in its simplicity. And then take it one step further when TV becomes really popular, or radio. They were doing it in radio also. I mean, what a select group. You only have to have so many people. TV programming now is controlled. I mean, go try and put your podcast on TV and see what regulations you run into, right? Think it's not controlled? Who is it controlled by?
We were talking about that the other day. Like, let's say somebody had, millions of their own dollars, $100 million, whatever it is, and they want to make a movie, a full-blown movie, that is in theaters and the whole thing. And you're going to pay for it all yourself. Could you put, what could you put in there? I know they have their rated R, rated PG-13, we've got those. Okay, that's understandable because, for nudity or whatever it is that they want to have that for. But let's just say that this movie would fit those, whatever rating it would fit in. Because, I mean, technically it could still be even PG or PG-13 if it doesn't have those things in it, like violence or nudity or whatever their rules are for that, the details of that, versus if it had to be rated R. But for what I'm kind of describing, what I'm trying to say with it in terms of like censorship type stuff, we were talking about this. If one were to fund their own movie and you wanted to have all kinds of truth topics in there, that would be like either the whole premise of the film would be based on that, whether it's about the earth or about any other type of topic. So what I'm saying is if someone just had their own $100 million and they wanted to, it fits the PG-13 or whatever it would be in terms of that part of it, or PG or whatever. I wouldn't even imagine it have to be rated R unless you want to make something that has that stuff in it. But anyways, you're just dropping information, and truth and whatever it may be. Like, are they going to let that fly? If that's your storyline, quote unquote, is you're dropping all this truth information, the stuff that they don't want exposed. Would they let you just publish a movie and put it in theaters and, get it to Netflix and all that?
Well, I would say you only have to talk to the people making these documentaries and ask them how much trouble they're even having to get it on Netflix, or even a smaller platform. I mean, it's tough, man. You gotta jump through hoops just to get the truth out on a small platform. I don't know. I don't know the movie industry that well, but I can see what does get released. I know what movies they want to release, or the movies that make the most money, which is why people want to release them in the first place. It has nothing to do with truth, right? Most of them have to do with fantasy and sex, or whatever, the glorified, even the normal everyday man and woman like to go see those thrillers, maybe just for that 2-hour period, live outside themselves, knowing that they'll never rob a bank or do whatever, but they love seeing it. It's human. It's part of our makeup. I think a small group of people like us enjoy the truth documentaries. The larger group would rather see a fantasy love story, the Hallmark Channel. That's
Yeah.
To me, that's just, it's so out of bounds, right? It's so beyond reality. Even Hallmark movies are so far fetched from reality. It's ridiculous.
But could you combine the two, for example? Like, could you make one? Let's just say you had a movie, and if you have $100 million or whatever, so you've got, you can get Brad Pitt or whoever I'm just, whether you wanted to get those type of celebrities or not. But I'm just saying you could make it even like in theory, like a blockbuster type hit. But then the actual like the themes of the movie perhaps could have a lot of deep truth wound into it. Like the dramas or the plot. Could have that there's some group of entities, some. One of the ones I thought of is like, no, I'm not going to say whether I do or don't think this is the case, but it's kind of a wild one where you have like some entities that come up in the North Pole, like from the underworld, and they end up genetically modifying humanity and lying to them about what the Earth is and doing all these deceptions while they're controlling the whole plane from the center. And they're like these demonic beings that came from the underworld, and they're totally evil, and then they're like feasting off of humans or whatever, like the stuff, the trauma-based mind control stuff and all the deceptions. But like if you could have a whole plot like that or something like that, and then you could even have like the globe deception, like even in the movie, like they're telling everyone it's a globe, and then all this, they figure out it's not, and yeah, there's just so many different things that could be wrapped up into it. But you could even make it like entertaining, is what I'm saying, potentially, and then also have it be, rich with truth, whether that's in symbols or in actuality, or could that even be a potent way to transmit information?
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, JFK, like the JFK movie and things like that are basically giving you the alternative theory. They still are full of propaganda, right? You can tell that how they were written and why they were written. It still has I don't know. It still has the allure of the. This is just being released just because we can make money on it. But we're still going to put the homosexual. We're going to push these agendas in the movie. It's strange. I love the movie, right? I can watch it over and over again, but I'm also true to myself going, yeah, they're just trying to do this, this, and this. If you've ever, especially hunters, right? Like it's hard enough to control your adrenaline and make a good shot on, let's say a deer or something like that, right? When you've done it all your life, you still get that rush, and your shot is affected by that. To think that some, just one guy in a build, like, I don't know, man. I mean, I think that's an easy one, right? It's like going to the moon. I don't even think that is questionable. But if you really get out there and talk to people, a lot of people don't even, don't believe we went to the moon. Even that preacher that's like debating the flat Earth thing, giving away 30,000, they prove it or whatever. He doesn't think they went to the moon. Like he's like, no way we went to the moon. Just read your Bible. But Earth is a spinning ball. Read your Bible. Like it's weird.
Yeah, I know. How do they blend all those together? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the book that he believes in says that man can't ascend into the heavens where the moon is. So man can't go to the moon. That's why he believes man didn't go to the moon. That same book that he believes in tells you that it's a flat stationary plane bounded, it has this, and this, and a dome over it. You're inside of the dome, whether you like that or not about the book. That's what it clearly says. I don't know. How do you twist? I guess you can twist whatever you want around. I'm not saying I'm not guilty, right? Like I can be persuaded too, right? Like I can be fooled. My eyes fool me all the time. I can get a glass of water right now, draw an arrow, and place it behind it, move it, and that arrow goes in a different direction. It turns around and goes in a different direction. It's just an optical illusion created by that. But my mind is telling me the arrow is going right when it's actually going left. It's the weirdest thing, right? Right there in front of you. You're actually holding the piece of paper. You drew the arrow. Take it from behind the glass, and you know which way the arrow is pointing, but move it behind the glass of water, and it appears to be moving in a different direction. The arrow is pointing in a different direction. Your mind interprets it that way. Damn believable too. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you didn't know any better, if someone else, you didn't know that phenomena happened and someone else was moving the paper and you never saw which direction that the arrow was pointing in the first place, you would say that that arrow was moving the opposite way that it actually is. You get my point? Frick, you don't even know if the sun is round. If you really want to get down to it, you can't prove that the sun is actually round. It appears round to you from Earth in the sky, right? But you can't actually prove it. It's kind of a far-fetched, hard to explain thing, but you could have 1,000 square lights off in the distance, separated by hundreds of miles, but what it appears to be through how we see is a round light, in your vision. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah, or it could be like some kind of a focal point.
Yeah, let's say there is a dome, and the light source is within one of those layers, or comes through multiple layers. It could be in a totally different area and being reflected into your view, right? So many ways it could be done. To think that it couldn't is childish in a way. Like, to think you're better than everyone else and can't be deceived, you're in trouble. People are taking advantage of you right now if you think that way. For years and years, I wondered why people pay their taxes and are happy to get their money back at the end of the year. Like most of us, right? I was that way for a long time. I got a, $10,000 tax return. But wait a second. Well, why did I let them keep my money all year? Right? Like, you know what $10,000 over the course of a year can earn you? Hell, there's a bank right now giving 6%. They're offering 6% just to put your money in a savings account. That's craziness. It's hard to make in the stock market after fees. And you want the government to keep it with no, you get nothing for it? Shit, not me. I want to owe them.
I dream of a day that we don't even have to have money at all. And we can just function together as humans without having to have all these like disparities between classes and ownership. So much. I'm not against ownership in this sense, like in terms of having your own things and all of that, but in terms of people just owning the currency, for example, and just denoting what it costs and then inflating it, just the whole money system, the way it's set up right now, where it's based in debt and I think it'd be awesome if we could just transcend that whole system and just work together. And I think we could even have more abundance for everybody if we did that. If we weren't being like feasted on by whatever this kind of deceptive, sort of hungry for power, greedy, whatever's going on at that level. Like they're obviously just kind of rampaging through humanity in a sense.
I think it's possible. We trade a lot. I mean, I trade. Whew, I did a day's worth of bobcat work yesterday at my friend's house, and he's going to do some woodwork at my house. You understand? Like, it's just an easy way of avoiding. You're not even supposed to do that. It's against the law. There's regulations, right? Like, or letting somebody you know.
Yeah, you're gonna trade with your neighbor. Yeah, we're gonna need to tax that. Oh, you want to drink? You want to drink the rainwater? Sorry, you can't do that. We own the rain.
Seriously, we own the air, we own the rain, we own the water.
You want to go to space? Yeah, we own that. High altitude, we own that. We own everything that is all around the land. That the only one that we say that you own, but then you have to pay us thousands of dollars for even that little plot.
People offer me, do you give a cash price? Hell no, I don't give a cash price, but we can trade. I mean, are you a federal agent? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I can go to jail. They can lock me up. I've never been in handcuffs. But just for what I would agree to you right now, I could go to jail. Federal prison. It's ridiculous, man.
For trading and bartering?
For taking like doing a cash job and not paying taxes on it. This is basically tax avoidance, right? Like if you choose not to pay taxes, is not a jailable offense. It's a finable offense. You can be fined and you got to pay all the taxes, right? Tax avoidance, however, is a federal offense. Like if you pay less, if you knowingly deceive, like pay less, try and cheat the system or do whatever, file your taxes but pay much, much less taxes than what you should have, that's a federal offense. You get the difference? You as a man choose not to pay taxes. I don't pay taxes. I think the federal tax is blah, blah, blah. And you choose not to file federal income tax. That's not jailable. It's finable. They can come in and seize your property and fine you and make you pay all these back taxes. But if you pay your taxes yearly, but you cheat, like you deceit, you don't give them all the money that you're supposed to knowingly, they'll put you in jail. Which is great. Well, they don't really do that anymore because they want you to pay the money, but
They'll just extort you for more.
right. They'll take your property, they'll seize your assets, is what they do.
Yeah, it's crazy, like where just with the taxes, where if somebody gives someone else money, then they have to pay taxes on it. And then the next person who uses that money to go buy things, they have to pay taxes on it. If they give it to someone else, they have to pay taxes on it. It's unbelievable. Just money, just changing hands. They want to cut at every transaction, it seems. Every time they're like, yeah, we're printing the money, we're controlling it. And hey, every single time you guys exchange it, we're going to tax you on it. I mean, what a scam.
Why would you have to pay taxes on an automobile if you bought it used? The taxes on that automobile was paid when it was bought.
Right. I know. Yeah.
If that automobile gets sold 20 times, you pay. Whoever buys it has to pay taxes on it, and title, and register it, and inspect it, and over and over and over again. It's a racket, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do a sales tax at the initial purchase, I guess there is something in terms of disposal costs for the car when it needs to be disposed of. Arguably, battery if they have batteries in them, how to make sure the battery doesn't, whatever it may be. There's potentially, when you're doing a new car, it's understandable to at least to some extent the way the system is that you would have maybe a sales tax because it's a new item that was produced or whatever, and there's that idea, but yeah, something that's used. Why would they have to tax that? Like if I have an antique and someone sells it to someone, one person sells an antique to another person for $100. Why should they even have any dealings with that? Like it's like antique stores are paying sales tax. It's crazy. Just to resell something, just to participate in the system, you just have to be taxed at every single step. It's just totally out of balance.
Yeah, it seems yeah, it seems like it.
I mean, I understand the idea of keeping the roads, and all that, schools and roads. I mean, even though many of us may not even agree with what they're even doing in those schools, but nonetheless, I can understand some of the idea behind taxes in that way. But yeah, there seems to be some other layer of it that's just some kind of a complete
it's a farce.
Yeah.
They sold the community here in my area that if we allow them to put in casinos, all of our school systems and roads and all that, just on the taxes alone, from that one business, the casino, would take care of all that. Did it? No. Are the casinos here? Yes. Are the roads good? No, not even around the casinos. The roads are terrible. Are the school systems better? Nope. Way worse. To the point where most people are homeschooling. Which, oh, by the way, was frowned upon not just 25 years ago by the government and most family members. I'll attest to that. I'm still paying taxes for my kids to go to public school while the government is telling me I shouldn't be homeschooling my kids. Like, craziness. Now it's more accepted, but back then, 26 years ago, I still had to pay my tax. I didn't get credit. I still paid just if my son or my 3 kids were in school, sitting in a desk eating the food, I still paid the same amount of taxes if I was homeschooling them at home. They didn't ride the bus. None of my kids have ever ridden a bus, never sat in a school chair or eaten a school lunch. But I paid taxes for all those years for their school age. Think about that.
Well, you gotta pay the indoctrination tax.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly. I mean, most people would cave in, right? I'm not. If I got to pay for it, I'm gonna send them over there, right? And once they're there, you don't have control. You've given up control of your, the way your kids are taught, who they're taught by.
Yeah, that's something that kind of blows my mind too. That the way it's set up like that, where people just hand their kids off to essentially quote unquote strangers. Now, I don't really think anyone's a stranger. I think we're all connected and all of that. So I'm not trying to say that it's just that there's some, but just that idea, especially in today's world, where you just send them off. Maybe perhaps it's different now than it was back in even my days.
I don't know.
For days, but I mean, some of the stuff even I witnessed. I mean, I saw teachers just straight up abusing kids. Like,
Yep.
I mean, not necessarily in the area I was at, not necessarily physical abuse, but a lot of screaming and yelling and maybe even some physical stuff. I remember. I mean, it's just chaotic. Like they're just sending these kids. I mean, I'm not saying all the teachers were bad, but there were some bad egg teachers. And I even grew up in a fairly nice area to where it's not necessarily like a, rough part of town in that sense. But even still, even at that, I mean, honestly, from what I saw from school, even I'm just talking elementary school, all that, from what I went through, I mean, I guess I can understand why my parents sent me. It's public school kind of is what it is, but I would not send my kids to that. That's for sure. Knowing what I know now.
Well, you said I wouldn't send my kids to be raised, taught by total strangers. We homeschooled our kids because we knew the teachers. We hung out with them. We partied with them, and we were like, "Yeah, I mean, I'm not sending my kids to be taught by this our friends." Like, you understand what I'm saying? They weren't even strangers. These were people
you're like, you guys are crazy. I'm not sending my kids.
You were just doing drugs and Jello shots all weekend. You're gonna go teach my kid on Monday? Seriously, I mean that's seriously basically how it was. Like, what?
Well, then with the stuff now, not to even take the topic into this per se, but with all the trans stuff going on, I mean, at this point, you might send your kid to school. The kid might come back. You might have a boy, a young man as your child, and he comes back and says he's a girl, and it's like, wait, what? Who convinced you you're a female now? I mean, what's going on with that? That's a whole nother thing. I mean, it's like that's a whole nother topic, which I know is heated at this time. But I'm just saying, it's like back in my time, as it were, wasn't quite the same, that part of things. I mean, there might have been some sketchy things going on with certain teachers and different weird vibes and weird things they're saying to the kids and whatever else, but with what's going on now with it, I mean, what was that thing where they said that there was some girl that identified as a cat, and so the public school agreed to put a kitty litter box in the girl's bathroom? I mean, it's like, what? That's like a whole nother. Your kid might come home and think he's a cat because their friend said they were a cat. Anyways.
Yeah, it's bizarro world, right? Like bizarro world. 6 years ago, I told my kids, I said, be careful. It's like everyone is on drugs. And I'm like, wow, everybody is on drugs, right? Like from school age on up, to their parents, to their grandparents, everyone is on drugs. The young kids are on Ritalin and whatever recreational drugs they're doing, which if you mix those, who knows what you get when they turn 18 or 20. And then a lot of these kids are going to the military because they have nowhere else to go. They're getting pumped full of drugs, right? The military is like the world's worst drug addiction place. Not only just the vaccines and all that it's mandatory, you don't have a choice, but all the drugs that are rampant in the military. I mean, you think they're bad in high school? Go to the military and check it out, right? Like you wouldn't think it, but it's terrible. Just think about that. Kids on drugs throughout their whole life, becoming young adults, either going into the workforce and doing drugs and alcohol or going into the military and doing it. And then parents basically going through all the life struggles, and most of them turn to alcohol or drugs. And then old people are always on drugs. I mean, think about it. I think it's a cycle that that has to be broken. I personally don't need them. I'm lucky, I guess. I haven't taken a prescription drug in like 27 years now. I'm not a pillar of health. I had Cane's fried chicken tonight, like chicken nuggets, 3 of them, if people are counting. Sweet tea, French fries. You know what I'm saying? I'm 53. I don't work out. I work, but I don't work out. But I'm never sick. I'm gonna knock on wood real quick. Kids laugh at me. My wife's the same way. Never sick. But she eats a lot better than I do. Kids, we've been like like I don't have health insurance for, see, my oldest son is 26, 22 years, 23 years, something like that. I haven't had health insurance. The only thing I carry is major medical. I'm self-insured because we're never sick. I don't have a doctor. My kids don't have doctors. It's weird. I mean, it's funny that all my buddies that go to the doctor all the time, they're always sick. Always go to the doctor and get a shot or a pill or whatever. They're always sick. My mom went and got the flu shot. She swore. She told me last year when she got it, she got the flu. She's like, I'm never, next year I'm not doing it. This year she went and got the flu shot. Guess what? She got the flu. Felt terrible for like a week and then was dizzy after that. I just took her to the doctor Monday for vertigo.
Yeah, just like that old adage, like if it's not broken, don't mess with it in a way. So it's like if your body's doing all right, I mean, even if something's going on, you can also like even remedy it, with just like either some natural,
Yep.
herbs or foods or do a cleansing diet or whatever. It's amazing that if you just give your body some time to recover, even if it takes 3-4 days, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, if you start to change patterns, it's amazing how many people will have a symptom. This is where the medical system gets them so intensely because they have a symptom, whatever it may be, or maybe they even don't have a symptom in some cases, and they go in for a checkup or whatever it may be, and they always have something to sell them. They've got some, like you said, a shot or a this or that, whatever it may be. And there's even the whole thing of just diagnosis in general, like how are they diagnosing things and how does that play into it? Because at that point, now once they start being given something or some kind of treatment, that, like, for example, let's say somebody has high blood pressure. They go and now they're taking blood pressure medication. Well, instead of solving the issue themselves, instead of like trying to remedy it with maybe their own body and their own, in that sense, if they just start taking a drug, now that drug is going to have other effects on their body that may cause other side effects and other issues. And now they're in potentially this whole loop of more and more, different pharmaceuticals that are being given and then added and subtracted. And it's like, and I'm not saying there's deeper thoughts about medicine and what it's all about and whether any of these treatments are needed or drugs are needed at all and surgeries and all these questions. But there definitely seems to be a major business part of it is what I'm just trying to point out in terms of they want you in there and they want you hooked on something basically, instead of actually wanting just to keep you healthy and support you to just actually work things out, without having to start doing interventions that might end up causing more issues.
You should have seen the doctor when my daughter got her thumb chopped off, we went in to get it cleaned up and stitched up and all that, and she had 3 surgeries. You should have seen his face when he said, "Okay, you ready to refill your prescription for pain meds?" She's like, "No, I never filled the first ones." You should have seen his face, man. Could not believe it. He's like, "I never even heard of this. What are you talking about? You didn't take pain medicines." She said, "Well, I never needed them. I don't need them. My body has adjusted. I fight through the pain. I overcome it." And it's because for 10 years we trained her, because she was a national gymnast, to, deal with the pain, mind over matter type stuff. Good exercise, good diet, right? We had nutritionists, we had coaches, we had people that helped her through it. She competed with a broken finger. Now, for a gymnast to compete on bars and beam and all that with a broken finger is unheard of. Did she feel pain? Yeah, but did she know how to overcome it? Absolutely, 100%. Now, she was easily trained and like she took to it fine. My oldest son was also he was a gymnast, not national. He was state champion, but like trained 6 days a week in the same gym, couldn't overcome the pain as quickly as she did. So he required more, of modern medicine. Weird. Chopped her finger off, man, didn't cry. More man than me, and she's a woman. I would have cried. I cried, and it wasn't my finger. Tip of her thumb. Smashed it off. You know how much pain that is? Oh, I can't even imagine that.
Yeah.
The body, and you said time. Time is the deal, right? I was fixing to say time when you said it, but time is all it is. Now, do certain people need medicines? Yeah, of course. Do you need surgery or a doctor? Yeah, I'm not saying that. My wife's a nurse. We believe in that, but it's overused. It's abused, is what it is. It's abused. It's a racket.
Well, I guess there's a question of, does nature provide everything we need in terms of nourishment and medicines in the right forms, of course, though. So I'm not just talking about necessarily just, go out and get some sunlight. I'm talking, I'm not talking about just one thing or just exercise or just this and that. I'm just talking about as a whole, there's that idea. Now, some people might say that we do need the kind of synthetic medicine world. Some people would say we don't. But at the end of the day, it's like kind of, to me, it boils down to like, does nature actually provide everything we need? If you have it in the right forms and the right, doses and the right.
No, I think it does.
Yeah.
I would go one step further because of my faith and say the creator provides everything you need, because I think prayer is a big part of that. But the resources that's been provided for us are all there. We just have to gain the knowledge on how to use it. So I told the story about my dad before. I paid for alternative medicine for him for his cancer, and he chose to go the chemo route, like the worldly route, right? And it was just because he didn't want me paying. He wanted his insurance to pay, and his insurance covered it. Plus, he could stay at home. He didn't have to move, out of the country and stuff like that. So it was just easier. His insurance paid for it. Him and his wife made that decision. I respect it, right? It killed him, basically. I mean, it's torturous what they put these patients through. Some it helps, some it doesn't. His life was prolonged for sure, but he died because of the medicines they injected into him. And what happened he was on his deathbed, basically. He was on hospice, bedridden, having to be fed and, bathed and all that. He was at home. We had him home health care and all that. Me and my wife and my brother and sister were there 24/7. But it came to, I know I'm dying. My wife at the time was a hospice nurse, actually, but wasn't practicing. She had just worked for like a couple months. And he said, "Look, how long do I have?" She said, "Mr. Gafford, about 2 weeks, 2 to 4 weeks at the most, right? Like everything goes right. You got about 2 to 4 more weeks. This is just reality." And this is me, him, and her talking. He said, "Well, what can we do?" So we had medical power of attorney. And she said, "Well, this is very radical. It could kill you in itself, but what I've been praying about is the only way I think to help you is to take you off of every medicine cold turkey, put you on a really strict diet, and let you detox, and then see where we're at, what medicines you need to get back on, if any, or whatever. So he agreed to that. We actually had him sign paperwork, because there was some liability there, we thought, even though it was my dad. And took him off of every medicine. Put all the medicine in the house in a black plastic bag, garbage bag, and brought it home to my safe, locked away. Well, he steadily improved from that point forward. Over the next 2 or 3 months, got out of bed by himself, drove golf carts, went and visited friends, went to church, you name it. It was just a total, you could just tell, right? On medicine, he was dead in 2 weeks. Off of medicine, he's driving himself on golf carts, going to get the mail, bathing himself, eating, whatever. So he lived for 6.5 months like that. And then told us one night, look, y'all been here total, I'm fine. Go home, get you some rest, sleep in your own beds, that sort of thing. So we went home. He had his wife, my stepmother, and a neighbor friend of hers come over and help him. They not only gave him drugs that night, but injected him full of morphine from a cat syringe, which was umpteen amounts of the doses that he should have gotten, which he shouldn't have gotten any medicine. They gave him drugs that they had that wasn't his, right? Not his prescription.
Wow.
Blah, blah, blah. Took him to the attorney 2 days later, had him revoke our medical power of attorney, put him back on all the drugs, made us bring back all the drugs, which we had to legally. Put him back on all his drugs. He was dead in less than 2 months.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a powerful story, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. I never knew medicine had that much power over people, but with my stepmother, it was more than just, we called her the pharmacist throughout our lives, right? Now, having said that, she was an amazing grandmother. Never had one issue. She gave our kid cough medicine one time when we left them babysit, which we didn't do very often, but we definitely trusted them. But she gave him cough medicine without calling us, and we were pissed, right? We were like, don't do that ever again, blah, blah, blah. That was years ago. Had no trouble since then, whatever. But we called her the pharmacist because she had so many medications. If you needed something, she had it, right? Well, she put my dad back on all those medicines, and he died that quick, like a roller coaster. And I think she did it out of because the evil spirit just got a hold of her. She just wanted that money. She stood to inherit millions, and she did that when he passed. Just to tell you the ending to this story, because it does. This is where I found out that good and evil exists, because I saw evil in her and her siblings that I'd never seen before, and I think it was just due to the money, because they're getting the money, right? she's the wife. She gets the money. Her siblings get the money. Me and my brother denied even the inheritance, the lawsuit money. We didn't get any of that. Didn't want it. But they got all of it, and I think the money changed them, right? I saw the evil in them, and the ending to this story is that she got all this money, moved into this nice house, sold all my dad's property, which actually was my property at one point. My first real estate deal was where my dad actually lived and owned a bunch of rental. He bought it and put a bunch of rentals on it. So that was crazy. But moved into a house. Her one of her grandsons, who was having some trouble, had gotten in a wreck and was having some mental issues, was living with her and ended up killing her. Isn't that wild? And 2 or 3 months after she got all the money, she didn't even have the money for long. You're talking about a family that very close, spent every Christmas, Easter, every holiday, every day we were going by there and having fun, and they had a swimming pool, and, you know, like great grandmother, raised several grandchildren, you know, like no issues. To basically, if I had to do it all over again, I would call the police on her and charge her for murder, and then got murdered herself by her grandson. You can't make this shit up. I mean, that's good and evil right in front of you, right in your face. And I think it was over money. I hope that hits home for people, because I never knew it until I experienced it. I'd been taught that there's good and evil. I'd heard people go through experiences like that, but I couldn't relate to it until I saw and heard it myself. The only time my dad ever lied to me was over drugs. When that next day I went over there and I could tell he had been on drugs, like it was totally different. I said, "Did you have a bad night? What's going on?" No, everything's good. Well, did you, something's going on. I mean, did you not eat well? Are you sick? No, I'm good. And then to find out that he lied to me, that they gave him a bunch of drugs, I'm a poker player. So all I did was, asking questions, and I knew he was lying to me. I went outside to where she was. I can still see her face right now. She had her garden like gloves, little white gloves with little polka dots on them, doing some pot plants out the back door. And I asked her, Dad's not doing good. What, he said he had a little trouble last night, a lot of pain. What's going on? How much medicine did you have to give him? Implying that he had already told me that he had, been given medicine. She was like, "We didn't give him anything." "What do you mean, we? Who's we?" So she meant her friend that stayed the night to help her didn't give him any medicine. And then, I was like, "Well, we need to talk, because obviously medicine was given." And then she gave in. So then when my wife got there, we went over how much. We need to know. We need to make a log of it. We were keeping a book of what he was eating and calories and what medicines he was taking, which for a long time was none. And then they started showing us what they gave him and what they gave it with. And it ended up being a syringe that she gave medicine to her cats. I mean,
yeah, that's so poignant. I think about this a lot in terms of people, just who are either diagnosed or have something going on. And then, yeah, exactly what you're describing. Like how many people are just being basically fear driven into, oh, you have to do these mainstream treatments or else ... you're going to die in ... And telling anyone they're going to die in 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, giving someone an ultimatum like that, what more to strike fear into them? Now, if it's true, if they have that disease, I understand that they're just trying to give them what they're claiming is a realistic, assessment. But there's could be a lot more to that in terms of how that whole system works and what they claim, and even what the treatments are doing and how that plays into it. And then, like you said, like how many of those people, and I'm not telling anyone to do this, it's not advice or anything like that, but it's just the general approach where if you get told you have something like that, how do you approach it? And how many people, if they were to like kind of do what you were saying, like where they were just to like I said, I'm not hourly recommending anyone to do anything. It's all up to the people, what they choose to do with, etc. And the authority of the medical industry is obviously, quite kind of commanding. The hospitals, big high-rise hospital buildings. I mean, the whole system, obviously people are trusting it to a certain degree, especially the older generations and all of that, and probably a lot of the younger generations too. So when the doctor tells you all that, but I just often think, like with exactly what you said, if somebody were to just go home, like you said, just change their diet, eat well, clean water, and just care for yourself. And even if it's only a little improvement each day, even if it's just a little better, if it's not getting worse, then obviously that's a huge thing. And one may have to really change up their diet, though. That's the thing, because you would have to change something up. But how many people would either stabilize or even, reverse if just giving their body some of the very basics, just clean food, clean water, good sleep, just some of the most basics, raising, making sure the vitamin D levels are up, because a lot of people are chronically low in vitamin D. So, I'm talking like ideally you'd want to get really good nutrition and, really get everything for the person. But how many of those people would actually just, be able to turn around their whole condition? Whereas if they go do those treatments, yeah, I mean, it could be
I would say almost all. I mean, I would go out on a limb and say that because everyone I've heard of, I had another experience. My daughter was, we were out of state training 6 days a week and got mono. She got sick, couldn't train anymore, so they sent her home. We moved back home, and she couldn't get rid of the mono. Right, for whatever reason, just was her body was. It was progressing. Everything we tried and did, it didn't work. The doctors at the time were doing tests and wouldn't give her. They said she had this type of mono, right? And what they were doing wasn't working. Blah blah blah. So they do more tests and more tests and more tests. Well, it got to the point where the insurance company, the major medical, was paid out. Right? We've run all these tests and we're not going to run anymore unless your doctor gives her a known illness, right? She has this mono, ain't cutting it, right? It's something more. So by this time her immune system is really low. Her gut is totally affected. It turns into be this other type of mono that they, is very rare or whatever. So insurance cuts you off. The doctors won't do any more tests because they're not getting paid. So what happens? Well, to do this test is $10,000. We'll take $5,000 from you, right? You pay $5,000 out of your pocket. We'll do this test and we'll bill your insurance for $5,000 and hope to get it later, right? So worst case scenario, they get $5,000 to do the test. So that's where we were. We spent. I just can't tell you. I mean, it was amazing. So to see this girl who's in her prime, basically training for the Olympics or very high, like go anywhere to college type thing, depending. Training 6 days a week, can't get off the couch. And the only thing that saved her was my wife going, okay, I've had enough with these doctors. They obviously aren't getting the job done. What can I do? And she got online and started researching guts and mono and as a nurse, she knew things but didn't know specifics. So she researched it and she put her on a juice diet, but it was high nutrition, just low, like where her gut didn't have to work that hard to process, basically. It's kind of my low level of knowledge of how it worked. And after she got on that juice diet, was recovering. You could tell, gaining strength, being more active. Never was put back on the team, but was able to go back to gymnastics locally and perform. So here again, the medical field couldn't help her. The insurance paid out as much as they were willing to pay out to try and help her. And then the medical field just said, hey, good luck. I mean, we're not going to run these tests unless, you pay us. Craziness. To see it in your own family, I mean, it's the only time my daughter has been sick in her life, and she's fine now. 15 years ago. But my dad's was more recent and more like dramatic. We had paid a down payment on an alternative medicine to treat his cancer. It was asbestosis, but it was basically diet. Like a big portion of the treatment was a really strict diet, like more strict than we put him on. But he chose not to do that. He chose to get chemo. But no, there's no promise till tomorrow, right? Like you should live each day.
Those are big choices to have to make for people too, when they're being told what they're being told from what they think is an authority, and yeah, it gets very complicated, and then different family members, and then the choices, and the kind of overarching. It's kind of sad because in my viewpoint, I don't think like overall like I'm not saying all of mainstream medicine is bad necessarily. There are doctors that want to help, and I'm not saying they're all evil or anything, but it's like the overall structure of it is just that old adage of, they really don't have our best interest. Maybe the doctors could have your best interest in mind. Like they actually were trained and they're trying to help the best they can. But it's like the people that are actually behind, like I think the protocols and the treatments, unfortunately don't have our best interest in mind. So it's sort of like this wolf in sheep's clothing it ends up being.
Most of the doctors, like friends of ours and things like that, are very caring, very, they want to do the right thing. They're just hamstrung. And they're trained in a way to prescribe, not to, they prescribe medicine. They don't treat the patient. They use the prescription as the treatment. I think that's where they're going wrong. So the alternative medical field is really frowned upon, like to the extent where, it seems like you've had some murders and, it's just big money, right? So of course there's going to be some foul play. So with my dad, I didn't tell him, as medical power of attorney, we had total control. We could have made him do certain things, right? But we didn't, it's not how we were. We prayed about it and he would ask us what we thought. Well, I think you should, we've thought about this and prayed on this and researched, and this is where I think you should go. It's an alternative medicine. It's based on diet and spirituality and blah, 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 right? Natural medicine. And he chose to go the opposite. Well, one of his reasons was, I don't want to pay for it. So what I go put the down payment, bring him the information. Look, it's paid for. Don't worry about it. So you don't have an excuse for money now, but it's still ultimately you and your wife's decision, right? And they made the decision to do chemo. And it was based on money, as far as I know, and ease. Like he thought it would be easier. It's local. He had to go to Houston, which is 4 hours away, instead of living out of country. It's just a huge obligation to do what we were thinking was best for him. Money was the issue first, but when it's paid for, he doesn't have that excuse. But it's still a different, it's different than the norm. So all his friends or other family members are probably saying, let's do the chemo. It's, you're a strong man, you'll battle through it, type thing. To see someone go through that, and to, I've always known my dad to be like strong, like Indian, nothing hurt him. To see him bedridden is a terrible thing, right? But then to see him get out of bed and be himself again and getting on the, recovering. Like he wasn't fully recovered, but he was functional, right? He was living. And the only thing that we changed was taking him off of all the drugs. Putting him on a good diet. So could have been just
that whole it's like a whole different approach. It's like the mainstream medicine approach is, oh, you have a problem, we need to give you drugs for a symptom. We need to adjust this, we need to alter it, we need to change the path here, in that sense, versus the idea that your body actually has a healing intelligence within it, and if you actually give it what it needs, now I think in some of these conditions you would have to really help monitor the person. It sounds like you guys were doing, kind of keeping an eye, keeping up to date, keeping records of what's going on. Of course, if the person's on a strict diet and all of that as well, then that needs to be all cared for and looked after to make sure that, especially if the person's really, in that, but even just monitoring their condition at a day at a time. Now I know that that's probably against what some of the mainstream medicines are going to try to claim. They want to do their protocol and their tests and tell you what they, so yeah, it's a big thing. Really. It really is. There's so many factors to it. But yeah, just being able to stabilize and just seeing the body as a healing intelligence that, that you don't have to just be dependent on some authority of synthetic chemicals that were concocted somewhere in a laboratory.
Just to keep up with it, right? Just to keep up with what medicines, what dosage, how many times a day, with what meal, blah, blah, blah. Just to keep up with that was a full-time job. And the problem was, while we had to take over and while we got medical power of attorney in the first place, is that my stepmother wasn't mentally and physically able to do that. You understand? Like they were of age, so she had her own issues. And mentally, she couldn't keep up with all that. So that became an issue, just the amount of drugs he was on. So we stepped in and took over just the application of the drugs that the doctors were giving him, just so he would get the right amounts and not be overdosed or underdosed. My wife was like, what? You gave him what with what? You're not supposed to do that. To read right here. My stepmother just couldn't function like that. So we actually took over for months and months and months. We just, before he even started chemo, or before he even found out he had asbestosis, he was on a bunch of drugs just because of his age. But I don't know. Funny, like, is it total proof that all drugs are bad? No way. I mean, there's some miracle drugs out there, right? Like, amazing technology. Pharmaceuticals have come a long way, and many people have been helped by drugs. I'm just saying, after my dad detoxed off of all the drugs that he was on, he became better. I mean, he was on the way to recovering as much as he could. I mean, would he have lived another 10 years? No, probably not. But I mean, he was definitely better than 2 weeks before or 4 weeks before. Way better. But I had that time with him too. I do appreciate, maybe that was just the plan, right? Like how many hours I spent there. Like we were close anyway, but day and night, basically being at his bedside and talking and watching, his favorite shows, or watching a football game that was, memorable, or things like that, is time, that I probably wouldn't have spent there if this wouldn't have happened, so I definitely wouldn't have spent as much time. So it all has a blessing wrapped into it. But what gave him, what gave him the urge to lie to me for the first time? The first and only time that I know of. And it was about him taking drugs. Like that mental, like it just overtakes people. You can see it. They steal from their own families. They lie to their own family, Ugh, it's that's a terrible thing.
Yeah, but was it malicious or was it more based around maybe I'm just speculating, but I would think in a situation like that when there's maybe multiple family members and there's people have their different opinions and ideas of what you may or may not should or shouldn't do maybe, and I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying it was or wasn't, but I'm just saying like could that have been to kind of try to protect the other family members or something like that? I'm not even saying this applies to your situation. I'm just kind of saying in general from that general kind of, if there is
maybe so. I mean, maybe he was just, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying that he never felt the need to lie to me before. There was no reason for him to say, "Look, man, I was in pain. I asked for the medicine," which he did. Right? I mean, it's just not coincidental. He asked us to help him. We're there helping him. He the 2 weeks before that, he wasn't, one of us was there all night, or both of us. He was never in that much pain, never needed medicine before. He needed comforting, if he needed to use the bathroom. I mean, people like that, like they get, like if they get a stomach cramp, right? They think that's pain caused by, their condition. their cancer or whatever. No, it's you haven't used the bathroom in 2 days. It's that simple question. When's your last bowel movement? I mean, that's might be why your stomach is cramping. Most people will take a pill and use the bathroom, but then that causes dehydration. No, you don't do that. You drink this or, you know what I'm saying? Just eat this, drink this, and you'll use the bathroom in 2 or 3 hours. You'll feel better. It's a weird thing, but the lion part was just weird because he would have normally I think he realized he did it for alternative reasons. I think it's just easier. That's why they put people on hospice to make them comfortable and just make their last days easier. I get it, right? I mean, I'm no different. If I get a headache, the first thing I want to do is take a pill and make the headache go away. But I just made a couple of life changes, and I don't get headaches anymore. You understand the difference? I don't need to take medicine to get rid of a headache because I don't get headaches anymore because I stopped doing this or that.
Well, that's good. Yeah, if you're able to find the cause of it.
Yeah, some people can, or maybe it does need to be controlled by medicine. Like I said, I'm not against medicine. I'm just against the abuse of medicine. Some people can hear the same story and go, you're against science or, whatever. You're against doctors. No, quite the opposite. I think they're brilliant. I just think the practice is being abused. You see some of the surgeries and stuff that they're performing, heart replacement. My dad had kidney transplant. Matter of fact, on Thanksgiving, I don't know what year it was. Thanksgiving Day. Those type of surgeries are amazing. Prosthetics, things like that are just crazy amazing.